Hey guys. This is part 3 of What If Naruto Was in a Sudden Political Marriage. Hit like and subscribe if you like this one, and also please check the author in the description. Let's start. Chapter 16, Recovery. Sakura stared through the ceiling as she lay restrained on the bed. She wasn't seeing the ceiling. Her mind was stuck in a continuous loop. Leaning in closer to the trembling girl, he sneered as he whispered in her ear. "You were always and will always be worthless, and now, everyone will know it." Her body trembled as she fought back a scream of despair, and unbeknownst to her, tears streamed down her face. Her mind began to flash forward from that moment. Running from the council room blinded by tears, she'd found herself in the marketplace. Without stopping to think, she'd bought an immense amount of sake and fled to the park to drown her sorrows. She really hadn't expected to awaken. The amount of sake she'd downed should have killed her, but it seemed that Ino, Temari, and Hinata's medical training paid off. For them anyway. Sakura had raged at them for ruining her death before she'd pulled out a kunai and slashed it up her left arm. A bloody, frantic struggle ensued when the other girls took the kunai away, but not before she'd partly opened her right arm as well. As the darkness closed in, she'd felt a measure of peace. At least the pain would finally end. Once again, she hadn't expected to waken, especially not restrained to the bed. She begged and pleaded for her friends to let her go, and when they refused, she ranted and raved, cursing them with every vile insult she could think of. Eventually she realized that they weren't even listening to her, and she retreated into her own mind. She was midway through another loop when she felt a warm hand on her shoulder, and heard the words she had waited for, even if she didn't really know it. "Hello, Sakura-chan." The words were almost meaningless, distantly acknowledged by part of her mind as she focused on the concern and warmth with which they were spoken. Shifting her gaze from the ceiling to her old teammate, Sakura felt a maelstrom of emotions when she saw Naruto. Rage, guilt, humiliation, despair, she felt all of these and more as she met his concerned gaze. They began to drown her and she panted, struggling to breathe. Naruto watched the emotions spark in Sakura's eyes and briefly flashed back to the time when he'd felt them himself. He knew all too well how she felt, and he was determined that his friend wouldn't have to suffer alone like he had. Seeing her begin to panic, Naruto drew a kunai and cut through the restraints on her arms and pulled her into a hug. "Sure, it's okay, Sakura. Let it out." As Naruto wrapped her in his arms, his words sparked a torrent from the pink-haired girl. "How could he?" she howled. "How could he do this to me?" Sobbing into his shoulder, she whispered to Naruto. "I did everything he wanted. I did everything they wanted. How could they just throw me away? I gave him everything. Was it not good enough?" Naruto gently stroked Sakura's back as she cried and whispered her pain. It took everything he had not to go kill Sasuke and Sakura's parents, but he forced himself to calm down. "We can settle accounts later," he thought viciously. He shifted his head so he could see the girl crying on his shoulder. "For now, let's get you well, Sakura-chan." Belatedly, he realized he was still holding the kunai he'd sliced her restraints with and hastily tossed it away. The sound of the kunai hitting the floor caused Sakura to jerk her head back, and a ghost of a smile played across her face when she saw his embarrassed expression. "Naruto, you've changed since you were my teammate, but you're still you." Grimacing, Naruto rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly. "Say, Sakura-chan, would you like to get out of this room?" Not trusting her voice, Sakura nodded. She flinched when Naruto drew another kunai to cut through the restraints on her ankles, and when she tried to stand, she would have fallen if he hadn't caught her. "Naruto," she said weakly. "My legs." Without stopping to think, Naruto scooped the frail girl into a bridal carry, getting a squeak of embarrassment from Sakura. "It's okay," Naruto told her with a grin. "Temari-chan told me you've been on that bed for the last 2 weeks. It'll take a bit to adjust to moving around again." "Naruto, put me down." Sakura pouted. "Don't worry, Sakura-chan, I will once we get outside, alright?" Sakura felt some of her temper flaring but nodded resignedly. As weak as she felt, and as stubborn as Naruto was, she'd have to stab him to stop him, and she didn't feel up to it. A voice in her head disagreed, but she had long experience ignoring it. "Besides, even if I did manage to get a kunai and stab him, he probably still wouldn't drop me." Blissfully unaware of Sakura's inner dialogue, Naruto cautiously carried her downstairs, worried about the girl's physical condition. Being more or less chained to a bed for 2 weeks had not done Sakura any favors, and he was deeply concerned with how fragile she felt. If he was completely honest with himself, he wasn't really sure which worried him more: her physical or her mental health. His eyes took a hard, determined edge. It doesn't matter, Temari and I will have to fix both. When Naruto carried her outside, Sakura squeezed her eyes closed from the near blinding light of the sun. With her eyes closed, she relished the wind as it blew through her messy hair. The scent of flowers and growing things made her realize Naruto had brought her to the garden, and she opened her eyes when she felt him carefully lowering her to a bench near the koi pond. Sitting Sakura on the bench, Naruto backed up to watch Sakura's reaction. So far, she hadn't been reacting like the Sakura-chan he knew, and it worried him. He picked her up expecting her to hit him, or at the very least tell him off for it, and her lack of a reaction bothered him. He knew she would need to talk if she was ever to recover from her recent trauma. But how the hell was he supposed to approach the girl nervously running her fingers over the fresh scars on her wrists? A soft rustling in a nearby bush gave him his answer, and he allowed himself to smile. No kunoichi he'd ever met had been able to resist his next move. Even Tsunade had fallen prey to it. Naruto softly whistled so as not to disturb Sakura from her thoughts, and a furry head poked up from the rustling bush. Naruto nodded a greeting to Fox and passed on an order. "Go get Reynard, please. I need him." The fox yipped and ran off. Turning back to Sakura, Naruto crossed his arms across his chest and watched her trailing her fingers in the koi pond with a sad expression on her face. So caught up in watching Sakura, Naruto failed to notice Reynard's arrival until the fox scared the hell out of him by speaking right behind him. "You needed something, Naruto-sama?" Naruto swore he heard a light undertone of amusement, and he turned to glare at his furry minion in annoyance. "That's not funny, you know," he said somewhat crossly. Reynard dipped his head. "Of course not, my lord." Naruto resisted the urge to yank Reynard's whiskers and settled with massaging his temples. "If you're done mocking me, I need you to bring me one of the kits. Preferably one of the really cute ones." Reynard eyed Sakura warily. "Are you sure, Naruto-sama? Your guest seems somewhat disturbed." Naruto leaned down and petted Reynard's head. "Don't worry, the kit will be safe, I promise you that. I just need some way to get her to open up, and I know you've seen how women react to the little fuzzballs." Reynard's body language was distinctly amused as he loped back into the bushes. Oh yes, he knew how the human women reacted to the kits, and he thought it was hilarious. He'd even taken extra delight in sending kits after Temari because the woman tried to resist but melted every time. Perhaps the only reaction that amused him more was when the Hokage visited one day. That had been downright hysterical. It didn't take him long to grab the kit he wanted and return to Naruto. His amusement grew when he saw Naruto's eyes widen slightly in surprise. Yes, this was his ultimate weapon, the kit he'd personally trained to turn any kunoichi to mush. Naruto tried to hide his shock when he saw the small red vixen following Reynard, but he suspected Reynard had seen it anyway. "Sweet Kami Reynard, is that Scarlet?" The little vixen bounced over to Naruto and butted her head against his leg almost like a cat. Reynard chuckled at Scarlet's antics. "Yes, Naruto-sama, this is indeed Scarlet. She seems pleased that you remember her." Naruto knelt and picked up the excited kit. "How could I forget?" Naruto said, rolling his eyes as he scratched Scarlet's ears. "I'd thought Temari-chan had gotten over the whole cuteness thing until the day you unleashed this little lady on her." Both Naruto and Reynard reflexively looked around for Temari. The aftermath of that event had been somewhat painful for both, and Temari did not like being reminded of it. Still, it wasn't every day you caught a kunoichi like Temari giggling as they rolled around on the deck playing with a small animal. Shaking off his amusement, Naruto turned towards Sakura with a frown. She was still trailing her fingers in the pond while she stared off in space. The only good thing is that she didn't seem nearly as worked up as she'd been inside. It was a good idea to get her out of that room, Naruto thought as he walked towards her. Sakura was thinking over the recent events, but not as bitterly as before. She hated to admit it to herself, but crying on Naruto's shoulder had let her vent some of the pain. It still hurt, but she didn't feel like she was drowning anymore. Wrapped up in her thoughts, she didn't notice Naruto until he plopped a small red ball of fur in her lap. Looking up, prepared to tell him off for interrupting her, Sakura froze when she made eye contact with the fox kit. Almost against her will, her hand snaked up to pet the small fox, and when it curled up to sleep on her lap, she squealed. "Naruto, this is the cutest little fox." Naruto rolled his eyes. Scarlet was scary good at that. "Sakura-chan, meet Scarlet." "Scarlet, Sakura-chan," Naruto said, introducing them. Scarlet here is the one that made Temari-chan. Naruto paused. Yeah, well, Scarlet has a way with people. Sakura frowned, still running her hand over Scarlet's silky fur. What about Temari-san? Naruto blanked his face. I don't really want to die, but I can say that even Temari-chan is not immune to cute. Sakura couldn't help it, she giggled, and as she pictured Temari glomping Scarlet, she began to laugh. Her laughter quickly turned somewhat hysterical and then into tears. The laughter breaking through the emotional barriers all shinobi erect to protect themselves. Naruto watched as Sakura broke down with a sense of satisfaction. She was hugging Scarlet closely to herself and Naruto let her tears wind down. When Sakura finally subsided to occasional sniffs, Naruto moved closer and gently took Scarlet from her hands. Scratching her ears, he sent her on her way and sat down next to Sakura. Why did he do it? Sakura asked Naruto in a whisper. Naruto looked up at the sky as he considered his answer. He wasn't sure what was going on, but he suspected more than just one motive. He wasn't sure that Sakura was in any condition to deal with that. Ultimately, his decision boiled down to the simple fact that she had a right to know. I'm not entirely sure, Sakura-chan. I think there were multiple reasons and most of them probably revolve around me. Sakura stared at him. You? What do you mean revolve around you? You remember how he wants to kill his brother? When Sakura nodded, Naruto continued his explanation. After our fight where I crippled him, Sasuke added me to that list. I know he did. Ever since, he's been looking for ways to get back at me since he can't actually fight me. Naruto took a deep breath and knelt to look Sakura right in the eyes. Temari, and I believe that the only reason he married you was to use it against me. Sakura sucked in a breath to tell Naruto off before reality hit. It made sense. Sakura was far from stupid, and now that her blinders were forcibly removed, she could use that intellect to its full extent. He used me, she growled, clenching her fist. Looking up, she met Naruto's eyes again. That son of a bitch used me. Naruto nodded. And when he didn't have a use for you anymore and he saw the chance for more power, he said softly, he fucking took it and abandoned me. Sakura yelled, finishing Naruto's sentence. Naruto sat next to her on the bench and leaned back with a sigh. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Sakura sat quivering in anger as she fought against her inner personality cries for Sasuke's blood. The inner battle abruptly ended when she remembered what Temari had told her about her parents. What about my parents? Naruto frowned. I don't really know. Temari said that Ino told her that your parents were the ones that more or less aimed you at Sasuke. According to Ino, when Sasuke kicked you out of the Uchiha clan, they disowned you from the shame. Sakura stared at her feet. Maybe everyone was right. If even her parents thought so, maybe she really was worthless. Naruto had a very good idea of what was going through Sakura's head, and he needed to stop it. Sakura-chan, you know the burden I carry, don't you? Sakura nodded. After the arena fights where Ino ended up in Naruto's head, everyone knew. I've been where you are, Naruto said quietly. When I was younger, there was a time that I despaired, that I thought I deserved the treatment I received. Sakura opened her mouth to say something, but Naruto raised a hand to stop her. Do you want to know what I discovered? Sakura ran her thumbs along the scars marking her wrists. It was hard to believe that Naruto could ever have felt like that, but remembering the image of the Kyuubi, Sakura shivered. Perhaps it wasn't so far-fetched after all. If you think it will help, yes, I would like to hear it. Naruto shifted on the bench to face her and make eye contact. I discovered that it doesn't matter what anyone else thinks of you. All that matters is what you think of yourself. It sounds simple, but it's really not. Naruto stood up and began to pace. If people believe in you, use that strength. If people ridicule you, use that as fuel to prove them wrong. Glancing back at her, Naruto saw flickers of the girl he knew in her eyes. I've talked it over with Temari-chan. Until you get back on your feet, you're welcome to stay here with us. Sakura stared at him suspiciously. Temari-san agreed? She really doesn't like me. Naruto rubbed the back of his neck. Yeah, you're right about that, but she knows that this is important to me. You do remember the one thing Kakashi-sensei actually taught us, right? Sakura nodded with a small smile. Those that break the rules are trash. But those that abandon their comrades are lower than trash. Naruto finished. Extending an arm, Naruto helped Sakura to her feet and let her lean on him to keep her balance. Don't think that this is done though, Sakura-chan. You're feeling better now, I can tell, but I really think you should talk to Ino-chan to avoid going back into the dark. Sakura stayed silent as she hobbled along beside Naruto to the house. She owed Ino, Temari and Hinata an apology before anything else, but Naruto was probably right about the need to talk. You're going to make him pay, aren't you? Oh, you can count on it, Sakura-chan. Naruto replied grimly. Sakura tightened her grip on his arm. I want in. Naruto gave her a smile showing his elongated incisors. Of course, Sakura-chan. Wouldn't dream of not including my teammate. Entering the house, Sakura discovered why Naruto had dragged her back in. Gathered in the kitchen and living room were most of the kunoichi their age and several from the medical classes. He must have heard them or had a clone watching or something, Sakura thought. Feeling extremely uneasy surrounded by all the kunoichi, Naruto led Sakura over to where Temari was sitting by the vase of flowers and the box Niji gave him. Helping Sakura into a chair, Naruto moved to his wife and gave her a quick peck on the cheek. We need to talk, he whispered while he did so. Eyes flashing, Temari stood stiffly and followed him from the room. Heading downstairs, Naruto led her to his study and she crossed her arms across her chest and scowled when he activated the privacy seals. The answer is no, Naruto, she said as soon as the room was sealed. I'm not displeased that you got her up and moving, but I will not accept her as a sister wife. Naruto stared at Temari with his jaw hanging open. What the hell? Temari-chan? What are you talking about? Temari shifted uncomfortably. It seemed she may have jumped to the wrong conclusion. Isn't that why you brought me down here? Naruto sat behind the desk and thumped his head on the hard wood. Temari-chan, I'm pretty sure we've gone over this. Yes, she is one of my precious people. Yes, I did have a major crush on her, and yes, I do very much care for her. I do, however, not want to marry her. Oh, Temari replied quietly, a faint blush on her cheeks. Well, what did you need to speak with me about? What do you know of Danzo Shimura? Naruto asked softly. Temari uncrossed her arms and glided over to sit on the edge of the desk. Just what I've seen in the council meetings. He seems rather militant, but there will always be someone like that on a shinobi council. Naruto chuckled grimly and dug out a worn leather-backed book. Here, he said, tossing it to her. That is my father's journal. Don't take it from this room. The seals on it will detonate if you try, but you should read it. Especially the part about Danzo and Root. Trust me, Temari-chan, he really isn't normal for a shinobi council. Temari raised an eyebrow at her husband. Alright, I can read this, but why are you bringing this up now? I had a conversation with a man today. I tried to get him to stop backing Sasuke, but I don't think it worked. That man and his agents are dangerous to us, Temari-chan. Ero-sennin told me once that the most dangerous weapon for a shinobi is information. Naruto pointed at the book in her hands. That is information. Temari examined the book in her hands carefully. It was rare for Naruto to be this serious outside of a fight. She was going to have to make time for this journal. She didn't see Naruto reaching for her. Pulling his startled wife into his lap, Naruto wrapped his arms around Temari from behind and rested his chin on her shoulder. So, he whispered, what's with all the kunoichi? Temari sighed and raised her hand to pat his cheek. I told you, Ino somehow convinced me to hold kunoichi meetings here while you were gone. Naruto groaned. You mean this is a weekly thing? Temari reluctantly stood and pulled Naruto out of the chair. Yes, weekly. We've also been down here for a while and need to get back to our guests. Naruto pouted. Do I have to? He whined. Temari grinned and smacked the back of his head lightly. Yes, at least this once. It would be rude of the host not to put in an appearance. Naruto thought about pointing out that technically he had made an appearance but decided it just wasn't worth the effort. Even if he won on technical points, Temari was perfectly capable of dragging him upstairs by his ear. Sighing in defeat, he extended his arm and Temari linked hers with a victorious smile. No doubt she did that reading my mind thing women do, Naruto thought sourly as he deactivated the privacy seals. More or less dragged upstairs by Temari, Naruto was forced to greet the assembled kunoichi, most of whom had been Uchiha fangirls if his memory served him correctly. It was fairly nauseous when they all simpered and flirted with him, and his only consolation was that, judging from the nails digging into his arm, Temari didn't like it either. Finally done, Naruto led Temari back to the kitchen table where the girls he actually knew were sitting around chatting. Well, sobbing on the other shoulders for Sakura and Ino, chatting for Tenten and Hinata. Guiding Temari to her chair, something that got him a glower from his wife, Naruto sank into the chair next to it with a groan. That sucked to bail. he said tiredly. To think he'd once envied Sasuke his fangirls. Completely agreeing but wanting to change the subject, Temari picked up the wrapped box and pointed at the flowers. So, what's in the box and why the flowers? Naruto cursed under his breath, out of the fire, and into the frying pan indeed. Well, I got the flowers 'cause I missed you while I was gone. Hey! Ino cut in. That's not what you told me at the shop. Ignoring Naruto's frantic gestures to shut up behind Temari's back, she gave him a wicked grin. I thought you told me they were I left on a month-long mission only leaving a note please don't kill me flowers. While Temari assumed a thoughtful face, Naruto hissed at Ino. Hate you so much right now, you evil woman. Ino just laughed and stuck her tongue out at him. With everything that happened, I had forgotten about that, Temari said slowly. Naruto felt ice creep up his spine when she swiveled her head to glare at him. I'm so happy you could help me remember Naruto. Naruto was sweating under the joint death glares of the 5 kunoichi at the table. Making up his mind to flee and perhaps take them on at better odds, he froze when Temari grabbed his wrist. No, Naruto. You're not flashing away tonight. Damn it, how the hell does she do that? So if the flowers are a bribe for your life, what's in the box? Naruto shrugged. I don't know, Neji said it was to you from Kokiheim from the land of snow. Extremely curious now, Temari opened the box and slid a note and an envelope out. Seeing the note had Naruto's name on it, she slid it over to Naruto and opened the envelope. Naruto recognized the handwriting on the front of the note as Neji's and opened it. Consider us even for the explosive clones. He read out loud, puzzled. What the hell is that supposed to mean? He cut off mid-sentence when he felt Temari's killer intent bear down on him. What the hell? What was in that envelope? Temari held some sort of photograph in her hands as her eyes shot daggers at her husband. So, you like kissing princesses, do you? At this point, Naruto was beyond confused. He didn't know why Temari and the other kunoichi were so angry, but it obviously had something to do with that picture. I don't know what you're talking about. What is that picture? Snorting with disgust, Temari flipped the photo to him. Picking it up, his jaw dropped in shock. In the picture he was being kissed by Kokiheim. When the hell was this? I sure don't remember. Wait. Examining the picture closer, he saw that he was bandaged, and he recognized the room. This is in the hospital, but I don't remember this at all. Looking up and meeting Temari's fulminating glare, Naruto forced himself to maintain eye contact. I recognize the room, but I swear to you Temari-chan, I don't remember this. I was unconscious most of the time I was at that hospital. Hinata grabbed the picture from his hand and examined it. It's true, she said, barely stuttering. Naruto-kun only lays like this when he is unconscious. As everyone at the table, including Naruto, turned to stare at her, she let out an eep and tried to duck into her coat. Temari pinched the bridge of her nose, feeling a migraine coming on. I don't think I even want to know why Hinata can tell if Naruto is unconscious just from his posture. Why is everything with him so damn complicated? Ino picked up the photo Hinata dropped and flipped it over. Hey, fangirl, there's a note on the back for you. Taking the picture from Ino with a frown, Temari flipped it over and read the back, face flushing with anger. Temari Uzumaki Namikaze. If what I've heard about you from Naruto is true, you are blunt and prefer to deal with things directly. I wish to buy your husband from you. As you can see from the picture, I have staked my claim. Please contact me to discuss terms and payment. Koyoki Kazuhana, Daimyo Land of Snow. Finishing reading the letter out loud, Temari glared at her husband. Naruto sighed. I had nothing to do with this, but that's not going to matter, is it? Seeing his answer in the stony gazes of the kunoichi at the table, Naruto made a break for the garden, the girls right on his heels. He put up a good fight, but the girls eventually cornered him near the back edge of the grounds and pounded him into the ground. Satisfied with their work, the girls left back to the house, leaving a twitching Naruto in a body-sized crater. After the kunoichi left, Reynard approached the crater cautiously. Naruto-sama, I do not understand. You could easily have defeated them with the exception of your mate. Why would you let them do this? Seeing the coast was clear, Naruto popped up and brushed himself off, looking only slightly worse for wear. Sitting on the edge of the crater, he wrapped an arm around Reynard's neck and laughed. Well, 1, it was kinda fun and it's the first time all 5 of them worked together for anything. 2, sometimes it's better to just take the hit. You heard them when they left. They got all that anger and frustration out of their system and they feel better now. Seems a high price to pay. Reynard said dryly, looking at the obviously insane human sitting next to him. Nah, they weren't going all out. You do realize you're sitting on the edge of a crater they made by slamming you into the ground, right? Before Naruto could respond, Reynard stiffened in alarm as strange scent carried on the breeze. Naruto-sama, we have intruders. Naruto stood and assumed a loose stance. There was a chance that the intruders weren't enemies, but he wasn't going to count on that. Naruto watched the trees in the deepening gloom of twilight and noticed flickers of motion just before 3 shinobi and a kunoichi dropped to the ground facing him. One of the shinobi stepped forward and Naruto tensed. He recognized that uniform. Those purple bow things were very distinctive. Naruto Namikaze, the androgynous shinobi said with underlying scorn. Our master wishes to speak with you. Naruto scoffed and slid his hand to the seal on the arm of his jacket. No, I really don't want to talk to Hibiteam, but that reminds me, Kabuto get all healed up from when I kicked his ass? Who the fuck do you think you are to talk about Orochimaru-sama that way, shithead? The kunoichi exploded. It's not like we're fucking giving you a choice, Konoha Trash. As if it were a signal, the largest of the shinobi charged at Naruto in a berserk manner. Calmly judging the distance, Naruto allowed the man to close, then swept to the side, summoning his kodachi from the storage seal on his arm as he moved. With a flash of steel only barely seen by the man's companions, his head slid from his body as he collapsed. Flicking his blade to clear the blood, Naruto dropped into his mother's kenjutsu stance, Reynard standing to his flank growling threateningly. I think you have it wrong. Who says you get a choice? Chapter 17, Forest Brawl. Despite his confident words, Naruto was apprehensive as he faced down the 3 remaining trespassers. The odds were still against him, and their body language told him he wasn't going to get another free shot like the corpse at his feet had given him. When the black marks spread across their bodies, he mentally cursed. He truly hated that seal, and his experience with Sasuke told him that they were now much stronger than before. You fucking piece of trash, you're gonna pay for that. The kunoichi spat as she jumped back into the trees, raising a flute to her lips. Yeah, let's see how you like us when we've powered up. The one with multiple arms followed after her. Orochimaru-sama said we have to bring you back alive, trash. The last one said as he dropped into a taijutsu stance. He never said we had to bring you back in one piece. I'm going to enjoy playing with you. Naruto shifted nervously and remembered what Tsunade told him after the fight with Han. Sliding closer to Reynard, Naruto spoke to the fox without taking his eyes from the sound shinobi. Reynard, he said quietly so they wouldn't overhear. Fall back to the house and have the girls send an alert. Those seals they're using are really bad news. We need help. When Reynard turned and darted into the bushes, Naruto rushed forward, flipping his kodachi around to hold it against the length of his arm one-handed. Dropping low, he whipped the blade at the gray-haired shinobi's knees, forcing his opponent to jump. Gaining momentum by continuing the spin, he dropped his other hand to the kodachi's handle and slashed up, intending to bisect his mid-air adversary. The strike was deflected by a kunai-wielding arm that grew from his leg, throwing Naruto off balance. Refusing to lose his grip on his kodachi, Naruto rolled forward as the man landed, then was forced to quickly flip back to avoid a golden arrow that almost took his head off. He'd barely regained his balance from the flip when the gray-haired man came flying in with a roundhouse kick. Slapping the foot down with his blade, Naruto tried to counter but was hit by 2 other legs, throwing him back against a tree. Ducking under a punch, this time with 3 arms, Naruto rolled forward past the man before he planted his foot and twisted his body to drive his kodachi through the gray-haired man's skull. This attack was parried by a large, green-covered figure that smashed the attack aside with a giant club. 2 more crashed to the ground near him, boxing him in. Cursing, Naruto quickly drew and threw a Hiraishin kunai in the direction of the house. Desperately backpedaling and blocking with his kodachi, Naruto barely avoided being skewered by the spikes the second of the large figures used as a weapon. Feeling the Hiraishin kunai stop moving, Naruto took a brief moment to focus, then flashed away from his opponents. Reappearing about 40 yards from the fight, Naruto yanked the kunai free from the tree, then disappeared into the nearby treetops. Leaning against the trunk, Naruto panted, trying to catch his breath. In the distance, he heard the kunoichi taunting her teammate. Bah, you fucking suck, Sakan. That brat almost got you twice. Kiss my ass, Tayuya. Sakan, by the sound of it, the gray-haired one retorted. Kidamaru, he didn't go far. Find him. This really sucks, Naruto thought mentally, running through his inventory. Since the fight with Han, he always carried some gear in the seals of his clothes, but he wasn't prepared for something like this. Especially when they work together like that and outnumber me. Freezing at that thought, Naruto almost smacked himself. I'm so stupid sometimes, since when am I ever outnumbered? A soft rustling in the leaves near him caused Naruto to duck just as a spider the size of Gaara's gourd flew over his head and landed against the tree trunk behind him. Slashing his kodachi through the spider, Naruto noticed a lot of movement in the trees nearby. Creating a handful of clones to preserve his chakra, Naruto began to hunt the spiders through the treetops. I hope Reynard brings me some backup soon. Temari, Sakura, Ino, Hinata and Tenten were sitting at the kitchen table playing ninja poker. More accurately given, it was ninja poker cheating, when Reynard crashed into the room. Apologies, Temari-sama. The tired fox panted. Naruto-sama is engaged in battle and sent me to acquire reinforcements. Temari narrowed her eyes as she stood and grabbed her fan from its place on the wall behind her. Who and how many? I do not know, Temari-sama. The fox admitted. Naruto-sama seemed to know them, and he killed the first one to attack. He said that we would need help because the seals they used were bad news. Temari jerked the tablecloth from the table, revealing a large seal on the wood. Sound mean, she snarled. Probably those sound 4 assholes if they all have cursed seals. Pushing chakra into the seal, a large amount of weaponry appeared on the table. Sakura, you're in no condition to fight, so go warn the Hokage. When Sakura nodded shakily and dashed out the door, Temari turned her gaze on the remaining kunoichi. Alright girls, load up. We have to go save my baka husband. Waiting for the girls to gear up, Temari walked over to Reynard and petted his head. Leaning down, she whispered to the fox. How long has he been fighting? Reynard looked up to meet her gaze. Not long, Temari-sama. I ran here as fast as I could. Temari ruffled his fur gently. You're a good friend. Looking over to see the girls done, she straightened back up. Reynard, take us to him. Reynard dipped his head and led the 4 kunoichi out of the house and to the woods at a run. Naruto peeked his head around the trunk of the tree he was sheltering behind, then jerked back, kunai barely missing his face. As he jumped up and launched off the tree to another position, 2 clones moved forward and incinerated everything in the direction the kunai was thrown from with combined Gakakyu and Daitapa Jutsu. Ha, you missed, shithead! The kunoichi named Taiya yelled. Growling in irritation, Naruto began placing explosive tags as he looped back towards where he believed the sound nin were still tracking him. A flash from the corner of his eye caused him to kick off the tree hastily, and he was forced to kawarimi with a nearby clone to avoid being impaled by another of the spider guy's arrows. Creating a few more clones, he retreated behind another tree, while his new clones spread through the trees nearby. Focusing on the explosive tags, Naruto waited until a nearby clone was dispelled, then detonated the tags. He formed a vicious smile when he heard Sakan yelling in pain. Creating a clone, Naruto dispelled it to pass silent orders to the rest of his clones to try to eliminate the gray-haired team. A scuffing sound from nearby got his attention, and crouching he silently stalked towards the noise. It was with some relief that he found Reynard crouched low to the ground and ready to spring. Reynard! Naruto-sama! So, back up? Naruto asked casually. Reynard turned and began to slink away. Yes, this way, Naruto-sama. Temari-sama sent the disturbed girl to get help and brought Ino-sama, the girl that smells of lavender, and the girl that smells of sharp metal. Carefully following behind Reynard, Naruto mentally translated that into Sakura, Ino, Hinata and Tenten. Body moving on autopilot as he followed Reynard, Naruto began comparing what he knew of his opponents and the strengths and weaknesses of his backup. Temari was much like him, far stronger than her rank would make her appear, but she specialized at long range. Ino was a pretty standard genin kunoichi without her clan jutsu, and she didn't have the right support for the ones she knew. Tenten preferred long range, but as a member of Team Guy, it was likely she had a repertoire of close-range techniques and knowledge at her disposal. Naruto smirked as he patted a seal on the leg of his pants. He wasn't looking forward to the property damage, but he was positive that the sound nin would hate him for giving Tenten his last book of explosive tags. He frowned when he thought of the last member. Hinata was pretty tough when she had to be, but she was a close-range fighter and he was worried about her lack of confidence. Shrugging it off, he decided that he would have to just believe in the girl. He just hoped she didn't have one of those fainting fits. Everyone said she was fine and not sick, but Naruto was skeptical. The girl fainted all the time, how could she possibly be just fine, Reynard led Naruto into a small clearing and they found the girls waiting. Temari stepped forward and examined her husband. His clothing was a shredded wreck, and she could see traces of blood in some of the slashes. Reckless Baka, she mentally sighed. It disturbed her greatly that part of Naruto's fighting style was a willingness to take a hit if it gave him an opening to attack. So, who and why are you fighting Naruto? She asked with a frown. Naruto shrugged. I don't know, he admitted. There were 4 of them and they answered to Orochimaru. Temari's frown twisted with rage. 3 shinobi and a kunoichi? She asked. When Naruto nodded, Temari let off a stream of curses that rattled her friends. I was right, it's the sound 4. They're Orochimaru's personal bodyguards. They would have been there when Orochimaru killed my father. The other Leaf Kunoichi looked at her with sympathy, but Naruto cocked his head quizzically. Temari-chan, I thought you didn't like your father much? Temari dug her nails into her palm to keep from lashing out. Yes, she told Naruto that she hadn't liked her father much, and it wasn't his fault that he didn't understand why his death made her angry. No, I didn't, but he was still my father. Temari paused and tried to think of a way to explain it. Even if I didn't like him, he was still precious to me because he was family. Naruto nodded. Okay, I understand. So, how do we deal with our guests? A string of explosions rang out from the trees, causing Naruto to frown. They're headed this way, and my explosive clones didn't get that Sakan guy. Gazing around the clearing, Naruto felt a plan form. Alright, Temari-chan, you and Reynard should deal with the spider guy. He seems to rely on webs and arrows, so your wind attacks should deal with him, especially with Reynard adding fire to your attack. Ino, Hinata, Tenten, take the Kunoichi. I think she is the one controlling these 3 ogre things, but her attacks use a flute. Tossing Tenten a book of explosive tags, much to the bun-haired girl's delight, Naruto continued with his plan. I figure that since the 3 of you cover all ranges, you should be able to take her. Just watch out for those ogre things. Ano, Naruto-kun, Hinata said quietly. Will you be okay by yourself? Naruto flashed the girls a foxy grin. I'll be fine, Hinata-chan. I've almost had this guy, but his teammates kept getting in the way. Naruto jerked his head up as a nearby clone dispelled. They're close. Spread out and look for your targets. The Konoha shinobi fanned out through the clearing and waited for the sound ning. Naruto's battle plan was pretty good for the limited amount of time he had to set it up, but there were factors he hadn't counted on. One such thing was his wife's temper. When the sound ning reached the clearing, Tayuya laughed. Sakan, Kidamura, look, the shithead brought some whores. Seeing Temari's slightly protruding stomach, she pointed it out. Oh, check it out, what kind of kunoichi lets themselves get fat? Naruto froze when he felt an immense wave of killing intent sweep across the clearing. Looking over at his wife, he could have sworn her eyes were burning green pools of fire. Kami, note to self, never comment on Temari's pregnancy weight. Disregarding her assigned target, Temari swept her fan completely open while biting her thumb. Swiping the bloody digit across the top of the fan, she channeled an immense amount of wind and swung as hard as she could. Kuchios, Kurikiri mai! She yelled, summoning Kamatari to ride the wind and slash through everything in his way. Everyone on the battlefield stopped to watch the carnage as Temari clear-cut everything near Tayuya, throwing the sound kunoichi into the air. As the girl fell, Temari sent another wave of wind to juggle Tayuya in midair. Having bought a precious second of time, Temari once again swept her fan forward. Kamaitashi no jutsu! She called, surrounding Tayuya with a visible funnel of wind. Reynard! Temari barked. Give me fire! Reynard braced himself and thrust his muzzle forward. Kitsune bai! A thick stream of bluish fire shot from his mouth, the recoil pushing him back slightly. The foxfire mixed with Temari's wind funnel, and even Naruto on the other side of the clearing flinched away from the resulting heat. Mercifully, Tayuya's screams were short-lived as the inferno quickly consumed her body. Releasing her jutsu, Temari watched in satisfaction as Tayuya's charred skeleton dropped to the ground and shattered. Turning towards the remaining 2 sound nin, she shifted her open fan behind her and placed her free hand on her hip. Either of you have something to say about my weight? She snarled, looking smugly satisfied when the terrified shinobi shook their heads no. Seeing an opening, Naruto dashed forward at Sakan, drawing his kodachi from its storage seal. Aiming a slash at Sakan's undefended neck, Naruto cursed when the gray-haired shinobi once again grew an arm from his back that parried his blade with a kunai. The impact of the blade shook Sakan from his momentary trance, and he swiftly countered, spinning around with a multi-legged kick. Barely avoiding the attack, Naruto jumped back and began to circle, looking for an opening. "Kidamaru!" Sakan called. "Release your second state!" The unclean aura around Sakan intensified, and Naruto watched in horror as the Sound Nin transformed in front of him. The Sound Nin's pale skin darkened to a sickly brown as he grew fangs and horns. Yells from his friends told him that something similar was happening to the other one, but he refused to take his focus off his opponent. He needed to finish this one before he could go help the girls. Resealing his Kodachi, Naruto formed the seal for his favorite jutsu. "Kage Bunshin no Jutsu," he called, forming a small platoon of clones. While capable of creating clones without using hand seal, using the signs allowed him more control over the jutsu. Standing back, Naruto watched his clones surround the transformed Nin while he watched for weaknesses he could exploit. He gave a small grunt of surprise when another body almost identical to the first pulled itself from Sakan's back. "Clone? No, that's not a clone," he thought as the two began dispelling his clones with ease. "Wait, if they're separated, I should be able to hit him." Moving in with the next wave of clones, Naruto waited for an opportunity. The two Sound Nin were hitting every clone that came close, but they were dispelling the clones and looking for the next target. They wouldn't be expecting a dispelled clone to continue attacking. Seeing an opportunity, Naruto dashed at the back of one with a Rasengan spinning up in his hand. He felt a brief moment of contact before the figure in front of him dissolved into his arm. An intense flare of pain brought Naruto to his knees and he coughed and spit out blood. A horned head poked out of his shoulder and laughed at him. "You pathetic leaf trash!" it hissed as the other figure looked on with a sneer. "You're dead now, boy, and your little whores are next. I will destroy your body from the inside out." Naruto began to laugh painfully and both figures narrowed their eyes. "What's so funny, trash?" the Nin standing in front of him snarled. Forcing himself to his feet, Naruto smirked. "Hebe team didn't tell you much about me, did he?" Raising his hands in front of him for a ram's seal, Naruto dug deep for the Kyuubi's chakra. Who in their right mind would try to enter the body of a Jinchuriki? Channeling enough of Kyuubi's chakra to use his initial Jinchuriki state, Naruto smiled with grim satisfaction as the head on his shoulder began to scream in pain. Naruto was knocked off his feet when a mass launched itself from his shoulder and began to liquefy upon hitting the ground. "Yukon! No! What did you do to him?" Sakan screamed at Naruto as he watched his brother's body melt. Struggling upright again, Naruto's answer was cut off by an inhuman scream from the other fight. Glancing over, Naruto saw a berserk Ino surrounded by a chakra shroud pulling her fist from the remains of Kidamaru's chest. He cursed when he noticed the line thread of chakra connecting him with Ino and hastily stopped drawing Kyuubi's power when Ino turned on the other kunoichi. The connection cut, Ino dropped like a rock and Naruto turned back to his opponent just in time to catch a punch in the face that knocked him back against a nearby tree. Before he could react, Sakan slammed into him and began rapidly striking him with wild punches and kicks, screaming about his brother. Unwilling to draw on the Kyuubi's power due to Ino's earlier reaction, Naruto had no choice but to weather the attacks until Sakan made the mistake of drawing his arm back too far for one of his punches. Reacting as the fist hurtled towards him, Naruto slid to the side, grabbing Sakan's wrist with his left hand and twisting it to throw Sakan off balance. Forming a Rasengan in his other hand, Naruto drove the humming ball of chakra clean through the Sound Nin's head, resulting in a spray of blood as Sakan's skull exploded. Dropping his hold, Naruto let the body fall limply and staggered over to where the girls were crowded around two forms on the ground. Getting closer, Naruto noticed that Hinata was using medical jutsu on Ino's prone form and Temari was trying to heal a twitching Reynard. Did Kyuubi's chakra do this to both of them? He wondered, seeing similar burns on both of his friends. He was unable to continue his line of thought when the stress on his body caught up and he dropped to the ground. His struggle against unconsciousness ended with the sight of a worried Temari extending glowing green hands towards him. In the forest, a golden pair of eyes watched as Tsunade and an ANBU squad arrived and took charge of the situation. "Kukukukuku, most interesting Naruto-kun," the form said, melding into the ground. "It was foolish of me to try to kill you, those genes of yours are something to be prized." A steady dripping woke Naruto, and he cursed when he realized he was in his mindscape. Pulling himself to his feet, he staggered towards the fox's cage, wondering why the Kyuubi had dragged him there. Approaching the bars, Naruto saw the Kyuubi grinning at him from within its cage. "Such a weak mortal you are, Nin-gen! All this power, and you still almost lost. Bah! Naruto retorted. Get stuffed, Fluffy. Those cursed seals of Orochimaru's are really bad news. Indeed, Kyuubi replied. They twist and multiply the hatred of those who carry them until it is the only thing the carrier feels. Matters not if it is sealed, all would fall prey to it. This includes the Uchiha boy, and the one he hates most now is you. You should kill him before he becomes more of a threat to you. Naruto leaned against the bars, letting them bear some of his weight. I'm not going to kill Sasuke just cause you say so, Fox, he said tiredly. I'm willing to believe you about the seals, though. When they used that advanced form, I could feel that hatred you mentioned, but Sasuke is still a citizen of Konoha. Kyuubi chuckled darkly. You'll regret your mercy, boy. Naruto sighed. Probably, he admitted. Doesn't mean I'm going to listen to you, though. Reminds me, what the hell did you do to Ino-chan? Kyuubi snorted. I did nothing, Ninjen. You, however, you drew on my power and allowed me to operate outside your body. Naruto slammed a fist into the bars. What the hell did you do, Fox? Kyuubi lifted his muzzle from where it rested on his paws with a snarl. Do not presume to speak to me like that, mortal. I tire of you, leave me. Cursing the fox, Naruto released himself from his mindscape. No point in trying to talk to the team when he's like that. Waking back to his body, Naruto noticed he was alone in his hospital room. Reaching up, he winced as he tore out the 4 and then slid soundlessly from the bed. Opening the bathroom door, Naruto was grateful to find some of his clothes and quickly got dressed. Sitting to pull his pants up hurt, so he figured he hadn't been down too long. Anything more than a day and the bruises would have already healed. Ghosting through the quiet corridors, he caught sight of Inoichi sleeping on a bench outside a room, so he poked his head in curiously. His somewhat cheerful mood from sneaking around the hospital came crashing down when he saw Ino swathed in bandages laying on the room's bed. Crossing to the sleeping girl, Naruto lay a quick kiss on her forehead because her hands were bandaged. I'm sorry, Ino-chan, he whispered as he turned and left the room. Making his way towards the exit, Naruto stopped when he heard raised voices coming from Tsunade's hospital office. No, you are not checking him out of the hospital tonight, Tsunade yelled at a visibly angry Temari. Tsunade-sama, Temari replied in a strained, polite voice. My husband was not injured in the fight, just exhausted. She carefully stressed the word husband. When he wakes, he should come home with me and rest there. He does not like hospitals, you know that. Knocking on the door, Naruto called attention to his presence. I appreciate you looking out for me, Ba-chan, but I'm fine. What happened to Ino-chan and Reynard? Both women looked at him and noted that he was already dressed. Tsunade sighed and opened her desk drawer, pulling out a small bundle of bills. Handing it over to a gleeful Temari, Tsunade rolled her eyes at Naruto. Gaki, you just cost me money. I wasn't expecting you to try to escape for at least another hour. Sitting behind her desk, Tsunade waved at Naruto to take a seat next to Temari. Ino is alright. She was sleeping last time I saw her. Reynard I handed over to Hana Inuzuka for treatment after we got you settled in here. I gave her orders to report if anything happens, so in this case, no news is good news. As for what happened to them, I'm not sure. From what the girls told me, when you used Kyuubi's power against your opponent, some sort of chakra thread linked you with Ino and Reynard and both went berserk. Tsunade eyed Naruto when he flinched. Got something to add? Naruto nodded unhappily. Fox team pulled me into my mind after the fight. He told me that I somehow allowed him to operate outside my body. I'm not sure if I believe that. I saw Ino-chan before I stopped using the fox's power, and she was surrounded by chakra, but it wasn't red. Tsunade said, considering the information. That actually makes sense given Ino's injuries. Her chakra coils were strained, much like what sometimes happens with new Medine that haven't gotten used to transferring power yet. Intriguing, but for now, don't draw on Kyuubi's power if Ino or Reynard are anywhere near you. Better add Inoichi to that list as well, Ba-chan, Naruto replied quietly. He's been in my head near the fox, even if not as close as Reynard and Ino were. Good point, Tsunade agreed. So, you ready to leave with Temari then? No, Naruto said crossly, folding his arms across his chest. Turning to Temari, he gave his wife a mild glare. I'm somewhat upset with Temari-chan at the moment, so I'm going to go cool down some before I go home. Temari felt shocked and hurt. Me? Why are you upset with me? Naruto drummed his fingers on his arm in irritation. You are always reminding me about watching my temper, Temari-chan, he replied flatly. You've told me that it is probably my single greatest weakness. Temari nodded uncertainly. She did tend to remind him of that, but why was he angry? We had a battle plan, Temari-chan, and when that kunoichi insulted you, a very basic insult, you flipped out and completely discarded the plan because you were angry. But it worked out right? Temari asked hesitantly. This time, sure, but if I have to watch my temper, so do you, Naruto said, pointing a finger at her. Standing, Naruto walked towards the door. I'm going to go check on Reynard and then I'll head home. I'll see you there, Temari-chan, he called over his shoulder as he stalked out. Temari looked at Tsunade. I guess he really is angry, she said quietly. Tsunade gave her a sympathetic gaze. I wouldn't worry about it too much. Naruto isn't one to really hold a grudge. I think most of that was fueled by him being upset over Ino and Reynard being hurt. Just give him some time to cool down, apologize, and this will be behind you. Temari gazed at the hands in her lap sadly. I hope so, Tsunade-sama. It seems wrong for him to be angry with me. Swanda gave Temari a knowing smirk. I'm sure. Now go home. Temari stood and bowed, then exited the room without saying anything, causing Tsunade to massage her temple wearily. Ah, the pitfalls of young love. Damn, I forgot to tell Naruto he was training with Kakashi this week. The look on his face would have been priceless. Naruto gently rubbed Reynard's ears and looked over at the Inuzuka vet hovering nearby. So he'll be okay, right? Hana nodded while skimming through her patient's notes. Yeah, he had some nasty burns and I was surprised to find such a developed chakra system, but he should be fine with some rest. Naruto carefully gave Reynard a hug, trying to avoid aggravating the fox's injuries. Hear that, you'll be fine. Reynard lifted his head slightly to glare. Yes, I told you that, Naruto-sama, now please let me rest. Naruto chuckled as he stood up and ruffled the fox's fur. Yeah? I got it, I'll leave you alone. Thank you? You can be very trying at times, Naruto-sama. Naruto raised an eyebrow at the comment. Really? Forgive me, Naruto-sama, the painkillers they gave me are quite nice. Naruto turned an amused glance on Hana. You got my minion stoned? Hana blushed slightly in embarrassment. Leaving the room, Naruto couldn't help but grin at Reynard's parting shot. I've told you before, Naruto-sama, I am not a minion, I am a vassal. There is a difference. Naruto chuckled. Yeah, keep telling yourself that. He laughed harder at the annoyed snarl from the room. For all the things Reynard pulled on him, some measure of payback was expected. He was surprised when just wandering around he found himself near his home. Groaning, he decided to go and get this over with. He shouldn't have snapped on Temari, but at the time he was just frustrated. Steeling himself, he entered the house and striped off his sandals. I'm back, he called. He paused, puzzled, when Temari came gliding down the stairs dressed in a formal kimono. Welcome home, husband. She greeted him with a deep bow. Straightening, she crossed the room and linked arms with Naruto. If it is to my husband's pleasure, I have prepared a light supper. Naruto was internally freaking out. What sort of twisted punishment game was this? Nah, Temari-chan, what the hell are you doing? He saw some fire in her eyes when he went off her prepared script. What does it look like, Baka? I'm apologizing for my actions. But… Wait, what? Naruto stammered out. Temari laughed at the clueless expression on his face. Tsunade was right, only she didn't have to apologize for Naruto to have forgiven her. He really was such a sweet man, not a grudge holder. In a way, his calling her out on her mistakes earlier excited her. She didn't want a doormat for a husband, and now she knew that he would oppose her if he felt it was important. Jerking the startled boy closer, Temari laid a scorching kiss on him. So, what should we have first? She said with a smirk. Dinner or dessert? Naruto glanced at the table, then back at his wife. Slowly a wide grin grew on his face. I think I'm in the mood for something sweet. Chapter 18, Crossing Swords. A tapping at the bedroom window woke Naruto from his very pleasant dreams. He tried to shift his pillow to cover his head. This didn't work out very well for the simple reason that he was currently using Temari's chest as his pillow, and she did not appreciate his actions. Naruto, she murmured sleepily. My breasts are not toys. Stop messing with them and go answer the window, or there will be consequences. Naruto paled and withdrew his hand hastily. Open-ended threats from Temari were never, ever good. He much preferred something simple like stop or I'll beat you into the ground with my fan. At least that was over quickly. Those open-ended threats lingered and he would spend all day just waiting for the hammer to drop. Scooting over to the edge of the bed, he stood and stretched with a yawn. Padding over to the window, he threw it open and gave his visitor an unamused glare. Kakashi-sensei? Why are you here? Ma, no need to get so snippy, Naruto. Kakashi said, not bothering to look up from his book. You missed our meeting for training, so I thought I'd come get you. Naruto gave Kakashi a blank stare. What training? He paused for a second and then could barely contain his glee. You mean you're actually gonna train me? Is it gonna be something cool? Naruto stopped and considered his old teacher. Oh, it's gonna be something lame like tree climbing, isn't it? Kakashi's sweat dropped behind his book. Ma, so interesting. Giving Naruto one of his infamous eye smiles, he cheerfully addressed his old student. I thought that you would be happy to learn more about Kushina-sama's Kenjutsu style when Jiraiya-sama asked me to teach you. I suppose I could always go tell Hokage-sama that you aren't interested. Turning to leave, he stopped when a hand latched onto his arm. Turning back, he was struck by the mix of suspicion and longing he saw in Naruto's eyes. Ah, he doesn't trust me about training, but I mentioned Kushina-sama. Alright, met me at our old training ground in half an hour. Are you going to actually be there on time, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto asked, his voice heavy with suspicion. As much as I need help with Ka-chan's Kenjutsu, I do have other things I need to do today. Kakashi gave Naruto another eye smile and vanished in a swirl of leaves, leaving a cursing Naruto standing in the window. His rant was cut off when a pillow slammed into his head. Too loud. Temari called as she snuggled back into the blankets. Some of us are trying to sleep. Rubbing the back of his neck with a sheepish grin, Naruto wandered over to stand by Temari's side of the bed. Reaching down, he stroked her hair gently and was amused when she pushed back against his hand. Heh, just like a big kitty, not that I'm going to actually say that, he mused with a grin. Leaning over, he wrapped his arms around her and rested his cheek against her head. I have to go train, he whispered. You have anything to keep you busy today? Temari nodded drowsily. She confirmed. Afternoon class with Tsunade-sama, then a checkup at the hospital. I should be done by then. You want me to come along for the checkup? Temari jerked her head, slamming it into Naruto's cheek on accident. Oh Kami, no, she said hurriedly. I accept no responsibility for taking you to the hospital, or any damage that may result from your presence there. Naruto held his cheek and pouted. You make it sound like I'm a walking disaster or something. Temari stared at her husband incredulously. You do remember what happened the last time you came to visit, don't you? Naruto's pout deepened. So was not my fault. Temari rolled her eyes and lay her head back on her pillow. So you keep saying, but I was there, Naruto. I don't know how you destroyed an entire lab, pretty sure I don't want to know actually, but I do know that it was you. Naruto crossed his arms and scowled. It was just a small fire jutsu, how was Dash? He was cut off when Temari stuck her fingers in her ears. I told you, I don't want to know. That way when Tsunade asks me next time how my baka husband destroyed part of her hospital, I can tell her I have no idea, and I won't be lying. Naruto snorted. You so mean. Leaning down again, he planted a kiss on the top of her head. I'll be back before you then. Maybe I can do something about all our recent unwelcome guests. Temari waved a hand lazily. Whatever. Go away. I'm sleepy. Chuckling to himself, Naruto got dressed for the day and wandered downstairs to get something to eat. Chewing on a piece of toast, he noticed a picture that caused all the problems still sitting on the table, and he flipped it over to read it in morbid curiosity. Reading the offer to buy Temari off, he narrowed his eyes and thought. The wording did not seem like something Koikihime would say. Seeing the note from Niji on the floor, he picked it up and compared the writing. And we have a winner, he thought sarcastically. White-eyed team pranked me. He actually pranked me. He muttered in disbelief. Oh, you will pay, Niji. Naruto began to cackle madly. Oh yes, you will pay. Arriving at his old training ground, Naruto leaned against a bridge and closed his eyes. Soaking in the atmosphere, he began to reminisce. Some of the best and worst times of his life happened here, and he supposed it was fitting that Kakashi chose this place for their training. Hearing a small pop, he opened his eyes to see Kakashi standing next to him. Place brings back memories, doesn't it, Kakashi-sensei? Naruto said quietly. Kakashi hummed non-committally. Naruto eyed the man quizzically. You know, I never did ask before. Why did you focus so much on Sasuke when we were Team 7? Kakashi grabbed the bridge railing hard enough for the wood to groan in protest as he stared into the swirling waters of the river. I suppose I saw a lot of myself in him, he finally said in a defeated tone. I saw the dark path he was headed on, and I thought he needed more from me to stop. Kakashi lifted his face and met Naruto's gaze. I also had orders to keep an eye on him. He was considered a flight risk. Naruto felt his temper flare. That's it, he said with a low tone. That's all it was? You don't teach us anything but tree walking, and that under threat from an A-class nuke. You abandoned Sakura-chan and me after the second part of the Chunin exams to train Sasuke, and that's all you have to say about it. Kakashi turned himself to fully face the irate boy. The Sandaime had a great deal of faith in you, Naruto, and believe or not, so did I. I didn't know that you already knew Ebisu, but he really is good at training basics, and he was supposed to drill you in those until Jiraiya-sama came to begin training you. Naruto held his hand up to stop Kakashi. Wait, Ero-sennin was supposed to be my trainer for the third stage? Slowly his face turned red with repressed rage. Do you have any idea what I had to do to convince him to train me? He roared. Kakashi watched in silence as Naruto began to mutter various plots for revenge on the Toad Sannin. Some were quite clever, and he shuddered when he heard some of the others. The only thing they all seemed to have in common was a great deal of pain. Maybe I shouldn't have told him that. Waiting for Naruto to wind down, Kakashi found himself being glared at by Naruto. You are a fantastic shinobi, Kakashi-sensei, Naruto said. You were, however, a really bad Jonin-sensei. Naruto turned and faced the Hokage monument. I don't think my father would have been happy with the way you handled things. Still, I'm not a genin anymore. Turning back to Kakashi, Naruto held his hand out. I promise I'll try not to hold the past against you, sensei, but you're gonna have to earn it. Kakashi considered the hand in front of him. There was much more to the story than he told Naruto, but he couldn't refuse the handshake without making the boy suspicious. Reaching forward, he shook Naruto's hand while simultaneously hoping that this wouldn't come back to bite him in the ass later. Well, now that we have that settled, how much of your mother's Kenjutsu style do you actually know? Kakashi asked. Naruto tapped his chin as he considered how to answer. I'm not sure, he said reluctantly. I've studied the scrolls she left, and it's been useful, but I didn't really have anything to compare it against. Kakashi said. Alright, I want you to draw your Kodachi and use the forms you know. Should let me know what we need to work on. Naruto nodded and drew his Kodachi from its place in the seal on his arm. Dropping into his mother's Kenjutsu stance, he began to dance the forms as smoothly as he could. Losing himself in the rhythm, he failed to notice the widening of Kakashi's eye in surprise. Kakashi was dumbfounded as he watched Naruto. There were many rough edges in the forms Naruto was using, but for having trained himself from a scroll, even counting in the bunshin Naruto was sure to have used, Naruto's swordsmanship was at a much higher level than Kakashi had thought. So, all I need to do is grind out the rough spots and teach him some of the more advanced kata, Kakashi thought to himself. Once that's taken care of, he can branch out and make this style his own. Finishing the forms he knew, Naruto waited while Kakashi collected his thoughts. That was very good, Naruto. Much better than I was expecting, to be honest. Naruto swelled up a bit at the praise but deflated with Kakashi's next sentence. Still, we have a lot of work to do if you want to master that style. Kakashi began running Naruto through the correct way to move and had him create clones to practice each individual movement before he began the next. Time flew by for the two as the field slowly filled with more and more copies of Naruto. Eventually reaching the end of the basics, Kakashi debated more advanced training. Gazing over the clones, he decided that Naruto was better served taking a day or two to polish his skill before building on it. He also had something he needed to talk to Naruto about. Motioning for Naruto to sit, Kakashi sat next to him. Naruto, I've noticed today that you seem a bit on edge. What's bugging you? Naruto sat and stared at his hands. He debated if he should talk to Kakashi about it given the past, but remembered his promise to try to put it behind him. Perhaps Kakashi could help him. He certainly wasn't finding answers on his own. Kakashi-sensei, how do you deal with killing? Kakashi sucked in a breath and carefully put his book away. In hindsight, the problem was completely obvious. Despite his background, Naruto was one of the most compassionate people Kakashi had ever met. Of course he was going to have issues with his first kills. Naruto, my sensei once told me that the meaning of shinobi is one that endures. I believe he got the phrase from Jiraiya-sama because I've heard him use it as well. I suppose the question is, how do you feel about killing? I hate it, Naruto said quietly, still staring at his hands. I suppose one of the reasons I hate it was that little moment of triumph I felt when I did it. It made me feel like a monster, like I was the fox. Do you think your father was a monster? Kakashi asked quietly and was answered by Naruto shaking his head no. He personally killed thousands of IWA Nin during the last war. If that didn't make him a monster, why would a few you didn't enjoy make you one? Naruto was surprised when Kakashi tossed an arm over his shoulder. I can see that you're still not convinced. So, what would have happened if you hadn't done what you did? Naruto shook his head when he considered that. If he hadn't killed those Snow and Sound Nin, some of his precious people would have died in their place. Seeing Naruto's expression change, Kakashi gave him an eye smile. Sensei also said something else. No matter what you do it for love. If you do, you can always find your way back to the light. You don't have to like killing, in fact I expect you never will. You just have to simply accept that it is part of our way of life. You may mourn, you may regret, but always remember what would happen if you didn't act. Naruto nodded woodenly. Perhaps Kakashi was right, his internal turmoil was certainly lessened after considering his words. Perhaps the reason Temari seemed so at ease after she killed that Sound Kunoichi is because she already accepted this. I certainly don't see her as a monster for it, maybe I am being too harsh with myself. Letting Naruto stew for a short time, Kakashi stood. Alright, I want you to dispel the clones and then run through the kata again. He held up a hand. Wait, I almost forgot, Guy wanted me to pass on a message. He said that the next time you have to give 10 explosive tags, you should remember to collect them after. Naruto raised an eyebrow. He said that? Kakashi I smiled. I might be paraphrasing. He was rather excited. Also looked a bit scorched. He chuckled when Naruto winced. Bracing himself, Naruto began dispelling each group of clones in order of creation. Seeing Kakashi watching him curiously, he explained. It hurts like hell if I just dispel them all at once. Seeing Kakashi nod his understand, Naruto continued until the final group. Standing, he once again drew his kodachi and lost himself in the dance. Kakashi watched with satisfaction as Naruto smoothly slid across the ground. The decision to focus on the basics was paying off very well. Tomorrow they could begin work on more advanced forms and then linking everything together. He felt a brief twinge of jealousy about Naruto's ability to train with clones, but it passed when he considered what Naruto had to deal with. Bunshin training versus dealing with Kyuubi, yeah, no. Finishing the forms and being dismissed by Kakashi with orders to report for more advanced training tomorrow, Naruto wandered back towards his house. Stopping for a moment to study the remains of the seal he'd first broken through when he'd inherited the estate, Naruto wandered into the garden lost in his thoughts. So, my father had the entire estate sealed off before I broke the seal. I don't want to seal everything off, but I wonder if it's possible to modify the existing array to ward off unwelcome guests. Would certainly be faster than doing it from scratch if it works, but only if I can change it. Assuming I can even modify one of Toussaint's seals. Lost in his thoughts, Naruto almost didn't see Sakura sitting quietly on a bench near the koi pond, staring into the water. Perhaps it was a lingering remnant of his old crush on her, but that particular shade of pink never failed to get his attention. Deciding he would have to stop and think about that at a later date, Naruto crossed to where Sakura was and sat next to her. "Nes Sakura-chan? What ya doing?" Sakura jerked in surprise, not having noticed Naruto's presence. Raising her fist to whack him over the head, she paused and stared at her fist. Slowly, she lowered her hand while Naruto watched in some confusion. "Gomen," she muttered, standing. "I didn't mean to bother you." Bowing, she turned to leave, but was stopped when Naruto grabbed her arm. "Sit," he commanded. Pulling her down onto the bench, Naruto studied her carefully. "What happened this time?" Sakura fidgeted nervously. "Well, I went out into the village today. I wondered if the past few weeks would have changed my parents' mind about things. I'm guessing the answer was no." Naruto asked dryly. Sakura shook her head. "Everywhere I went, the people were staring at me and whispering behind my back. It was horrible, I felt like a bug in a jar. Naruto sighed. Yeah, trust me, I get where you're coming from. My entire life they either ignored me or hated me, and now they tried to kiss my ass like that would make me happy. Naruto snorted. I'd almost rather go back to being ignored. The civilians are just so damn troublesome. The two shared a snicker at Naruto blatantly stealing Shikamaru's catchphrase. Placing a hand on her shoulder, Naruto gently squeezed. Things will work out, Sakura-chan. You just have to believe in yourself. I remember that Ino-chan said you were really good in the medical classes. Maybe you should go with Temari and train with Bachan? When Sakura whimpered a bit at the thought of dealing with the villagers on her way to the hospital, Naruto smiled reassuringly. Don't worry. If you're with Temari, nobody will dare say anything. Sakura smiled weakly. He had a point. Temari wasn't likely to stand for anything like the catcalls she'd faced earlier in the day. Will she help me though? Sakura asked. Naruto's grin spread. Yeah, she will. She's not nearly as dispassionate as she likes to make it seem. Naruto tapped his chin and hummed in thought. Still doesn't really like you though. Might want to do something about that, Sakura-chan. Laughing a bit at the look on Sakura's face, Naruto headed inside, noticing Scarlet sneaking up on Sakura from the corner of his eye. He almost wished he could stick around and watch Sakura short out when Scarlet got close enough, but he figured he needed to get started on researching the perimeter seals. Several hours later, Temari found Naruto glaring at a scroll sitting on the study desk. You seem displeased, she noted coolly. Naruto glanced up and nodded at Temari. Yeah, I just found out that I can't use two sand seals for security. When activated, they create a barrier like when we took Reynard into my head to visit the fox. The problem is that it encloses everything within the perimeter, and leaves no way in or out. For obvious reasons, that isn't going to work. Naruto ran a hand through his hair tiredly. I'm gonna have to design something from scratch, which is gonna suck. Temari nodded to show she was following along. What about implementing it? I thought that would be the real problem. Naruto smiled at her smugly. TSK, you're forgetting my bunch in Temari-chan. Implementing it won't be a problem. He turned back to the desk with a snarl. No, the problem is designing something flexible enough but with enough strength. Temari placed her hand on her hip. Well, you're done with it for today. It's time for super, and then you're going to pamper your wife. Pamper my wife? Naruto asked with some confusion. Ano, what does that mean exactly? Temari smirked. My legs and feet are sore and my body aches. Any idea whose fault that would be? Naruto nodded. Oh, if you wanted a foot rub and a massage, you should have just asked. He chided his wife. Temari just grinned. Nah, takes all the fun out of it for me. Waiting for him to link arms with her, she poked him in the side with her finger. We both know who wears the pants in this family. Naruto chuckled. Remind me, have I ever seen you wearing pants? Temari gently whacked the back of his head. It's an expression, baka husband. Naruto laughed and continued to bicker fondly with Temari as they went upstairs. Despite everything, today had been a good day. A dark-clothed figure rolled over the wall of the Higwa compound and hit the ground soundlessly. Darting into cover, the figure watched the patrolling guards carefully before slowly working his way across the grounds. He had several close calls, and he mentally thanked Kami. The Higwa never seemed to use their bloodline inside their own grounds unless training. Reaching his destination, he silently slid inside the manor and quickly padded to his destination. Sliding the door open, he confirmed his target was inside before he entered. Looking down at the sleeping Niji, Uzumaki Namikaze's Naruto had a truly evil smile plastered across his face. A loud scream sounded across the village the next morning, and Naruto smiled as he sipped his tea on the back balcony. Niji had pranked him, Naruto had pranked back. Honors were now even. Still, he mused. I wonder how long it took Niji to realize he had short blonde hair, whisker marks, and was wearing orange. Dismissing the thought from his mind, Naruto prepared for the day's training with a smile. The week passed quickly for Naruto, though he still hadn't quite gotten the formula right for the security seal. The training with Kakashi paid off very well. A freestyle spar with their blades at the end of the week had resulted in a stalemate. Admittedly, Kakashi hadn't been going full out, but he had admitted to being forced to use at least low Jonin speed to avoid Naruto's blade. Quite the achievement given that he had first picked up a blade only a few months beforehand. Cuddling with Temari, Naruto decided he might as well get the subject on his mind over and dealt with. Temari-chan, you still awake? He asked quietly. Temari rolled over to face him. What? She asked sleepily. How would you feel about adding Sakura to Clan Uzumaki? Naruto asked hurriedly. Temari's eyes snapped open, then narrowed. Naruto, we've discussed this and I believe you told me you didn't want to marry her. Naruto raised the arm Temari wasn't laying on defensively. I said that and I meant that. I'm not talking about marriage though. I'm talking about adopting her into Clan Uzumaki. Temari considered that while continuing to glare at her husband. Explain, she commanded curtly. I've had a clone tail Sakura-chan when she leaves the compound. Naruto admitted. The way the civilians are treating her reminds me a lot of when I was younger. Seems that since she was rejected by Uchiha-sama, the regular townsfolk see her as trash. Naruto paused while some unpleasant memories passed through his mind. I think it would do wonders for her if she could identify with being part of a clan again. Besides, the civilians would have to treat her better or risk offending me, and given how much they suck up to us when we go out. Naruto trailed off. Temari sighed and pulled Naruto's face close to hers. I will reluctantly admit that you have a point. If I say no, what would you do? She searched his face while she waited for his answer. I would do nothing, he told her with complete honesty. Sakura-chan is my friend, but you are my wife and co-head of the clan. If you do not accept her, I will not adopt her into the clan, but I will never stop helping her. Temari closed her eyes and considered his answer carefully. Very well, I will agree to this. I assume you found something in your mother's papers about this? Naruto nodded. Yes, the scroll is sitting on the desk in the study. It has the Uzumaki swirl on it. Since I'm back on mission rotation tomorrow, I assume Bachan will be sending me out. If you would like to read it over while I'm gone, you're more than welcome. Temari rolled over and then pushed herself back against him, getting comfortable. Fine, I'll look it over, but for now, let's just go to sleep, Kay? Naruto draped his free arm over Temari and gently stroked her protruding stomach. Sounds good. The next morning, Naruto stood in front of Tsunade, his eye twitching. Standing next to him, Shikamaru looked bored, but a faint undertone of irritation could be seen in his eyes. On his other side, Tenten was staring at Naruto with puppy eyes, trying to convince him to hand over more explosive tags. She tried some of the standard tags sold in her parents' shop, but after using Naruto's modified tags, they left her unsatisfied. She debated telling Naruto she would bear his children to get her hands on the formula for those tags, but in the end decided that angering Temari would be a bad thing. Seriously, Bachan? Naruto whined at Tsunade. You're sending the three of us out to find a ferret? Tsunade nodded as she read the mission scroll. Yes, we've been contacted by a clan. This is a valid mission. Bachan, this sucks. Naruto complained loudly, ignoring the twitch over Tsunade's eye. Naruto, she barked. If you want to make Jonin, this sort of behavior is unacceptable. Naruto snapped to attention. My apologies, Hokage-sama. We shall of course complete our orders to the best of our abilities, even if it is a complete waste of time. Gathering the assignment scroll, Naruto motioned for the squad to form up and led them out. As soon as the doors closed, he turned to face the team. Okay, this blows. Let's just get this done as fast as we can and then try to forget it ever happened. He was amused when both teammates nodded vigorously. Seems he wasn't the only one that thought this mission was a waste of time. Alright, let's get going. Chapter 19, Don't Punch. 3 battered and bandaged figures stood before Tsunade, bracing themselves when Tsunade slammed her palm against the desk. It was a simple C-rank mission. What the hell do you mean mission failed? She yelled incredulously. Naruto sighed when Shikamaru and Tenten both looked at him pleadingly. Unsealing a very large scroll, Naruto tossed it on Tsunade's desk with a thud. Wasn't a C-rank, Bachan, he said dryly. Suna classified their part in it as S-rank, and I would tend to agree. Tsunade steepled her fingers in front of her face and narrowed her eyes. Explain, she demanded. We weren't paid for anything other than retrieving a lost pet. Naruto exchanged looks with Shikamaru and Tenten again, then shrugged. Alright, I'm not even going to try to explain everything, that's what the report is for, he said, pointing at the scroll laying near Tsunade. I can hit the highlights, I guess. Shifting nervously under Tsunade's glare, he scratched his head as he thought about where he could start. Might as well start where our team came in, he half muttered. Raising his voice, he began to explain. So, we found the stupid two-brat dash. Ferret, Naruto. Tenten corrected him, only to get a glare. As I was saying, we had this stupid ferret, and then got attacked by some guy wearing this odd metal armor. So we were winning pretty easily against him and his backup squad when someone— he turned to glare at a nervously grinning Tenten— decided to blow me off a cliff. With my own explosive tags. I said I was sorry. Naruto continued to glare at her. And yet I don't find myself caring because you blew me off a cliff. Seeing Tsunade beginning to lose her cool, Shikamaru took over for Naruto. We got separated, Hokage-sama, and we started to search for Naruto, but we were interrupted by what we thought was an earthquake. Turns out it was some sort of giant moving metal fortress. Tsunade quirked an eyebrow. You can't be serious. Tenten spoke up. Completely, Tsunade-sama. We infiltrated it and overheard two women wearing that strange metal armor talking about something called the Jello Stone. Tenten's eyes turned bleak for her next statement. There were kids, Tsunade-sama. They stuffed them into these pod things and drained them to power their war machines. We couldn't save any of them, so we blew the entire fortress up. From what it sounds like so far, that seems like the logical decision, Tsunade said gravely. Looking at Naruto especially, she handed out some advice. You'll never be able to save everyone. Sometimes you must simply make the hard choice. So, how exactly did you blow it up since Nara here said it was a metal fortress? When Naruto and Shikamaru both turned and glared at her, Tenten shifted and tried to look innocent. Well, it's possible I may have possibly acquired some of Naruto's modified tags and used them. The boom was quite satisfying. Faced with the truly terrifying expression of bliss on Tenten's face, Naruto and Shikamaru edged closer together and further from the somewhat deranged girl. So anyway, Bachan, I woke up bandaged next to the guy we were fighting. Turns out we were found by the client looking for the ferret, and they patched us up. The clan traveled in this caravan, and the clan head Kahiko told me about how they used to have a country but it was destroyed. Then he tells me that the stupid tube brat is actually older than he is and that it had been around since the country was destroyed. Naruto paused at the look of skepticism on Tsunade's face. Yeah, that's what I thought, till I found out the stupid thing is immortal. I watched it get cut in half then regenerate, Bachan. After that, age was just a number. So anyway, the guy we fought, his name was Temujin, and he got a little aggressive with me about my strange power. At first, I didn't have a clue what he meant, but turns out he had no idea what chakra was. Shikamaru and Tenten both nodded before Tenten spoke up in support. It's true, Tsunade-sama, they'd never even heard of chakra. Those machines I mentioned earlier seemed to drain the kids of chakra, but it doesn't seem anyone actually understood how it worked. They could do stuff like our jutsu, but they used the stones for the power to do so. Naruto frowned at the interruption, even if he was sort of glad for the support. So, you want to tell this or can I continue? He asked Tenten, a tad sarcastic, getting a slight blush of embarrassment from the girl. Let's see, where was I? Oh yeah, got it. So, Temujin runs off and the stupid ferret decided to go with him. Kahiko told me that since the stupid thing wasn't there, the mission was still ongoing. I started to argue with him until I realized that having been unconscious, I never had him sign the mission scroll. Yes, Tsunade said with a slight grin at his embarrassment. Typically you would want to get the scroll signed straight away, but I suppose under the circumstances I can let that slide. Thanks, Bachan, Naruto said, rolling his eyes. Your support means the world to me. Tsunade chuckled and motioned for him to continue his report. I followed Temujin, and he led me to that metal structure Tenten and Shikamaru were talking about earlier. As far as I can figure out, when I was getting dragged inside to help form Utopia, Shikamaru and Tenten were infiltrating. So, I get dragged in by Temujin to meet his master, and he introduces me to this team named Hado. He kept telling me about his wish to spread peace, but I wasn't really buying it cause his attitude reminded me of a Hyuga with two sticks crammed up. Well, you get my point. He finished hurriedly when Tenten glared at him. Oops, forgot about her little crush on Niji. Wonder if he got that dye out of his hair yet. Focus! Tsunade hid her grin behind her hand. Yes, the image his comment created in her head was amusing, but she could tell that Naruto was getting bored and losing focus. Something to keep in mind with his training, I suppose, she mused. We've been focused on the physical, but if he wants to be Hokage, he's gonna have to learn to deal with boredom in a way other than letting his mind wander. Ahem, yes, I get your point, but I need you to focus, please. Naruto stiffened slightly as he caught the light rebuke, but relaxed again when he noticed that Tsunade wasn't angry, just warning him. So I tell the team that I'm not interested when there is an announcement that the ship sent to the Land of Wind was destroyed. I figured since Suna is our ally, I would go check it out. Naruto stopped and pulled a scroll with the Suna hourglass on it. Reminds me, this is for you, Bachan, and I know what it says and I'm really looking forward to it. Tsunade opened the scroll and skimmed the contents. I see. I can't promise you anything, Naruto. This will have to go to the council. Oh, come on, Bachan, Naruto whined. You're just trying to embarrass me like the whole Koyokiheim marriage proposal thing. I thought Temari-chan was going to murder me right there in the council room. Tenten perked up hearing Naruto's complaint. I thought the princess liked him more than she ever admitted, but she really sent a marriage proposal? Well, that would certainly explain why Temari looked so pissed. Caused me some really unpleasant flashbacks too. She surfaced from her thoughts and realized she missed some of what Naruto said. So Gaara crushed the one that turned into some sort of gorilla thing, and the other one grew bat wings and flew off. Don't look at me like that, Bachan, it's the truth. So, we gather up Temujin's noble sacrifices, poor kids, and then we took off in pursuit of the bat chick. Ugh! Tsunade groaned. Just get to the part where you failed the mission I sent you on. I'm going to have to read all this again anyway. Naruto shrugged. Alright, so we killed the bad guy and learned I can add stuff to my Rasengan. Then, the mine everything was in more or less blows up, not actually Tenten's fault this time. Everything is going fine, the invasion force is leaving. And the stupid two brats swims out to the ship headed back to wherever it is they came from. So, basically, we stop an invasion of the elemental nations, stop a madman from creating an army of super soldiers and fail our C-rank mission cause the damn rodent runs off. Tsunade stared blankly at the trio for a moment before she slowly reached down and pulled a desk drawer open. Lifting a sake jar, she took a pull straight from it before she reluctantly placed it back. Closing her eyes, she pinched the bridge of her nose, attempting to stave off what looked to be one hell of a headache. Naruto, she said quietly, can't you ever just do something simple? It was a C-rank for Kami's sake. Naruto shrugged. It's probably better that it is me. Some of the stuff I've run into on my 2 officially C-ranked missions would have probably killed most of the other Chunin. Tsunade grunted in agreement. The Gaki had a point even if she didn't really want to admit it. It was hard for her to remember sometimes that if every shinobi was a weapon for the village, Naruto was the trump card. It pained her to think like that. She didn't want to think of him being over his head on missions as a good thing, but he needed the field experience badly. Tenten, Shikamaru, you're dismissed. Naruto, stay. We have some things to discuss. As Shikamaru and Tenten left, Naruto walked over and sank into one of the chairs facing Tsunade's desk with a groan. Anything she felt the need to discuss before he even had time to go home after reporting in probably wasn't going to be something he was going to like. Tsunade studied the Naruto carefully over her steepled fingers before she began to speak. Naruto, while you were gone, I ran some tests on Ino after what happened in the forest during your fight with the Sound Nin. The good news is that Ino is already healed up and is doing well. The bad news is that as far as I can tell, this isn't just a one-time thing. Whatever the QB did to her while she was in your head is permanent. So what does that mean? Naruto asked in a subdued voice filled with guilt. As far as I know, anytime you channel the QB's chakra near Ino, part of it will overflow, for lack of a better description, and channel into Ino. I suspect the same thing happens with Reynard, but you'd have to ask the Inuzuka vets about that. The chakra that streams into Ino doesn't seem to physically harm her like it does you, but her chakra coils won't handle another hit like that. I'll give it to you straight, if you draw on the QB's chakra near Ino, it will end her career as a kunoichi. Naruto sat back in his chair with a dismayed expression as he digested the information. Bachan, I hate using QB's power. It feels like a crutch, but being realistic, I am the village Jinchuriki. There are times I may have to use it, so how do we protect Ino? I'm not sure. Tsunade admitted tiredly. Given the nature of the problem, I'll probably have to recall the pervert to find a solution. I'm nowhere near Erosenin's skill with Fuinjutsu, but I do have my mother and father's notes. I can start looking into it. Tsunade gave Naruto a level look. I agree, it won't hurt to have you do some basic research into a possible seal, but I do not want you attempting anything without Jiraiya. Naruto nodded as he stood. Gotcha, Bachan. Trust me, I don't think I'm good enough to do this without him thoroughly checking my work. Tsunade grinned. That's good, Gaki. You're getting stronger very quickly. I don't want you getting a swelled head. Naruto stared blankly at Tsunade. Bachan, have you met my wife? I'm pretty certain that if I get that swelled head, she will be more than happy to pound it out of me. Tsunade began to chuckle and it quickly turned to outright laughter. She doesn't look like your mother, but sometimes she reminds me of Kushina quite a bit. Wiping a tear from her eye, she gave Naruto a pure smile. When I first found out about the marriage, I was really worried, Naruto. It's true I used it to your advantage and got you your inheritance, but deep down I was worried that I was condemning you to being unhappy. Naruto gave her an odd look. Ma, I never had any worries. Tsunade stared at Naruto incredulously, then began howling with laughter. Oh really? She choked out. What about, and I quote here, she's crazy. Naruto flushed and turned his face to the side. Don't know what you're talking about, Bachan. He muttered. Tsunade managed to restore herself to a semblance of calm and shooed him towards the door. Alright, I'm done with you for now, Gaki. I'm sure you're wanting to get home, but don't forget that tonight is the weekly council meeting. Crap. Naruto muttered under his breath as he left the office. Maybe I should have listened to Shikamaru about stopping over and getting back tomorrow. Naruto felt a shiver travel down his spine as he approached his front door. For some reason, he wasn't quite as glad to be back as he'd just been. Reaching for the doorknob, he nearly screeched when Reynard spoke up from right behind him. Welcome home, Naruto-sama. The fox said, his body language screaming his amusement. Kami, Reynard? Naruto half yelled. How the hell do you keep doing that? Satisfaction joined amusement in Reynard's body language as he replied. Do what, Naruto-sama? I was merely welcoming you home. Muttering under his breath about smart-ass Kitsune, Naruto knelt and ruffled Reynard's fur. How you feeling, buddy? Reynard cocked his head curiously, then realized what he was being asked. You refer to when I channeled Kyubi-sama's chakra. I have fully recovered, though it was not pleasant. Naruto ran his hands along Reynard's fur, checking for burned scars. Finding barely a trace, he smiled at Reynard happily. Looks like the Inuzuka did good work. I can barely feel the scars. Aye, Reynard replied. Hana-san was very thorough with her healing jutsu. I found her to be admirable, for a human that likes dogs. Speaking of, did any of the kits or younger Kitsune bond with any Inuzuka while I was away? Reynard nodded. One of the kits was bonded to a young Inuzuka female. I must admit I was surprised to see Haru chosen. She is one of the kits that has been unable to perform Kitsune jutsu even if she can control her chakra. Naruto frowned. You're right, that is kinda strange. Maybe the Inuzuka will train her to use their Nikin jutsu instead. Naruto glanced up at the door, then back to Reynard. I have to get going, but are you up for a visit to your doctor tomorrow? Reynard quirked an ear. Naruto-sama, I am fully healed. There is no reason. The fox paused. Right, you want to see how Haru is doing without looking like you mistrust the Inuzuka. Your human interactions are somewhat mystifying, Naruto-sama. Naruto gave Reynard one last ear scratch and stood up, dusting his knees off. Tomorrow morning, Reynard. Reynard inclined his head fractionally. Very well, Naruto-sama. I shall be here. I have a word of warning. Temari-sama has been irritable since you left. You would be wise to use caution. So that's what that feeling of doom was. Naruto waved over his shoulder to show he'd heard. I suppose I should stop stalling then. See ya in the morning? Opening the door, he saw Temari and Sakura sitting at the kitchen table sipping tea while they glared at him. Resisting his instincts screaming at him to run away, he slipped his sandals off and placed them in the shoe holder near the door. Having bought all the time he was going to get, he confidently strolled into the kitchen. I'm home, Temari-chan, he said, giving his wife a beaming smile. His smile faltered a bit when she merely lifted an eyebrow at him and continued to sip her tea. Crap. She's pissed about something, but I haven't done anything this time. I said goodbye. I sent a couple of messages while I was gone. What the hell is she so pissed about? Turning to Sakura, he completely lost his smile when he saw the familiar fire smoldering at the back of her eyes. Sakura-chan is pissed too? This makes no sense. Crossing his arms defensively, Naruto frowned at the two girls. Alright, as far as I know, I haven't done anything wrong, so if I've done something that pissed the two of you off, let's hear it. Temari placed her teacup back in its saucer with a gentle clink and gave Naruto a thin smile. When we discussed possibly adopting Pinky over there the night before you left, you failed to mention that you hadn't discussed it with her. Imagine my surprise when, after looking over the adoption process in your mother's books, I asked Sakura her opinion only for her to be completely surprised. Naruto sighed and moved behind Temari to massage her shoulders. It was perhaps a somewhat unfair advantage, but he'd learned that Temari had a hard time maintaining her anger when his fingers worked their magic on her tense muscles. "I'm sorry, Temari-chan," he said softly. "I had planned on talking it over with you more before I asked her. I wasn't expecting you to approach her on your own." Temari groaned as his hands turned her brain to mush. "I've felt somewhat worthless lately, being constrained from doing most physical activity," she admitted quietly. "I wanted to do something to show that I was taking my responsibilities seriously." Naruto chuckled and kissed the crown of her head softly. "You don't have to worry about that, Temari-chan. I could never imagine you being worthless." Continuing his massage, he lightly nuzzled her hair. "Forgive me?" Reaching up, she lay her hand on his cheek and lightly patted it. "You've learned too many ways to manage my temper, husband. Yes, you're forgiven, but now you're going to have to deal with Pinky, and don't think I'll let you use this technique on her." Sakura looked on the scene with a deep jealousy. Living in the same house, she'd become accustomed to Temari, and she'd surprise herself by actually starting to like the other girl. Temari was blunt and straightforward in her dealings, but it was at least a refreshing change from the backstabbing gossip in the village. Watching Naruto pamper Temari and listening to their conversation, Sakura began feeling extremely bitter, and she wasn't exactly sure why. She thought a lot of it had to do with Temari not getting to choose her husband and doing well with it, while the opposite was true for her. Hearing the comment about not getting massaged irritated Sakura even more. It wasn't like she'd wanted one, even if it did look like Temari was blissing out. It wasn't like Naruto was even interested. Suddenly Sakura knew what was causing most of the rest of her unease. "He was always chasing me," she thought sadly. "Even when no one wanted anything to do with me, he was there asking me on a date. I said I hated it and hit him, but I really wanted the attention." Watching Naruto finish up with Temari's shoulder massage with another affectionate kiss to the top of her head caused her temper to flare over the boiling point. "Shinaro! Don't ignore me, I'm sitting right here." Completely unaware of Sakura's train of thought, Naruto wandered over to face her with an easy grin. "So, what do you think, Sakura-chan? You want to join Clan Uzumaki?" Sakura pointed her finger at his face and spoke with a voice edged with acid. "You told me that in the end. All that mattered is how I felt about myself. I thought it was good advice, and then Temari tells me that you had a shadow clone follow me through town and decided you'd offer me a place in the clan so that they would treat me better." Naruto opened his mouth to defend himself when Sakura began yelling. "I do not need your pity, Naruto." Seeing the dumbstruck expression on Naruto's face, Sakura made the mistake of slipping into old habits. Cocking her fist back, she struck out to punch Naruto and was given no time to react when he twisted to the side and grabbed her wrist. Reacting on instinct and his recent training, Naruto spun to the side as he grabbed Sakura's wrist. Continuing to move with his momentum, he slid around behind her back and pinned the arm up as he palmed a kunai and slammed her face down into the table. He let out a small sigh of relief when he managed to adjust his trained attack with the kunai to slam into the table rather than the back of Sakura's head. Pressing her arm further up her back to make sure he had her attention, he glared at his former crush. "What the hell was that?" he growled. "You're a guest in my home, Sakura, and you take a chakra-enhanced swing at me for no good reason?" Sakura stared at the kunai quivering in the table with absolute shock. She'd barely seen him move, and Naruto of all people had almost killed her. She was understandably proud of her medical training. Even after missing almost a month of classes, she had clawed her way back to the top of the class. The kunai that almost bisected her head reminded her that for all the time she'd spent studying to heal, Naruto had spent that same time and more learning to kill. It was a very sobering realization. "I'm sorry," she gasped. "I was so angry about everything I just acted." Naruto released her and pointed to the chair she'd been sitting in. "Sit," he commanded. Rubbing her wrist, Sakura sat, not missing the amused glance Temari was sending her. Naruto stood, hands on his hips, as he glared at Sakura. "All right, time to clear the air here. Yes, part of the reason I wanted to invite you to join Clan Uzumaki was as a jab straight in the eye for the civilians in the village." Leaning forward till he was right in her face, he lowered his voice. "Do you think I'm so shallow that I would allow someone in my clan for only such a reason?" Seeing that he had her undivided attention, Naruto pulled the closest chair and sat down facing Sakura. "I have a problem, Sakura-chan," he said pleasantly. "At the moment, there are only 2 members of Clan Uzumaki. There is me, of course, and then Temari as well. While it's true that the Uzumaki Vitality bloodline is dominant, do you have any idea how long it would take to rebuild the clan with just us? Sakura shook her head shakily. She never considered the problem from that angle, and she was surprised to hear it from Naruto. Why me? Sakura asked, bracing herself for the possible resurfacing of his temper. To her surprise, Naruto clapped his hands together and smiled. Good, you're thinking now. With the Uzumaki bloodline being a passive dominant, the clan would frequently find promising shinobi and have them marry into the clan. In addition to the extra stability for shinobi families, the polygamy policy was also to produce enough children that there would always be an available Uzumaki if a talented shinobi was found and willing to join the clan. Sending an amused glance at Temari, Naruto turned back to Sakura. Since marriage is out in this case for several reasons, there was another practice. The clan would sometimes simply adopt a promising shinobi, or in this case kunoichi, with the understanding that their children would marry into the clan. Sakura sat still as she processed all the information Naruto had just hit her with. I have 2 questions, she said slowly. First, what do you mean by passive dominant? And second, why me? Naruto scratched his head in thought. Well, for the first part, from what I read in my mother's scrolls, the Uzumaki don't have what most would consider to be a Keki Genkai at all. No mixed elemental attacks or funky eyes. What we do have is increased strength, chakra and health. Every blood member of the clan gets this to some degree or another, but it's pretty random. So, it's both passive and not having some sort of active effect but also dominant because all clan members get it. I suspect that probably makes more sense for you than it does for me cause of your medical training. Standing, he began to pace. As for why you should really have some more confidence, Sakura-chan. You're very smart and have an instinctual control over your chakra that's pretty amazing. Even back in the academy you tended to enhance your punches with chakra. He gave her a whimsical smile. You've flattened me to the ground on more than one occasion, Sakura-chan. Got any idea how difficult that actually is? Temari spoke up from where she was watching the conversation with interest. Much as I hate to admit it, he has a point, Pinky. Your abilities would make a useful addition to the clan, but he also has another reason for the offer. Ignoring the glare Naruto shot her, Temari smiled triumphantly. You may be thinking he still has that crush on you. I'm inclined to agree that at least part of that remains. He is such a stubborn boy, but mostly he views you as something like a sister. For all of the rationale he came up with, it boils down to, he sees you as family and is willing to make it official. Naruto flushed and turned away from the girls in embarrassment. Damn it, Temari, it was hard enough to think of logical reasons. Did you have to just bluntly tell Sakura-chan that? Sakura stared wide-eyed between Naruto and Temari. She was suffering from an information overload and didn't realize she was crying until she felt the tears slide along her cheeks. For the first time in a very long time, her tears weren't driven by pain or sadness. The fact that after everything that had ever happened between them, Naruto of all people was willing to welcome her to his family because he wanted to was very warming. As much as she wanted to immediately accept, there were things she didn't know and reality came crashing in as it always does. Wiping her tears away, she spoke up. While I appreciate the offer, I would like to look over some of the scrolls about Uzumaki clan practices before I give you an answer. Naruto turned back to face Sakura with a teasing grin. That's fine, Sakura-chan. You wouldn't be you if you didn't want to get as much information as you could before making a decision. Creating a clone and sending it off to get the requested material. He walked back to Temari and placed a hand on her shoulder. I want you to think this over carefully before you give us your answer. The clone returned with a small pile of scrolls and Naruto motioned it to place them in front of Sakura. While you're busy with that, Temari-chan and I need to get ready for a council meeting. Leaning down, he whispered to Temari. I ran into your brothers on this last mission and there is some news you should hear before we go. Glancing up, Temari was somewhat alarmed by the amusement dancing in her husband's eyes. It obviously wasn't something bad, but Naruto had a strange sense of humor sometimes, and whatever this was, it amused the hell out of him. With a mental shrug, she stood and linked arms with him as they headed upstairs. Only one way to find out, I guess. Entering the council chambers, Temari let Naruto lead her to her seat in something of a daze. Gaara was going to be the next Kazekage? It was like something from a fever dream, but Naruto had assured her he was being completely serious. At first the news had failed to really register, and it was only Naruto's obvious pride in his friend that convinced her that he wasn't playing a joke. Then the further implications hit home. Fantastic, I just moved from a kaima to an arikai on the shogi board. 1. See Dragon's footnote for explanation. Sitting, she noticed Naruto was studying her with a worried expression. I'm fine, Naruto, it's just a lot to take in. Naruto nodded and took his seat as Tsunade called the council to order. Reaching over, he took Temari's hand and gently squeezed. Yeah, I was sorta shocked when he told me, but I'm proud of him. He really turned things around for himself. Temari's smile was a tad bitter when she whispered back. Yeah, it's a good thing, but I can't help feeling I should have been there helping him out. I'm not saying he wouldn't have appreciated having you there, Naruto replied. I will say that there isn't much you could have done to help him. This was his path to make for himself, and he did it well. Temari nodded, and the two fell silent as the council ground its way through the usual boring procedures. She could accept that he was right intellectually, but she still felt she'd let her little brother down, and it bothered her. Finally, we have 2 additional items on today's agenda, Tsunade announced. First, in approximately a week or so, we will be receiving Kuratsuchi from IWA. Naruto, you weren't here when Iwa's response came, but they agreed to a long-term engagement for her to the Uchiha clan. Naruto blinked at the news, then looked confused. Bah. I mean Hokage-sama. I thought they wanted a marriage, but you just said long-term engagement. What's the difference? Tsunade drummed her fingers on her desk as she thought about an appropriate response. She had her suspicions, but airing them in an open council meeting like this would be unwise. Well, unlike with you and Temari, where the marriage happened very quickly, IWA has taken a bit of a different approach. She will be engaged to Sasuke for an indefinite period of time to determine if they are compatible as spouses. She turned a glare on Sasuke to show her displeasure. I suspect it's probably a response to recent actions taken by the Uchiha clan. Naruto nodded to show he understood. Thank you, I understand, Hokage-sama. I don't have any other questions. Good. Moving on to the next item. Sunagakure has chosen a new Kazekage, and it is a very favorable choice from our standpoint. She threw a quick smile at Naruto. They have chosen Gaara, and he has requested his sister and brother-in-law's presence at his coronation in 2 weeks. Danzo raised his hand for attention and spoke up. Forgive me, Hokage-sama, but is it wise for Temari-san to be traveling to Suna in her condition? She is carrying the Uzumaki Namake's heirs. It seems unwise to place them in danger. Naruto leaned towards Temari. Heirs? He asked, confused. Temari shook her head. I'll tell you later, but I want to know how he knew that. Naruto rolled his eyes. I did tell you he was dangerous. Didn't you read my father's journal? Temari felt her cheeks color slightly from embarrassment. I didn't get around to it. Things have been busy. Naruto shook his head again with a sigh. Yeah, but you should really set some time aside to read it. It's informative. Turning back to the ongoing conversation, Naruto noticed the council was fairly evenly split between people wanting to keep Temari in the village for various reasons, and those that wanted to let her go. Listening to the byplay, he felt a plan forming that might somewhat satisfy both sides. Standing, he motioned to Tsunade that he wished to speak. There have been good arguments both sides, but I have a compromise that I believe will work. It would be unwise to deny Gaara his request to have his sister present when he becomes Kazekage, but there is some truth to the fact that it might be dangerous for Temari to go. I believe that is substantially what we've said. Sasuke spoke up. Get to the point, Dobe. Naruto glowered at Sasuke before he schooled his face back into a small grin. Don't worry, team. He shot back. I'm getting there. What I propose is an escort for Temari and me that would also show Konoha's support of Gaara. Danzo regarded Naruto thoughtfully. An escort is a good idea, he admitted. I have several men I've trained for personal security that could do it. Naruto forced his grin to remain. Yes, I'm sure you do, Danzo-san, but it wouldn't show Sunagakure respect like the team I would like to request. Tsunade spoke next. What team, Naruto? Team 8. We'd be sending 2 council members, myself and Asuma-sensei, as well as 3 clan heirs. It would be both a show of force and a sign of respect. Danzo traded glances with the other 2 elders and spoke for the group. The elders would agree with this plan with the minor addition of an ANBU escort squad. Naruto considered Danzo's words. Obviously, the ANBU squad would have one of his root agents, but his request was reasonable. If he wanted the council to accept the compromise, he'd have to accept. It would certainly be reasonable to have a larger escort for such a group. I have no objections to your proposal. Provided your agent doesn't do something I don't like, Naruto finished his sentence in his head. Seeing the room in agreement, Tsunade called the room to attention again. Seeing that we have an agreement, I'll assemble a squad for the protective detail. I'll let you rest for a few days, Naruto, given that you just got back. Expect to be summoned in a few days to finalize details for the trip. Getting an irreverent thumbs up from Naruto, Tsunade resisted the urge to roll her eyes. Very well, council dismissed. Walking out the door, Naruto was forced to ask Temari the question burning in his brain. So heirs? Temari rolled her eyes at Naruto's one-track mind. Yes, my last checkup confirmed that I'm carrying twins. A boy and a girl. She was forced to stop when his arm stiffened, and she looked over to see Naruto frozen with a ridiculous grin on his face. Congratulations, fangirl. Ino commented from behind Temari where she was standing with her team. I think you broke him. Temari shook her head sadly. It's a shame, I was thinking about going out for ramen but I guess we can now. She paused waiting for him to respond, then noticed he hadn't even twitched. Wow. Choji said, munching on some chips. I didn't think anything could distract him from ramen. What did you tell him? I just told him Tsunade confirmed that we're having twins. A boy and a girl dash. She was cut off when Ino glomped her with a loud cheer. That's awesome. Can I help you? Oh, we so need to go shopping, there are the cutest little baby clothes. Temari stuffed her hand in Ino's face and pried the other blonde off. Damn it, flower girl, get off. Fine, after the trip to Suna, we can go shopping but you'd better not go all nuts on me. Ino stood there fairly quivering in excitement, her joy of shopping flashing in her eyes, and Temari felt the urge to facepalm. Why are Konoha Shinobi and Kunoichi so strange? Naruto broke out of his trance and moved over to where Temari seemed to be cowering away from an excited Ino. Deciding it was some sort of girl thing, he ignored it to gently run his hand on Temari's stomach. Twins, he said dreamily with a wide smile. That's really awesome news, Temari-chan. I'm glad you approve. Temari said dryly. If you wouldn't mind, can we go before Flower Girl attacks me again? Oh, hey Ino-chan, good to see you. Temari-chan, why is Ino-chan looking at me like that? It's disturbing. Temari glanced at Ino. Oh, I promised to go shopping with her after our trip to Suna. I think she just figured out she can use your clones to carry stuff. At least that's the only reason I can think of her smile being that predatory. Naruto paled and grabbed Temari tightly while concentrating. Just as Ino opened her mouth, the two vanished in a golden flash. Mew, that was rude. Ino pouted. I just wanted to ask him to make a few clones to come along. Now I'm going to make him come too. Turning around, Ino grabbed her ponytail in frustration when she saw her teammates had disappeared. Muttering to herself under her breath, she stalked off to search for them and missed seeing Choji and Shikamaru peering around the corner of the Hokage Tower. Seeing Ino leave, Shikamaru slumped back against the building and stared at the clouds. How bothersome. Naruto took off and left us to deal with Ino. Why are blondes so troublesome? Choji opened his mouth to agree, when he was cut off by a sickeningly sweet voice from right next to him. Troublesome are we? Shikamaru turned his head in horror to see Ino standing next to Choji with a very troublesome look on her face. Ino, how did you get there? We saw you leave. Ino smiled evilly and formed a sign with her hands both boys were very familiar with. You forget. I was in Naruto's head and saw how he learned this. I didn't have the chakra for it before, but after the fight in the forest with the Sound Nin. Ino shrugged. I can't use it like he can, but it's still useful. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Shikamaru and Choji looked on with horror as Ino multiplied. 1 Ino was bad enough, 5 Inos was just plain terrifying. How troublesome. Chapter 20, Sand Dunes. Naruto quietly slid from the bed so as not to wake Temari and shambled over to the window. Resting his head against the windowsill, he ran through his mental checklist of things he needed to do. Watching the rays of the rising sun move across the grounds, he smiled. It was a peaceful start to a very busy day. Turning away from the window, his gaze crossed over Temari and his grin widened. Asleep with her hair down and clinging to the pillow he'd replaced himself with, she was simply adorable. Not that he was going to tell her that his survival instincts warned him that would be painful. Walking over, he sat on the edge of the bed and softly stroked her hair with a frown. He hoped the trip to Sunagakure wouldn't really piss her off, but with his luck, there were fan-related injuries in his future. His good mood returned as he got dressed. Temari had gone out and ordered him a new outfit, and he really liked it. She'd replaced his blue sandals with a black pair, and replaced the tiger striped pants with a burnt orange pair with wide black stripes running lengthwise on the outside of his legs. He had a white t-shirt with the Uzumaki swirl emblazoned on it, similar to one he'd worn when he was younger. Topping it off, he kept the black jacket with the 3 orange stripes. Glancing in the mirror, he had to smile. The outfit was really cool and Temari had picked it out for him. There had been a small argument over how much orange he was allowed, but she'd relented when he pointed out her obvious love of purple. He frowned as he thought it over. What was with blondes and purple anyway? Shrugging it off for later consideration, he headed downstairs where he almost ran into Sakura in the kitchen. Seeing her staring out the window with a sad smile, he shuffled over to see what had drawn her interest. Seeing several of the younger kitsune playing near the edge of the garden, Naruto was confused. The foxes were cute, especially when playing, so why would Sakura be sad? Taking a quick glance at his former crush, he noticed she wasn't really seeing the foxes, she just happened to be staring into space in their direction. Unwilling to get punched for disturbing her, he grabbed a small loaf of bread and headed outside while gnawing on it. He'd already done a lot to try and help Sakura, but he wasn't exactly a shrink. She was going to have to take some steps on her own if she wanted to recover. Stopping after he got outside, he chewed his bread thoughtfully as he scanned the area near him. He needed to take Reynard over to the Inuzuka's for the checkup, which meant the sneaky fox was probably waiting to ambush him. Creating a handful of clones to scout, he cautiously headed towards the front gate, eyes darting here and there. Reynard was a sly old fox. He could be anywhere. Reaching the gate without incident, Naruto dispelled his clones and looked around in confusion. Surely Reynard should have struck by now. He smiled when Scarlet came bounding up to dance around his legs. Leaning down, he petted the energetic little vixen as he kept an eye on his surroundings. He was quite aware that Reynard liked using Scarlet as a distraction. When nothing happened for a few minutes, he straightened up and began considering how to hunt Reynard down. Taking lessons from Inoichi was one thing, but copying Kakashi wasn't something Naruto was willing to tolerate. Scanning his surroundings again, he heard a small poof behind him and he cursed under his breath. "Good morning, Naruto-sama," Reynard called from directly behind Naruto. Muttering under his breath, Naruto slowly turned to see a highly amused Reynard standing in the small wisps of chakra smoke left from dispelling his scarlet henge. "Yeah, good morning, smartass fox," Naruto growled to hide his embarrassment. He'd been out-ninja'd by a fox. Again. "I wasn't aware you could do that." Reynard's body language switched from amused to something Naruto could only describe as smug. "Yes, according to the knowledge Kyubi-sama gave me, kitsune are supposed to be highly talented at shape-shifting. It is similar to the henju shinobi use, but it is a real transformation and not just an illusion." Naruto frowned as he walked out the gate considering Reynard's words. "I didn't know that," he finally said. "My henge is solid. I thought that is how it was supposed to work." Reynard eyed Naruto curiously. "No, I've seen shinobi use a henge," he responded. "Their jutsu is simply illusion." The fox walked silently for a few minutes. "If you do shift, it is probably because of Kyubi-sama's abilities," he finally said quietly. Naruto nodded in response. "It makes sense. I never really gave it any thought. It just seemed natural, but I really can't say I'm all that surprised. Gaara gets to play with sand, Han had those steam attacks, and I can actually turn into things. I so got robbed." The two walked quietly as they headed to the Inuzuka compound. Naruto was carefully watching the villagers as they passed by, somewhat concerned about how they would react to Reynard. Kitsune were not exactly very popular in Konoha, and despite everything, Naruto wasn't exactly trusted. He had support from the majority of the shinobi ranks, but the civilians only understood that he was both a clan head they needed to show respect to and the Jinchuriki of the demon who almost destroyed Konohagakure. Naruto almost preferred the harsh stares from his youth. Those had at least been honest, unlike the blows he received now. Seeing several small children run up and carefully pet Reynard, he amended his previous thoughts slightly. Some of the civilians were coming around, but the older generation he didn't think they ever would. Still, it was measurable progress that he could be proud of. Reaching the Inuzuka compound, Naruto followed Reynard to the small animal clinic but wasn't expecting to see the person behind the front desk. "Kiba? What are you doing here?" Naruto asked with some confusion. To the best of his knowledge, Kiba was brave, loyal, brash and not exactly prone to intellectual activities, so seeing him sitting there wearing a lab coat and doing paperwork was strange. "Oh, hey Naruto," Kiba responded distractedly. "What ya doing here?" "I tagged along for Reynard's final checkup." "The better question is, what are you doing here?" Naruto said with a bemused smile. Kiba stood up with a cocky grin and pulled a framed certificate off the wall and handed it to Naruto. "I'm the heir of the clan Naruto. Of course I have to learn to care for animals." Seeing the certificate stated Kiba was registered as an apprentice vet, Naruto cocked an eyebrow. "Makes sense. You'd want to be able to help Akamaru in the field if he got hurt." Akamaru yipped at Naruto from his place at the table and wagged his tail hopefully. With a grin, Naruto moved over to scratch his ears while he chatted with Kiba. "Still, I never would have taken you as the type to study, Kiba. Your grades at the academy were almost as bad as mine." Taking the certificate back and hanging it on the wall, Kiba growled. "That's 'cause the academy was boring. Blah blah, history this, pay attention that. Who the hell needs to know that crap? This though, learning to treat injured animals actually means something." Naruto frowned at Kiba while he continued to pet Akamaru. He couldn't say that he hadn't almost that exact same thought himself, but he'd also had it pounded out of his head. As a clan head, and especially if he became Hokage, the history and politics were necessary. Annoying, irritating and frustrating, but still necessary. "Kiba, I'm not gonna deny that you have a point, but you do intend on becoming the next Inuzuka clan head, right?" Kiba looked a bit startled at Naruto's serious tone. "Yeah, my sister doesn't want it, so when my mom retires it will be me." Naruto sighed. "I really hate to break this to you, but if you are to be the clan head, you will have to go back and study all that stuff and actually learn it." "What? Why?" Kiba whined. Deciding to take a different track, Naruto shifted the subject. "I've seen you at the council meetings with your mother," he said quietly. "Just between us, how much of the conversations in the council room did you fully understand?" Raising a hand to stop Kiba's response, he continued. "Not just the stuff on the surface, the underlying layers as well." Kiba's face scrunched up in confusion. "Huh? Underlying layers? It was just boring politics, right?" Naruto shook his head. "No, I used to think that way myself, but the council is full of ninja that have survived far past the usual age for a ninja. They talk in double and triple speak, and there is always something underneath the underneath. A really good example would be the last meeting where there was concern about Temari-chan traveling to Suna. Can you tell me why you think there was an issue with it?" Kiba frowned and thought. "Well, they didn't want her to because she's pregnant, right?" Naruto nodded, then shook his head. "That was the surface layer, and a rather pathetic cover, if you asked me. Temari-chan is barely showing. We'll have to move a bit slower, but there is no health issue. The second layer was a concern from some council members that Temari-chan would stay in Suna with our children, depriving Konoha of the Namake's heirs." "I didn't think of that," Kiba said quietly. "It doesn't seem like something that Temari would do, though." Naruto smiled at Kiba warmly. "No, it's not. While it's true kunoichi are trained to act and seduce far more than shinobi are, Temari is far too blunt for such a thing." He paused and considered his statement. "Not to say that she couldn't do it, but I think she's proved her commitment to Konoha. Additionally, Suna can't afford to piss Konoha off with something like this, not if they don't want IWA to smash them back into the desert." Kiba groaned and rubbed his head. "Ugh, this makes my head hurt. Why can't things be simpler?" Naruto chuckled. "'Cause we're shinobi. So, you want to hear about the other layers to the decision?" His grin widened when Kiba backed off with an expression of horror. No, that's fine. I think I'll just chew on this little lesson for a while, thanks." Kiba stopped to consider something. "I don't want to actually hear it, but how deep did that conversation go anyway?" Naruto's grin dropped off his face to be replaced with a light scowl. "I'm not sure myself," he admitted quietly. "I know there were at least another 3 layers to the conversation, but I decided to find an alternative path to victory. I can't actually keep up with the older council members, so I played a card they weren't expecting and it worked." "That seems like such a pain in the ass." Kiba whined. "Are you sure about this?" Naruto nodded solemnly. "Yeah, you can ask your mother about it if you want. She's actually probably the easiest of the other council members to talk to, cause she's pretty blunt, but she at least understands the way things work in there." "Thanks, man, I'm glad you pointed it out for me, but I think I might also hate you for it too." Naruto couldn't help but laugh. "Yeah," he said, trying to catch his breath. "I understand that exactly. I wanted to murder Erosenin when he first explained it to me. Getting up, Naruto was still snickering as he left the building and headed back out into the village headed for the Hokage Tower. Excuse me, Naruto-sama, Reynard said as he followed Naruto. I thought we were checking up on Haru? Naruto stopped dead hearing Reynard. Fuck. After a brief detour back to the Inuzuka compound, Naruto continued on his way to the Hokage Tower. After instructing Reynard to keep an eye on Haru, popping in through the window, he was amused to find Tsunade waiting on him along with an ANBU squad. Morning, Ba-chan, he called out cheerfully. Tsunade crossed her arms and glowered at Naruto. Gaki, you were supposed to be here 30 minutes ago. Why are you late? Naruto briefly considered pulling out one of Kakashi's excuses until he mentally slapped himself for the idea. Sorry, Ba-chan. I was help up over at the Inuzuka compound explaining the realities of being a clan head to Kiba. Tsunade eyed him suspiciously and he restrained himself from giving her his foxy grin. He'd come to the conclusion that no one actually found it innocent, and in reality considered him guilty of something when he used it. Heh, I can use that to mess with people, he thought, mentally rubbing his hands in glee. Deciding Naruto was being truthful, Tsunade motioned him to sit. I've finalized a protective detail and briefed them. You sure that you want to do this? Naruto nodded and sat back in his chair. I don't like it, but it does make sense. I just wish I could talk it over with Temari-chan, but I'm aware that I can't. He forced himself to give Tsunade a small bitter smile. She isn't going to like this at all, you know. Tsunade shook her head. No, she won't, but she is a kunoichi. For that matter, she was originally trained as a Suna kunoichi. It might take her a while to cool off, but she will understand. Naruto rolled his eyes. Not gonna save me from being beaten with her fan, Ba-chan. Tsunade smiled with a lot of teeth showing. Always a fun show. Moving on, I wanted you to meet the ANBU squad. Like I said, I briefed them, but the only other person in the know will be Asuma. Tsunade gestured and the squad moved into the light, causing Naruto to growl at Tsunade. Not a funny joke, Ba-chan. Turning back to the squad, he could only shake his head. The leader of the ANBU looked up from his book and Naruto could almost see the eye smile under the dog mask. Gravity-defying silver hair? Check. Tall, lanky build? Check. Most damning, little orange book of porn? Check. Kakashi-sensei, why the hell are you in ANBU gear? Kakashi removed his mask and gave Naruto a cheerful eye smile. Ma. No need for such language, Naruto. Any former ANBU agent can be recalled for duty by the Hokage for any reason she deems necessary. In this case, Hokage-sama decided that I was the best suited for protecting you. Motioning for his squad to join him, he introduced them to Naruto. This is Tenzo, he said, pointing at a cat mask. He has certain useful skills that you don't have clearance for. Ignoring Naruto's glower, he then waved at a purple-haired woman in another cat mask. This is Nico, she is a kenjutsu specialist and has some medical training. Naruto held up his hand to stop Kakashi for a moment. Skilled in kenjutsu, huh? Nico-chan, when we return from Suna, would you be willing to spar with me? I've trained with Ina-san here, but I'd really like an instructor that won't waste 2 to 3 hours of my time. Behind her mask, Yugao half smiled, the closest she'd come to actually smiling since Hayate's death. It might be interesting to spat with Kushina-sensei's son, especially if he had learned her kenjutsu style. Realizing Naruto was watching her, she realized she'd allowed her mind to wander. Briefly replaying the conversation in her head, she made a decision. Removing her mask, she reached out and ruffled Naruto's hair. My name is Yugao, and yes, I would like to spar with you. Your mother was the one that taught me the basics of my blade, and while I myself do not use her style, I'm excited to face it again. Naruto studied Yugao closely. For someone who stated they were excited to spar, she certainly didn't seem very happy. Seeing her eyes were slightly red and puffy, the look in them clicked. She'd lost someone in the invasion. Perhaps it was not a good idea for her to travel to Suna. I'm sorry to bring this up, but, he said quietly. Are you going to be alright for this mission? He didn't fail to notice her slight twitch at his words. I'm assuming you lost someone in the invasion, he said softly. I'm sorry for your loss, but if Bachan briefed you, you know this is going to be delicate. Tsunade spoke up from her place behind her desk. Naruto has a point, Nico, she said, stressing Yugao's ANBU codename. If you are emotionally compromised, there is no shame in turning down this mission. Yugao blinked at Tsunade in confusion. Inbi did not turn down missions, they simply followed the Hokage's commands. Bowing low, she let her hair cover her eyes. Apologies, Hokage-sama. I feel that I am capable of this mission, but Naruto is correct. My lover died even before the invasion. Straightening, she turned to Naruto. You met him, you know, she said sadly. Hate was the original proctor for the third stage of the exams. Naruto's mind raced as he tried to remember. So much had happened that he hadn't really noticed the proctors. Wait, the coughing guy? Yes, he said. I remember him, he had that cough. Yugao couldn't help it, she started to laugh bitterly. Everyone always remembers his cough but never him. He deserved more than to be cut down the way he was and only be remembered for his cough. Exchanging glances with Tsunade, Naruto stepped up to Yugao and placed a hand on her shoulder to pull her down to where he could speak in her ear. I understand that you are bitter. I understand that you most likely seek revenge. You state that you are not compromised and I will accept your word, but this mission is very important to both Konoha and me. This is your last chance to back out, so what is your choice? Yugao jerked her head up and stared at Naruto carefully. That tone and the look in his eyes, it was like he was channeling his father, compassionate and caring but underneath a complete and utter seriousness completely at odds with his reputation as a prankster. To the utter shock of everyone in the room including herself, she bowed to Naruto as deeply as she had to Tsunade. Yes, I understand, Namikaze-sama. I will fulfill my part of this mission as required. Naruto blinked and exchanged a quick confused glance with Tsunade. He'd been expecting some sort of reaction but not the one he just received. Good, he said, forcing a smile. Glad to have you with us then. Turning around, he dropped the smile and frowned heavily as he met Tsunade's eyes. Seeing her flick them to Kakashi, Naruto blanked his face and turned back to his old Jonin-sensei. All right, Kakashi-sensei. Who's the last member? The double-strength eye smile he received in response caused shivers down his spine. Motioning the last member forward, he smirked under his mask. This was going to be fun. May I present Hibi? She is a close-range fighter with a sizable knowledge of poisons. Naruto felt his stomach drop as the purple-haired woman in the Hibi mask stepped forward. He knew that hairstyle, he'd had nightmares about the woman who wore it. Lifting his hand, he pointed weakly. Why, you're the crazy snake lady, aren't you? Anko peeled off her mask with a cheerful grin. Well, it was cheerful for her. Most everyone else considered it to be rather intimidating. Yep, and you're the brat I thought wouldn't survive the forest. Producing a kunai from nowhere, she stepped towards him with a bloodthirsty grin. I wonder if you taste different now that you're a chunin? Anko, that's enough. Tsunade called out, rolling her eyes as Naruto hid behind her. Naruto, she's not going to eat you, stop hiding. Poking his head out, Naruto whimpered. She likes to drink my blood, Bachan. She's scary. He froze for a moment, then stepped out from behind Tsunade and walked over to face Anko. Anko-chan, he said calmly, as much as I love our little game of you terrifying me even more than the QB does, I have a request. Anko leaned forward and blew him a kiss. Oh, so forward, I like it. She made a gesture as if she was going to flaunt her assets but stopped when she remembered she was wearing her ANBU gear and not her usual mesh. Standing up straight, she pulled out a dango stick and chewed on the wood. All right, what's the request, Gaki? Well, it's less a request and more a demand, really, Naruto said, visibly restraining his temper. He turned a sugar-sweet smile on her. Anko-chan, if you would, please remove your snake from my pants. Anko's grin widened considerably. That's not usually the guy's line there, Gaki, she pointed out cheerfully. Still, I suppose I could help you out for a price. Naruto narrowed her eyes at her. I do not negotiate with dango terrorists. Anko shrugged. Suit yourself? Naruto sighed in defeat. It's not one of the poisonous ones again, is it? The answer was another wide grin from Anko. Damn it, I'll write one book and you get rid of this snake right now. Come on, how about two? Anko pouted. No. Fine, give me the book and I'll dispel the snake. Groaning, Naruto unsealed a book of explosive tags and handed them over. Anko made a quick gesture he didn't catch and he breathed a sigh of relief when he felt the snake in his pants disappear. One of these days, Anko-chan, I will get revenge. Anko just grinned at him and hummed a tune as she began playing with her new toys. Yeah, I'll believe it when it happens, Gaki. Naruto muttered under his breath as he turned back towards Tsunade only to see everyone in the room simply staring. Tsunade was the first to speak up. So I take it you know each other? Naruto rolled his eyes at the question. Well, yeah, Bachan. She terrified me for the second round of the Chunin exams and then was selected to proctor the matches where I finally became a Chunin. After that, she hunted me down, and I do mean hunted cause she's freaking insane. We got to know each other. The demon brat and the snake whore, of course we got along, though she usually just extorts explosive tags out of me. He turned his head and muttered, "Bitch," at Anko, to which she simply stuck her tongue out at him. Yeah, anyway, I usually send a few clones to work with her on her days off from TNI. I don't have the flexibility for Hebe style, but Sadist Sensei has motivated me into much higher reflexes. Tsunade smirked over her steepled fingers. Do I want to know? Naruto shuddered. Bachan, I didn't want to know. Chuckling, Tsunade motioned everyone closer to the desk. Alright, this is somewhat odd, but you all know the mission. Due to Gaara's request, Naruto will be in charge of the diplomatic aspects of the mission. If this goes well, it should greatly smooth relations between Suna and us, but I don't have to remind you of how bad it would be if you fail. No, we got it, Bachan. So, for the most part, you and BU members will be doing standard protective detail, but if things go south, your priority is Temari-chan and the clan heirs. If I give the command Sandstorm, you will link up with Asuma-sensei and get Temari-chan and teammate out. Looking up, he noticed all eyes on him in a serious manner. Hey, don't look at me like that, I'm just planning for the worst case. Turning back to Tsunade, he began planning in preparation with the occasional input from the ANBU members under his temporary command. After a lengthy planning session, Naruto headed back to the house tailed by Kakashi. Before the scarecrow could run off, Naruto had snagged him and asked for his help with some training. He'd halfway expected to be blown off, but Kakashi had just shrugged and told him to lead the way. Arriving at the gate to his compound, Naruto slowed to a walk and headed towards the training ground. Kakashi-sensei, aside from the planning, what do you think about this mission? Kakashi sort of half shrugged, not bothering to look up from his book. High risk, high reward. You'll find that in our work, that's how it usually goes, Naruto. Having second thoughts about this? Naruto shook his head. I never give up and I never go back on my word, you know that, Kakashi-sensei. I think I'm prepared for anything, but I'm still worried about Nico-chan. I've seen that look in her eyes a lot when we were Team 7 with Sasuke. Kakashi put his book away and gave Naruto an eye smile. That's true, but Nico is far more disciplined than Sasuke. Speaking of, Namikaze-sama? You aiming for another wife, Naruto? Kakashi faked wiping a tear from his eye. The little ones, they grow so fast. I have no idea what the hell happened there, Kakashi-sensei, Naruto said with a glare at the masked man. Honestly, it creeped me out even more than Anko-chan being, well, Anko-chan. Kakashi faked wiping another tear. Yes, they grow so fast. I can't wait to read about it in Jiraiya-sama's books. Naruto threw up his hands in frustration and stalked towards the training grounds, followed by a giggling Kakashi. There was no point actually talking to the man when he was in this sort of mood. Anything Naruto said would simply be deflected with something perverse, and he wanted to get some training in before the urge to stick a kunai in Kakashi grew unbearable. Reaching the training ground, Naruto unsealed a length of orange cloth, causing Kakashi to give him an odd look. Hey, orange is awesome, don't look at me like that, Kakashi-sensei. Folding the cloth down, Naruto explained his plan to Kakashi. So, all of my instructors tell me that until my body matures, I won't be able to do much to increase my physical skills. Kakashi interrupted with a comment. Well, yes, but there are things that don't require physical power that you can train. Naruto nodded. Yeah, I know. I figured out that Bachan was sending me out to get field experience, Kakashi-sensei. What I want to do here is work on my chakra sensing and blind fighting. Flipping the cloth up, Naruto wrapped it around his eyes as a blindfold. When I was fighting the Sound Thames, there were several times I almost got killed because I didn't sense them until they were already attacking. Creating some clones, he had them spread out. What I need from you, sensei, is to use your stealth and dispel the clones. I see, Kakashi said. So, you plan to use the memories from the clone dispelling to search for differences in the surroundings compared to the remaining clones? Yeah, between me and the remaining clones, we should start being able to track you fairly quickly, but please consider each clone a separate silent assassination target. Ruins the lesson if you just pop all the clones at once. Kakashi chuckled and disappeared into the trees surrounding the training ground. Naruto sat down in the middle of the training ground and had his clones form an irregular ring around him. Alright, gotta calm down and focus. Temari sat enjoying the breeze in the gazebo of her little oasis, letting the chatter of her friends and Sakura surround her as pleasant background noise. She had to admit that she was enjoying these weekly gatherings even if sometimes the other girls could really work her nerves. Today was the first time she'd allowed the group into her private desert garden, and with the exception of Ino who had helped create it, the kunoichi had been stunned at the thoughtfulness of Naruto's present. She realized the background chatter had stopped, and she opened her eyes to see the other kunoichi all staring at her curiously. "Sorry, I was just enjoying the breeze. Did I miss something?" Ino's eyes sparkled and she practically bounced in her chair. "I asked what it was like to be married." "So what's it like?" Temari bought some time for her answer by taking a sip of her tea as she considered the others at the table. The girls all seemed very interested, but Sakura also seemed somewhat sad. Temari opened her mouth to say something about that, maybe use it to shift the conversation, but stopped when a loud yell came from the training grounds. "Damn it, Kakashi-sensei! You promised you would never use that jutsu again!" Whatever Kakashi had to say went unheard by the girls, but it seemed to infuriate Naruto even more. "I don't care if it was just a clone. I remember everything that happens to them, so stop sticking your fingers up my ass." Temari smiled as the girls at the table all started laughing. "What's it like to be married?" "Well, it's certainly interesting, that's for sure." Seeing the annoyed looks the others shot her, she realized she wasn't going to be evading the question that way. "Fine." She sighed. "I don't really have an answer, not completely. I always knew that as the Kazekage's daughter that I was not going to be able to choose my husband," she said, looking off into the sky. Lowering her gaze, she began to fiddle with her nails as she continued in a quiet voice. "I never expected all this though. I never dreamed that someone could beat Gaara, let alone change him for the better, and I certainly didn't expect to be married off to the guy that did it." Ino frowned. She hadn't meant her question all that seriously. She'd just been trying to get Temari joined in the conversation. Looking around the table, she saw her feelings mirrored in the other kunoichi but refrained from saying anything as Temari continued. "It's not as bad as that made it sound though," Temari said with a small grin. "I spent the trip here from Suna convinced I was going to be married to Uchiha, and I was greatly relieved when I found out I wasn't. To be honest, I think Gaara probably would have killed anyone other than Naruto." Tenten spoke up for him where she was idly playing with some kunai. "It's strange really. I know most of the girls here were all hung up on Sasuke. Sorry Ino, Sakura. What I don't get is why all the foreign kunoichi I've met all seem to dread the idea of having married him." Temari considered her answer and shrugged. "When I first met him, I thought he was cute until I learned who he was. There were few tears shed in the other villages when the Uchiha clan was destroyed. The clan was feared, not just for the Sharingan, but it is widely believed that the clan was highly susceptible to insanity. Despite the strength the Sharingan provides, none of the other villages want anything to do with something that spawns Nukenin like Madara or Itachi Uchiha. I was very worried that given how desperate Suna was to regain an alliance with Konoha that the advisory committee would accept the risk of that madness." The girls around the table were all quiet as they considered Temari's words until Sakura spoke quietly. "I can believe it, but something doesn't make sense to me. My parents sort of directed me at him after I told them I had a crush on him. But thinking back, that formed when I wanted to fit and cause all the other girls seemed to like him. If what Temari says is true, why were so many girls interested in him here?" Ino shrugged. "I just thought he was cute and cool. It didn't hurt that he was really talented either, but what Temari said explains why my dad was always subtly suggesting I find a different guy." Hinata spoke up while tapping her fingers together nervously. "I never really liked him, but my father also suggested I keep my distance from Sasuke. It didn't really concern me cause I was always interested in a different boy." Her cheeks were a bit flushed at the end of her statement as the other girls all stared at her knowingly. "Wasn't interested," Tenten said with a shrug. "Like Hinata, I already had a different boy in my sights and I never understood why everyone thought Uchiha was so cool. It's not like Niji Nizan was much better." Hinata muttered under her breath, getting a laugh from the other girls around the table as Tenten blushed. The Uchiha were always relatively isolated from the rest of the village because they were the military police and the prison was so near their compound. It's easy for us to overlook their faults because we kept our distance, but the other countries would have been interested in our weaknesses and definitely would have noticed if the Uchiha were prone to insanity. Ino held up her hand for quiet. "As fascinating as I find this, and I do find it fascinating, I believe Temari was telling us about married life." Temari glowered at Ino and briefly tried to figure out how the other blonde had somehow become her best friend. "I thought Naruto was an idiot when I met him. she said with a sigh. I never would have picked him to be my husband, but then I would have been wrong. She smirked as she saw that she'd gotten the complete attention of the other kunoichi. Naruto is brave, loyal, and very sweet, even if there are times I want to beat him into the ground. She stopped and stroked her stomach with a small smile. I'm not sure I'm actually ready to be a mother, but I know Naruto will be a great father. I've seen him playing with Konohamaru and his friends, and he doesn't just play, he teaches and guides them. It's really interesting to watch. Ino smirked and blushed a bit. So, how is he in the bedroom? Temari felt her face flush and she glared daggers at Ino. What? Inquiring minds want to know. It wasn't great for me, Sakura said quietly. I thought it would be all romantic like the books, but Sasuke wasn't interested in anything but trying to get me pregnant as fast as possible. Temari sighed and propped her chin on her hand. I practically had to rape Naruto on our wedding night. She admitted to laughter from the other girls and even a weak chuckle from Sakura. He was even more scared than I was, kept saying he didn't want to do anything I didn't want to do. It was so noble and sweet, I just wanted to strangle him, and then after I finally convince him, he knocks me up the first night. Ino perked up. Oh, first night, not first time, huh? She said with a leer, though there would have been no reasonable way to tell which time was the one that did it. So, how many times that first night? Temari blushed and looked away. There may have been a few times, it's hard to remember. She muttered. Looking back, she saw knowing smirks on the other girls' faces, even Hinata's, which surprised her. Oh, what the hell do you guys know? A married woman is entitled to certain acts. Oh, we know, Tenten said with a sly smile. We just want to know what to expect, that's all. Can't blame us for being curious. Yeah, tell me, I mean us, more about Naruto-kun. Hinata flushed red and sunk into her jacket when everyone turned and again gave her very knowing looks. Temari stood and stretched. All right, I'm going in to take a nap. She rubbed her stomach. Pregnancy is tiring. Headed towards the house, she could feel the others' eyes on her, and safely hidden she smirked. If she had to be pregnant, the least she could do was use it as an excuse to avoid awkward situations like the one Ino had just trapped her in. Back at the table, Ino eyed the other kunoichi. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting that. She gave them a cherubic smile, her eyes glowing with mischief. So, shall we discuss your little crush, Hinata? Hinata gave a little eep and fainted in her chair. I guess not. Morning came and found Naruto and teammate ready to depart at the gate as soon as he could convince Tsunade to release her death grip on him. Bachan air. Need air. Tsunade relaxed her hug and dropped him back to the ground. Leaning down to whisper, she noticed that he'd grown a bit taller, and she didn't have to lean as far. Be careful, Naruto. If things go south, make sure you get yourself out. Don't give me that look. You know that you've already planned for the others to get away. Make sure you do as well. Hi, Bachan. I promise that I'll be careful. Don't forget I want that kick-ass hat of yours. Straightening, Tsunade ruffled Naruto's hair and addressed the assembled team. Alright, be careful on your trip and remember that, as the requested party, Naruto is in charge of the diplomatic matters while you're in Sunagakure. For other matters, Asuma is in charge as normal. Now, get the hell out of here, I have work to do. Laughing, Naruto led the way and the other shinobi joined up in formation around him and Temari. Not far from the gate, they came across a small IWA team headed slowly towards the gate. Unsealing a Hiraishin kunai with a rather sinister grin, Naruto began nonchalantly twirling it where the IWA nin could see. That's not very nice. Temari gently chided him, getting a shrug in response. I'm not my father and I'm not their enemy unless they make me into one. He said so only Temari could hear him. Still, I thought I should reinforce the image of what they would have to deal with if they did decide to become my enemy. Temari shrugged and observed the reactions to Naruto's actions. Her eyes narrowed as her gaze crossed that of a slim kunoichi with odd pink eyes. That must be Kuratsuchi, and I don't think I like the way she's looking at my husband. What concerned Temari was that unlike the hatred the other IWA nin were displaying, Kuratsuchi was showing only a calculated interest. I really don't like that look. Hot, hot, hot. Naruto complained as they drew near Sunagakure several days later. I don't get how you actually lived here. Temari hid her smirk behind her hand. Well, most Sannin don't wear heavy black jackets in the middle of a desert, Naruto. They also don't usually travel in the middle of the day like we are. We wouldn't be traveling in the middle of the day if you hadn't had to stop and use the bathroom so much. Naruto muttered under his breath, a bit too loudly. I'm sorry, but my idiot husband got me pregnant, and his children are pressing on my bladder. Temari snarled, reaching for her fan. Sorry. Naruto protested, glancing around for support but finding everyone just happened to be looking anywhere but at him. He idly wondered if ordering the ANBU to protect him from Temari was exceeding his authority. I just didn't know that being pregnant caused a woman to have to go pee all the time. Temari sighed and rubbed her temples wearily. She was hot, uncomfortable and irritable, and it was mostly Naruto's fault, but if she was feeling generous, and she wasn't entirely sure she wanted to be, he might have a point. At least about him not being aware anyway. She had not held the group up with bathroom breaks, and she didn't care who agreed with him. Naruto, there are 2 energetic children dancing on top of my bladder. It causes a woman to have to relieve herself more often, understand? Seeing his face light up, she hastily corrected. They aren't actually dancing, Naruto, it's an expression. I know that, he said sulkily. Be really cool if they were, though. His smile returned as he imagined it. Temari decided it was best for his health if she just ignored him for a while. Drawing near the cliff guarding the entrance to Suna, the party was met by a contingent of Sannin led by Gaara and Kankuro. Naruto's eyes lit up at the sight of his brother-in-laws, and he wondered how Kankuro was going to irritate Temari this time. It was an amazing talent, actually. He could always find some way to incur her wrath, especially if he was trying to avoid it. Gaara, Kankuro, it's good to see you guys, Naruto said with a wide grin. Gaara dipped his head fractionally. Gaara, speak for it's good to see you too. Naruto. It's not Mac. Wait, you're not insulting me? Kankuro was confused. Yeah, I suppose it's good to see ya, Naruto. Seeing Temari, Kankuro gave her a happy smile. Nei-chan, it's good to see you, you've gotten so big. Out of Temari's line of sight, Naruto made frantic stop motions, which Kankuro misfocused as he was on the death-filled aura now surrounding Temari. I'm sorry, she said sweetly, her fingers leaving light indents in the metal of her fan. You were saying something? Well, me and Gaara have something to discuss, so we'll see you all later. Gotta go, bye now. Naruto grabbed Gaara's arm and hurriedly whispered. Get us out of here before she blows. Gaara nodded and they disappeared in a sand shunshin, leaving Kankuro at Temari's mercy, or lack of it at any rate. I didn't mean anything by it. Kankuro protested in a stammer. I think you look wonderful, Nei-chan. Radiant even. Temari's smile turned dangerous. So you don't think I look wonderful, all bloated up like a corpse left in the desert that the vultures haven't gotten to yet? Oh dear Kami, there isn't a right answer. Fuck you, Naruto, and you too, Gaara, for leaving me here. Yes? He said hesitantly, knowing that there really wasn't a right answer and that he was simply doomed. Oh, that's good, Temari said, pulling her hand from her fan and wrapping an arm around Kankuro's shoulder. I was really worried that you might think I was getting fat or something. It's nice to have a little brother that understands these things. Kankuro was frozen, one thought repeating in his mind. What the fuck, what the fuck? What the fuck? Nei-chan, did you just troll me? Temari gave him a cheerful smile as she took over leading the group into Suna itself. Maybe. Kankuro stood gaping as they moved away until he realized he was being left behind. Hey, wait up, I'm supposed to be your escort. Approaching the Kazekage's office, they were surprised to hear raised voices before Naruto slammed the door open and stalked out with a snarl. You're wrong, Gaara. He yelled back into the room before he smashed the door closed hard enough to rattle the frame. Seeing everyone staring at him, he forced a smile. Sorry, Gaara and I are having a bit of a disagreement, and I don't think you want to disturb him right now. Temari glanced at the door with concern. What were you fighting about? Naruto waved the question away. Just Jinchuriki things, nothing important. So, where are we staying tonight? Temari shifted her glance between the door, Kankuro, who was acting very calm for having seen someone yelling at Gaara, and Naruto, who was acting off. Something was going on, they were hiding something from her, and she didn't like it. This way, she said curtly. We're staying at the Kazekage Manor where my brothers and I grew up. Leading everyone towards her old home and ignoring Ino's chatter, she watched Naruto's fingers flicker through signs directed at an ANBU that was obviously Kakashi. Oh, there was definitely something wrong, and looking around, she saw Shikamaru watching Naruto intently as well. So he senses it too. Letting Kankuro take over leading everyone to the manor, Temari moved back to walk next to Shikamaru. Talk to me, Shikamaru. I know something is going on, but I don't know what. Shikamaru glanced over at her and formed his thinking pose with his hands. I'm not sure, he said reluctantly. I know that the ANBU with us know whatever this is, and that Gaara and Naruto are involved. If I hadn't seen the clear signs of real anger when we met up with Naruto, I would think that he and Gaara were up to something together, but he was truly angry. He glanced over again with a frown. And by truly angry, I mean I thought he was only a moment or two away from drawing on the Kyuubi's power even with Ino present. Whatever is going on, it's big and Hokage-sama is involved. Other than that, I got nothing. Temari nodded her thanks and moved back to her place next to Naruto. She noticed his hidden conversation with Kakashi was done and decided to probe. Naruto, what's going on? Naruto mentally cursed. He hated leaving Temari in the dark, but it was written into his mission requirements. Giving her what he tried to make a reassuring smile, he lied through his teeth. Nothing to worry about, Temari-chan. Gaara and I just had a little disagreement back there. Temari let the subject drop but mentally sighed. She was either really good at reading him now or he just plain sucked at lying, because most of that last statement just reeked of deceit. Sooner or later she would figure out what he was hiding. After a tense evening and supper, the group was gathered around the table in the living room watching Naruto and Shikamaru playing shogi. Temari was watching because she was curious if Shikamaru's large brain had finally figured out a way to beat Naruto. Ino was watching because she had a passing interest in the game but was confused by how Naruto was playing. It lacked any sort of pattern or logic that she could see, but it was obviously effective by the amount of time Naruto was holding Shikamaru off. Choji was there because it was just sort of what he did. Asuma was interested and considering challenging Naruto to a match himself. The ANBU squad was just bored and it beat staring at nothing while they stood guard near the edges of the room. Enko was lucky in that she'd won the right to be stationed up on the roof. A sudden flare of Biju chakra from out in the village caused Naruto to jerk his head from the game. Standing up, he quickly strapped on his gear and accepted the tactical radio Asuma tossed him. Ignoring the confused looks and questions he was getting, Naruto waited staring at the front door. After a short amount of time, there was a quick knock followed by the door opening. Otokase, a member of Suna's advisory committee, entered and bowed low to Naruto. Namikaze-sama, you must help us. The Kazekage-elect has lost control of the demon, but we have driven it to the edge of the village. We beseech you to honor our alliance and end this threat. Naruto's fist clenched, but he betrayed no other outward expression of what he was feeling. Understood, he said, his voice flat. Lead the way, honorable counselor. Temari exploded up from her seat. What? She raged. Naruto, what the hell are you doing? You're not seriously going to fight Gaara? Naruto turned to her with a dead expression. Temari-chan, this is an official request, and I am required to honor it in the terms of the alliance between the villages. Temari surged towards him. No! She screamed. I won't let you! Naruto turned away and darted for the door. Asuma, keep her here. Shikamaru, use your shadow. Reaching the door with Temari restrained by Shikamaru, he turned back to her with a pained smile. Don't worry, Temari-chan, it'll be alright. I promise. Tearing away from the rage and betrayal on her face, Naruto left to follow Otokase to where Gaara was waiting for him. Inside the room, Temari was torn between trying to fight Shikamaru's control of her shadow and trying not to collapse. Her heart was torn. Despite everything, she loved her little brother, but she also deeply cared for Naruto. If the two of them finished what they started at the Chunin exams, she would lose no matter which boy won. Eyeing Temari cautiously, Asuma shifted closer to Kakashi. Inu, do you have the escape route set if Naruto loses control of the situation? He made an effort to keep his voice barely audible but wasn't concerned Kakashi would have trouble hearing it. Inu nodded and his fingers flickered quickly in ANBU code. Escape route clear, Hebe reports. Use unlikely, have faith. Asuma nodded and lit another cigarette as he moved back towards his charges. He wasn't thrilled with the whole plan himself, but he did have to hand Naruto credit for ensuring his team and Temari had an escape route handy if things went badly. He'd always wondered what his father had seen in the boy, regardless of heritage, but it seemed Naruto was growing into his father's mantle more and more these days. Such interesting times, he thought as he resumed waiting. Following behind Otokase, Naruto reached a training field located away from the edge of the village and found Gaara facing a half-circle of Sannin and several other advisory committee members. The Sannin opened ranks to let him pass, and he did a quick head count. 47? These guys think they have Gaara cornered with 47? Damn, but they're arrogant. So, I understand we need to finish this, he said to Gaara as he placed his hands into the seal for his Kaigabunshin. Gaara inclined his head briefly. Uzumaki Naruto, yes, we should end this. Drawing the sand from his gourd and the surrounding ground, he formed it into a large ball hanging between him and Naruto. Not to be outdone, Naruto channeled enough chakra for it to create visible blue flames around him before he created a large army of clones. Gaara eyed them dispassionately. I admit I am still astounded at the amount of clones you can create. Now, however, is not the time, we should begin. Motioning with both hands, the ball of sand split and darted at the Sannin watching from behind Naruto. At the same time, Naruto's clones turned and began surrounding and subduing the ones Gaara didn't have enough sand to quickly trap. What? What is the meaning of this treachery? Otokaze demanded from where he was trapped within Gaara's sand. Naruto glared at the man and walked over to sling an arm around Gaara's shoulders. I don't think you have much room to talk about treachery, honorable counselor. Gaara is both the rightful Kazekage and my brother-in-law. I'm more than a little amazed you were stupid enough to believe I was going to fight him. Shrugging Naruto's arm off uncomfortably, Gaara approached the enveloped Otokaze. I knew what you were planning, your hatred of me, but I was unsure of how to deal with it until I ran into Naruto when I was dealing with those invaders. It made sense that if I brought Naruto and Temari here to Sunageka for my coronation, you and your allies would seize the opportunity to use him against me. You have failed, and your little rebellion dies here with you. Naruto seized Gaara's wrist urgently. Gaara, wait. Most of these are loyal Sannin following what they believed were valid orders. If you want to prove that you have changed, you can't kill them. Gaara turned his gaze to Naruto. What would you recommend, then? Naruto scratched his cheek in thought. Well, for the rank and file members, interrogation. If they were simply following what they believed were genuine orders, probation. If they were knowingly attacking you, prison. I see, your advice has merit. What would you propose I do with these? He asked, gesturing at the captured committee members. Naruto frowned and looked away. Well, if they're like the council members back home, they probably have some way to wiggle out of this. I suspect you probably don't need them undermining your rule. Gaara formed a sadistic grin as he turned back towards his captives and raised his hands. Listen. He commanded everyone present. Most of you will be interrogated and either placed on probation or imprisoned. There are those among you that started this treachery, and as Kazekage-elect, I am now passing summary judgment. Sabaka Soso. Still turned away, Naruto tried to tune out the sounds of Otokaze and the other members being crushed by Gaara's sand. He was never going to be as comfortable with death as Gaara, and sometimes he wished he could go back to thinking like his younger self, the one that thought being a ninja was all about cool jutsu and just being strong. It was certainly much simpler. Turning back to Gaara after the sound stopped, he watched the Suna ANBU station nearby begin to take custody of the prisoners. Sighing, he rubbed his eyes. Well, at least I didn't have to call in the evacuation command. Keying his mic, he spoke quickly. Kitsunti Inu. Clear skies, repeat clear skies. Turning the radio off without waiting for a response, he spoke to Gaara. Mission accomplished, Kazekage-sama. Dropping from the formal tones, he sighed again. Unfortunately, now comes the actual hard part of this. Gaara's mouth quirked in his almost grin. What would you consider the hard part, Naruto? Naruto frowned heavily. Explaining this to Temari-chan and surviving. A quick swirl of wind and sand alerted him to Gaara making his escape. You are such a bastard sometimes. Chapter 22, The Way the Wind Blows, completed. Naruto stared nervously at the door to the Kazekage's manor. He was extremely hesitant to enter and face Temari, especially considering he'd ordered Asuma and Shikamaru to hold her there while he was supposedly fighting her brother. If things happened according to plan, Asuma should have briefed Temari and his team after he'd called in the mission success code of clear skies, but that probably wasn't going to save him from Temari's temper. From her place on the roof, Enko was watching Naruto with a great deal of amusement. She'd read the reports on him, and she found it hilarious that the boy would unflinchingly face down much stronger shinobi but was terrified of his wife's temper. It's a door, Gaki, she called from her perch. You turn the knob, open it, and enter. It's not that hard. Naruto rolled his eyes at the advice. Gee, thanks Hibi-chan. You're always so helpful. When the masked woman just shrugged with an obvious air of amusement, Naruto sighed and decided he might as well get it over. Opening the door, He pasted a cheerful smile on his face that died when Temari honed in on him with an icy glare. He froze as she stalked across the room towards him, noting the overly controlled motions that screamed rage to him. He opened his mouth to say something, but was stopped when Temari's fist flashed forward and impacted on his ribs with a sickening snap that drove him to his knees. Struggling to regain his breath, he could only watch as Temari stood over him with a murderous glare. "How could you?" she growled. "He was your friend, my brother! How could you kill him?" Naruto flinched as her controlled tone gave way to a rage and pain-filled roar. Still having trouble breathing, Naruto weakly held a hand up towards her. "Wait," he managed to stammer out. "Didn't fight him, mission was to help him." Temari reached down and hooked Naruto by his jacket collar, yanking him up only to pin him against the wall, his feet dangling a few inches off the floor. "Explain," she commanded coldly. Taking a few moments to compose himself, Temari jerking him off the floor had done some agonizingly painful things to his ribs. Naruto met her gaze evenly. "I was sent on a mission. I was to help Gaara dispose of traitors in the advisory committee." Temari searched his face for any of his tells and concluded that he was telling her the truth, but in some ways, that actually made her even more angry. She released his collar and stepped back, planting her fists on her hips, and used her height advantage to loom over her husband. "You didn't think I should know this?" she all but hissed at him. Naruto winced before she'd broken his ribs. This was the part he'd been most worried about. "The mission request from Suna explicitly said you were not to be told, Temari-chan. The only people who knew were Asuma-sensei, the ANBU escort squad, Gaara, Kankuro, Baki and me." He'd probably have gotten a smaller reaction if he'd slapped her. Temari's face flushed, and she gritted her teeth and reached behind her back for her fan, before she abruptly straightened and stormed from the room without another word. Naruto watched her go with a profound sense of unease and guilt. He knew firsthand how much it sucked to have secrets kept from you, but he needed to explain in a more private setting. Dragging himself to his feet, arm wrapped around his aching ribs, he stumbled across the room and collapsed on the couch next to Suma. Rolling his head towards the jonin, he glared at the man. "Why the hell didn't you tell her I didn't kill Gaara?" he demanded testily. Asuma blew a streamer of smoke and pointed up. "I tried, she wasn't listening, and after she pulled this wind jutsu that slammed me into the ceiling, I decided that it was your problem." Naruto moved his gaze to where Asuma was pointing to see a large indent in the ceiling, and he winced in sympathy. To make that large of a dent in a brick ceiling, Temari must have used a lot of power. It served as a reminder that his wife was a damn powerful kunoichi even in her second trimester of pregnancy. He winced again as the pain from his ribs drove the point home. "Gotcha, that had to hurt Asuma-sensei." Asuma chuckled around his ever-present cigarette. "Yeah, it took me by surprise, but I'm gonna have to make her show me that jutsu. Not a lot of wind users in Konoha, and it was a pretty sweet little jutsu." Ino began to get irritated at the banter between the two. "Naruto! What are you doing? Go talk to her." Naruto gave her an incredulous look. "Ino-chan, in my experience, being punched does not mean a girl wants to talk." Ino looked aside and pressed the heel of her palm against her forehead with a muttered "Forehead." Lowering her hand and turning back, she adopted a lecturing tone more suited to a not very bright child. "Naruto, not all girls are like Sakura, you know. I'm telling you that if you don't go talk to her, you're gonna regret it." Naruto shifted forward towards Ino on the couch, and winced at the pain it caused. "And I'm telling you, I really don't think she wants to talk." Ino sniffed, and crossed her arms. "Fine, don't listen to the only girl in the room, but I warned you." "Fine, you warned me, now can you do something about my ribs, please?" "Baka," Ino muttered before moving forward to scan his ribs with a basic medical jutsu. She whistled under her breath as she saw the extent of the damage from that one punch. She really did a number here, Naruto. There are hairline fractures on several ribs and 2 on your sternum. How the hell did you get up and walk over here? Naruto winced as she switched from scanning to healing. It beat even his fast recovery time, but having someone force your bones to heal at an accelerated rate was unpleasant. High pain tolerance. He grunted. He managed to distract himself when he noticed Ino had her tongue partially sticking out of the corner of her mouth as she concentrated. It was really cute, but wisely he refrained from saying anything. He'd already suffered enough under female hands today as far as he was concerned. Ino sat back with a sigh and wiped sweat from her forehead with her arm. "Done," she said tiredly. "It's gonna be sore for a few days, but nothing I can do about that." Shifting around and stretching, Naruto flashed her a pleased grin. Thanks Ino-chan, that was awesome. You're getting really good at that medical stuff. Ino turned to hide the light blush his words caused and moved back to her earlier seat. Seeking a way to change the subject before anyone noticed her embarrassment, she decided to ask about the mission. Okay, so since Asuma-sensei wasn't able to brief us before, what actually happened? Her gossip instincts told her that this was probably a really good story. It was a pity it would probably be classified. Naruto quickly traded glances with Asuma and Kakashi, and both of the older shinobi just shrugged. Might as well be me. If I head into classified stuff, I'm sure one of them will stop me. Sinking back in the comfortable couch, Naruto scratched his cheek and thought. Where to begin? He mused softly. Well, I'm sure Shikamaru told you we ran into Gaara during our last mission, right? After the two brat ran away. He paused and glared when Shikamaru had to stifle a laugh. As I was saying, after the mission ended, Gaara approached me and asked for my help. It had already been decided that he would become Kazekage, but he had concerns about the internal politics here in Sunagakure. Naruto, Kakashi said with a subtle undertone of warning. Naruto held his palm up towards Kakashi. Don't worry, Inu-san, I'm just covering the basics. Getting a satisfied nod from Kakashi, he turned his attention back to Team 8, and was unsurprised to find them studying him carefully. So what troubled Gaara was that he didn't believe it would have been possible for even Orochimaru to have impersonated the previous Kazekage without inside help. Shikamaru had his hands in his thinking pose. I see, he said slowly. He couldn't trust anyone in Sunagakure but you. He knew where your loyalty would be. Naruto nodded at the lazy genius. Yeah, he said sheepishly. We spent some time working out the details and then I took the mission to Bachan. Shikamaru nodded while Ino and Choji still looked confused. It was very clever of Gaara to seek Naruto's assistance, he told his team. Temari-san told me when we've chatted during our shogi games that Naruto is the only one that has ever defeated Gaara. Naruto comes to Sunagakure and he and Gaara stage a fight. The traitors on the committee would never be able to pass up possibly their only chance to eliminate Gaara, so they enlist Naruto's aid, claiming it to be the will of the committee. Being an allied shinobi, supposedly very angry with Gaara, Naruto would have little choice but to and a great deal of motive to fight Gaara. Ino's eyes lit up. But instead of fighting each other, they turn on the traitors, right? Naruto nodded. Yeah, that about sums it up. Shikamaru shook his head. This plan was insane. If something had gone wrong, it would have probably kicked off another shinobi war, he said tiredly. Naruto stuck his tongue out childishly. Well, it didn't go wrong, so there. I don't understand. Sorry, what was that, Choji? Naruto asked. Choji idly shoved a chip in his mouth and chewed as he thought. I'm not sure I understand some of this. Everyone knows you and Gaara are friends. Why would the committee assume you would fight Gaara? Naruto winced. This was going to skirt some personal issues. That Gaara and I are friends is common knowledge in Konoha, Naruto agreed. But here in Suna, not so much. There are many people here that don't believe Gaara is even capable of friendship. These same people would also believe the same thing about me because of the burden Gaara and I both carry. Naruto rubbed his temple in frustration over that sort of thought process. Every shinobi is a weapon for their village, he said after a small pause. That doesn't mean that's all we are, but it is the truth. Still, if every shinobi is a weapon, say a kunai, then those like Gaara and myself would be more like swords. Seeing he'd lost Choji and Ino, he backtracked a bit. The traitors were the sort to believe that Jinchuriki aren't human, so they never would have believed Gaara and I were friends. Seeing pity on Ino and Choji's faces, Naruto opened his mouth in irritation, only to be cut off by Shikamaru. The benefits of this plan are obvious, but the potential consequences are very troubling. I don't see Hokage-sama agreeing to this simply to further ties with Sunagakure. What was worth the risk for Konoha, Naruto? Still in his thinking pose, he spoke again before Naruto could answer his last question. Yes, I know that you would have done this simply because Gaara is your friend. I can also understand that you feel obligated to help your brother-in-law, but that can't be the sole reason. Naruto sighed and nodded. Yes, you're right, there was something else. He conceded. You might not be aware of this, but part of the marriage contract stated that our firstborn male child would be required to marry a Sunagakure kunoichi. From what Temari-chan told me, the advisory committee wanted to start a Namikaze clan branch here in Suna. He paused to make sure he still had control of his temper. No one had told him about that little detail until after he'd married Temari, and he wasn't sure which pissed him off more, the fact that his son's life was being dictated or that no one had felt he had the right to know, let alone say anything about it. Sure that he wasn't going to lose control of his temper, he continued the story. So, Gaara wasn't fond of the people who decided his fate before he was born, also deciding his nephew's fate, for some odd reason. Tomorrow, after he is sworn in as Kazekage, the first thing Gaara plans to do is strike that portion from the contract. I see, Shikamaru said as he relaxed from his thinking pose. The game you play, Naruto, it's almost better than shogi. Gotta look underneath the underneath, Naruto said with a crooked grin, silently thanking Shikamaru with his eyes for dropping the subject. Shikamaru might understand much of the hidden currents, but neither of his teammates would without a great deal of explaining. Somebody had played a long, subtle game with that little number, and Naruto really didn't feel like explaining how having a child allied with another village would prevent him from becoming Hokage but still strengthen village ties at the same time. As he told Kiba, he wasn't at the level he could keep up with the elder shinobi and kunoichi yet. I wonder if I should invite Shikamaru over to discuss these things with me and Temari-chan. If she ever decides to speak to me again, that is. Fyoke, I hate my life sometimes. Naruto, Ino said. Why weren't you allowed to tell us or Temari-san? Naruto frowned and shot a glance at Asuma, who flicked his eyes around the room briefly before resuming his usual lazy look. Sorry, Ino-chan, I don't really know why it was added to my orders. He lied with a straight face. That was a really stupid question to ask while we are still in Suna, Ino-chan. Getting to his feet, Naruto stretched, ignoring the slight twinge from his ribs. Alright guys, it's been a really long day, and I need to go beat the hell out of Akage. See ya in the morning? Ignoring the irritated look on Ino's face, Naruto quickly used a shunshin to escape any other questions. Ino stared at the handful of leaves drifting to the floor with irritation, then turned to glare at her team. That was rude. I had more questions. Shikamaru glanced up and met her gaze. That's probably why he ran off. You're very troublesome. You owe me big time for this, Naruto, he thought as Ino predictably flared up. He traded a wry glance with Choji as the blonde started lacing into them. Make that he owes us. With night having fallen, Naruto knew there were only a handful of places he'd have to search for Gaara. Unable to sleep, his friend could almost always be found somewhere high watching the moon and the stars. In many ways, it was very similar to Naruto retreating to stone depiction of his father and watching out over the village. Finding his target, Naruto jumped over and sat down next to his friend with a deep sigh. The two boys sat watching the stars in comfortable silence for several minutes until Gaara spoke. I assume things went poorly if you are here, Naruto. Naruto winced in memory and threw Gaara a crooked smile. Just a bit. She broke my ribs 'cause she thought I killed you. Remind me to thank you for that one of these days. Gaara's lip twitched and stilled. I am her brother, but you are her husband. It seemed fitting that you face her wrath rather than I. Naruto chuckled. Oh, you are such an ass sometimes, but never fear, oh brother-in-law of mine. I'm completely certain that she's going to take a strip out of your hide tomorrow. Gaara nodded. Not unexpected. Were you able to inform her of the mission payment? Naruto frowned heavily. No, he said with a large sigh. I walked in, she broke my ribs and then stormed off when I told her it was the mission orders that kept me from telling her about it beforehand. I briefed Team 8 and then I came to find you. I figured I'd let her cool off some. That is unfortunate. Gaara replied evenly. Observing my siblings, I have noted that any time Kankuro left her alone after angering her, Temari only grew more angry. Naruto dragged his palm down his face. Well, that's wonderful, he said with irritation. So, by not following her after she punched me, I probably made her even more angry? That was what always seemed to happen with Kankuro. Gaara replied. Great, just freaking great. Not only do I have to deal with a pissed Temari-chan, Ino-chan is never going to let me live this down. Seeing the question in Gaara's eyes, Naruto explained. Ino-chan told me I needed to follow Temari-chan. Told me I would regret it if I didn't. I dearly hate it when Ino-chan is right and knows it. It's unpleasant. Gaara turned his face back towards the sky. Yes, I'm sure it is. Several minutes passed as Gaara listened with hidden amusement as Naruto ranted about stubborn, irritating blondes. The irony of that particular statement was undoubtedly lost on his friend for the moment, but Gaara felt he owed it to his Naruto to use it against him at some point in the future. After all, he mused, What sort of Kage would he be if he didn't use something like this against another Kage? That thought brought him back to the present. Was there a way to help his friend survive his sister, at least long enough to become Hokage? He was fairly sure, even with his limited ability to interact socially, that both Naruto and Temari would be less than amused if he threatened to crush them with his sand unless they stopped fighting. Still, he wasn't sure about the situation in general. If two people who care about you, that acknowledge you fight, who are you supposed to support? He was shaken from his thoughts when Naruto finished his rant and flopped onto his back to stare at the sky. I know you don't have the answers, he said softly. But what am I supposed to do? This doesn't seem like the sort of problem you can just beat into submission. I don't think I did anything wrong, so why is she so angry? Gaara shrugged uncomfortably and considered his words carefully. I suspect that you will simply have to follow your heart, Naruto. Emotions are difficult for me, but they seem necessary if my existence is not to ring hollow. I envy you for that. The night was quiet again as the two retreated into their own thoughts until several minutes later when Naruto popped to his feet and stretched. Bah, enough with the talking. That fight earlier got my blood pumping and I haven't had a sparring partner lately that I can go all out on. He smirked at Gaara. I'm pretty sure you can take anything I can dish out, right Gaara? Gaara's lips curved into his almost smile as he watched Naruto hop down off the roof and head out into the desert. Naruto's words were true. This was an opponent he wouldn't have to hold back much on, but certain ground rules would be needed. Perhaps I won't crush you to death if you don't use explosive tags. Months afterward, that was the one part of the fight that really irked him. Explosive suppositories were simply unacceptable. The next several days passed quietly. While Naruto had yet to speak with Temari, he was visibly more relaxed, and the members of his escort squads felt it probably had something to do with the giant hole that used to be Sunagekire's training ground 31. They weren't asking, and Naruto wasn't telling. Still, it seemed unlikely that the destruction of a training ground was not connected to Naruto and Gaara conveniently disappearing about the same time. The thought was reinforced as Gaara, clad in his formal Kazekage robes, escorted them from the village while bickering with Naruto. Or perhaps more accurately, silently listening to the blonde whine at him. You are such a cheater, he complained darkly. You weren't supposed to use all the remaining sand. Gaara's lips quirked and he raised an eyebrow at his friend. We are shinobi, Naruto. For us, there is only the letter of the law, he said piously. I refrained from crushing you to death. No mention was made of secondary sources of weapons. Naruto glared. Was still cheating though. I imagine you enjoyed the look on my face when you made that big sand spear. Gaara ignored the knowing smirk Naruto shot him at the end of his sentence and reflected on their spar. It had been truly exciting, being able to fight at almost full power and not worry about killing his opponent. Additionally, Naruto had helped him refine and improve his sand defenses. The fights in the Chunin exams and the failed invasion had made him aware of several weaknesses in his defense, namely high-speed attacks, piercing attacks, or in Naruto's case, massive blunt force trauma. Using Naruto's Rasengan, they discovered that placing a hardened layer of sand at an angle, cushioned by his normal sand shell, would deflect attacks much more efficiently. It was far from perfect. Naruto could still punch through, but it was a massive improvement, and several suggestions from Naruto had Gaara considering ways he could continue to improve. Reaching the edge of the village, the group paused and both boys shot glances at Temari. Her apparent calm composure didn't fool either of them. They could feel the rage rolling off her in almost visible waves. Motioning Naruto closer, Gaara leaned in so that his words wouldn't be overheard. I have no advice for you, but I desire that you fix this problem with Temari. He paused and considered his words carefully. She is important to me and her actions bring me pain. It is an uncomfortable feeling. Naruto nodded his understanding. He had a small advantage over Gaara in having never lost his ability to feel, but it wasn't helping him much. His wife's actions confused and hurt him, not emotions he was accustomed to either, or at least not like this. Gaara, I'm not sure how to deal with this, but she is my wife and I will protect her as I would anyone precious to me. Gaara inclined his head, then stood back and spoke formally. Shinobi of the Leaf, you depart as you arrived, friends and allies of the Sand Shinobi. We wish you safe travels and may you always find water and shade. With a cheerful wave, Naruto turned and moved to walk next to Temari, the escort squads falling into formation with professional precision. A slight grin formed on Naruto's face. Leaving Konoha had been far less formal, but under the eye of the Kazekage, some showmanship would show respect. His grin widened. They were shinobi after all, appearances were part of the job. The trip home was intensely frustrating for Naruto and Temari. Every time he tried to speak with her, her cold gaze would cause him to freeze and she would make her escape, unaware that she wanted him to follow her. Pride can lead to many unfortunate things and neither was aware of how much the other missed their presence. Temari was hoping that perhaps they could speak when the group set up camp, but Naruto, not wishing to provoke his wife, simply set up his sleeping bag near the fire, unaware of Temari's eyes on him. Every night he struggled to sleep, unsure of his actions in a way he'd never been before, and every night, Temari would watch him from the tent, then curl up around his pillow and cry herself to sleep. She was aware, far more than her husband was, of the pride standing between them but was unable to overcome it. Her life after her village sold her off was far from dreadful. Indeed, she was very happy with how events turned out, but her pride was possibly the only thing she truly had left from her life before Konoha. Perhaps things would be better once they got home. She'd have him to herself in their home. She wasn't worried that Naruto wouldn't accept her apology for attacking him. He'd forgiven Gaara of all people for trying to kill him, but she was still dreading admitting that she'd acted rashly and without thinking. She was supposed to be the calm, rational one, but events had proven that she currently was not. It was, to borrow from Shikamaru, troublesome. Arriving back at the village, Naruto was faced with a bit of a dilemma. He needed to report to Tsunade, but he didn't want Temari to go home and barricade herself where he couldn't get to her after he was done. Figuring that he might as well do both, shadow clones being awesome like that, he created a clone and went to stand by Temari, who misinterpreted his actions and grew irritated. Believing Naruto had stuck her with a clone while he went to report in, Temari backhanded it in frustration and was shocked when her fist impacted on his nose with a sharp crack. Horrified that she'd hit him again, she immediately ran off, not seeing Naruto motioning for her to stop with the hand not covering his nose. Sighing heavily, Naruto turned back to the escort squads and motioned for Ino to fix his nose. "Well, that didn't exactly go as planned," he said after she was done. "All right, I'm headed to report to Hokage-sama. Inu-san, you coming with?" Getting what he interpreted as a somewhat sarcastic thumbs up from the masked Kakashi, he dismissed everyone else and jumped to the rooftops to travel to the Hokage Tower. "So, how's the married life?" Kakashi asked as the two leisurely crossed the village. Naruto rolled his eyes, an action not missed by Kakashi. "Well, I and you-san," he drawled, heavily emphasizing Kakashi's A and BU codename. "It's certainly different than your beloved books. Maybe you should try it." Kakashi smirked under his layers of masks, and Naruto could almost see the dreaded eye smile in his response. "Why?" "I'm having far too much fun watching you," Naruto grunted, aiming for the last word as they entered the tower. "Sometimes you just suck, sensei." Not bothering to knock and idly wondering why he and Kakashi hadn't just come through the window, Naruto stood at attention and pulled out a large sealed envelope from his jacket. "Mission accomplished, Hokage-sama. The Kazekage sends his regards and a new alliance contract." Handing her the envelope and officially completing his mission, he dropped back into a more casual stance. Tsunade pulled out several documents, quickly scanned them, and smiled. Looking up, she noted Naruto standing in a casual manner and decided that he'd at least completed the mission before he'd dropped the formalities. "Any problems with the mission?" she inquired. Naruto groaned. "Not so much the mission, more the aftermath, Ba-chan." My wife reacted rather strongly. Tsunade raised an eyebrow. "Meaning?" Kakashi spoke up, laughter in his tone. "Several broken ribs for Naruto. Asuma bounced off a ceiling and she's still not talking to any of us." "Ah, I see." Naruto dismissed. "Inu, please remain." Waiting for Naruto to exit, Tsunade motioned for Kakashi to remove his mask. How bad is the damage to their relationship? Kakashi considered it. Probably not that bad, especially when Naruto gets a chance to explain the reason things happened the way they did. I give it maybe a few days till things blow over. I've ordered my squad to stay quiet about Temari knocking Asuma for a loop, and I know he was more interested in the wind jutsu she used than angry about it. Potentially, Temari striking a ranking officer could be trouble, but her status as Naruto's wife and the Kazekage's sister makes for maybe internal political maneuvering at worst. Tsunade bit her thumbnail as she thought. I suppose I'm inclined to agree, but I try to never underestimate the amount of trouble that results when Naruto is involved in things. He's a good kid, but sometimes I could swear he inherited my grandfather's soul or something. Kakashi I smiled at her. Your grandfather did great things. Tsunade rubbed the bridge of her nose. Yes, the Shodai Hokage was a great man, but he was still a pain in the ass. Without my great-uncle to keep him balanced, I'm not sure exactly where Konoha would be now. Moving her hand from her face, she drummed her fingers on the desk. Shikamaru is still being groomed as the logic to Naruto's passion. I wish we could just tell him, but you know how Nara would react to that. Kakashi smiled behind his mask. Yes, he knew exactly how Nara would react, and it amused him greatly. I suspect he probably knows. Shikamaru is very bright, but as long as it's not confirmed, he won't go looking for it. It would be far too troublesome after all. Tsunade chuckled and dismissed Kakashi, turning to face the Hokage monument. Minato, she mused aloud. I wish you were here to see your son, I'm sure you'd be proud of him. Turning back to her desk with a sigh, she eyed the paperwork balefully. Someday I will destroy you, she hissed before picking up a stack of mission requests. Naruto, you need to take this chair sometime soon. After leaving the Hokage's office, Naruto wandered aimlessly for a bit, considering ways he could get Temari to talk to him. Drawing a blank, he headed to Ichiraka hoping that some of his favorite ramen would cheer him up. After the first bowl, he realized that it wasn't going to work and tipped IM heavily to make up for not ordering like he usually would. Looking to clear his head, he traveled to the Hokage monument and sat in his usual place on his father's head. Letting the familiar sights soothe him, he wished he knew some way to clear things up with his wife. After being dismissed, Ino went home and cleaned up, finishing just in time to see Naruto wander by looking unhappy. Curiosity piqued, she stealthily followed him until he sat down at Ichiraka, where she produced several shadow clones to continue her surveillance. Spotting Sakura wandering by, she dragged her friend into the bushes she was hiding in. Gah, what the hell, Ino? Sakura harshly whispered when Ino took her hand off her mouth and motioned for Sakura to be quiet. Watching Naruto through a pair of binoculars, Ino shushed her friend and whispered back. We're doing some research tonight. Curious, Sakura followed Ino's gaze and saw Naruto sitting looking upset. Ino, it's just Naruto, what do you mean research? Ino turned to look at her, before going back to watching Naruto. He had a fight with Temari, which was surprisingly not his fault, and now he doesn't seem to know what to do. Sakura tried to avoid rolling her eyes. This means what to us? Well, Naruto is the only guy near our age that's married, and I want to see how a man responds to things like this. Ino replied. Sakura stared at Ino flatly. That is so stupid, I don't know where to start. Seeing Ino blushing slightly, her jaw dropped in shock. Wait, you're interested in Naruto? When Ino's blush deepened, Sakura tried several times to find the words before she managed to stammer out. Since when? You never had any interest in him, and now that he's married you're stalking him? Ino sighed and stared at the ground, refusing to face her friend. Since he faced down the Kyuubi for me. Several tears traced down her face, and she finally met Sakura's eyes. I was horrible to him, we all were, but I was really bad, and then when the Kyuubi trapped me in his head, he stabbed himself through the stomach in his mind to free me while telling the freaking Kyuubi that it couldn't have me because as a comrade I was precious to him. He showed no fear or hesitation when he did it, and then I was forced to relive his past. I couldn't have survived it, let alone come out of it, and still be whole. I had to take a good hard look at everything, and I realized that Temari was probably the luckiest girl in the world when she got to marry him. He will do anything to protect those he cares about, and he'd do it with a smile on his face. Sakura closed the distance and pulled Ino into a hug. I know, she said softly. After what happened with Uchiha, Naruto saved me again. He's even offered to adopt me into the Uzumaki clan, and I think I'm going to accept his offer. She smiled shyly at Ino. To get what you want, you know you'll have to go through Temari though. He might be able to have up to 2 more wives, but she doesn't really seem like the type to share. She does like you better than me, so you might have a shot. She flat out told Naruto that she would never accept me as a sister wife, but you might have a shot. Ino sniffed and wiped the back of her hand across her face to clear up the tears. Maybe, I'm not sure that's what I want though. Besides, even if I did, they're just settling into their relationship. It wouldn't be a good time anyway. Looking up, Sakura spotted another form not dressed in purple. It was standing beneath a tree, attempting to hide. Ino, there's someone else back here, she said with a small amount of alarm. Ino went back to watching Naruto through her binoculars. Behind the oak, 25 meters to the south, she asked without looking. Yeah. Oh, that's just Hinata. She claimed that spot before I started doing this. Sakura stared at her friend again. How long, exactly, have you been doing this? Ino shrugged sheepishly. It's been a while. Sakura palmed her face as Ino's answer caused her to groan. Why were things never simple with Naruto? So Ino, what happened with Temari? Temari lay on her bed, arms wrapped around a pillow, hugging it to herself as she considered how much worse she might have just made things. She should have known that Naruto would have chosen to accompany her and sent the clone to the Hokage. She'd cried once she'd gotten home, but her tears were dry now as she waited for her husband to return home. Tonight, I'll apologize tonight and accept whatever the consequences are, she told herself. It wasn't until she'd gotten home that she realized that Naruto wasn't avoiding her because he was angry. It was because he had no idea what he was supposed to do. He acted so different from her brother that she'd forgotten that they shared a similar problem. It was very stupid of her, and she mentally cursed. Where was her logic and reasoning when she really needed it? Rubbing her hand gently across her swollen stomach, she realized that was part of her problem, but not all of it. Sure, pregnancy hormones explained a lot, but thinking back she realized that relying on that as the answer was weak. She paled somewhat as she realized that she'd been living so happily that she'd completely forgotten on some level that her and Naruto were not simply a regular couple. She'd fallen into the trap of being so comfortable that she'd been neglecting her emotional control. Throw in being pregnant, and her reaction to perfectly normal shinobi mission was more like that of a freaking civilian. She groaned in despair when she realized that this past week of hell had been almost entirely her fault. The door crashing open snapped her from her thoughts as she grabbed a kunai and spun around only to see an enraged Sakura standing there. What the fuck is your problem? The pinkhead roared, startling Temari with both the volume and the language. Before could respond, Sakura began ranting at her. You have probably the best guy in the village, he goes and does a mission almost entirely for you, saves your brother, and you refuse to even listen to him? Right now, Naruto is out in the village looking like something ate his soul and you're sitting here hugging a damn pillow. Eyeing Temari with disdain, Sakura lowered her volume but heaped contempt into her tone. You know, there are several girls in the village that want him, but I'm the only one of them that knows what a man wants. Heartbroken as he is and with our past, I could probably go get him right now. How would that make you feel, your husband riding the woman you hate? Temari snapped and winged the kunai, grazing Sakura's ear and stopping her speech. Mine! She roared back. He's mine, and you will never have him! She hissed venomously. She was completely taken by surprise when Sakura's anger appeared to simply disappear. Good, Sakura said quietly into the silence. From what Ino told me, I was halfway afraid that you'd given up on him. She clenched a fist trying to bleed off some of the adrenaline and continued while Temari still seemed in shock. If you'd given up on him, I would have carried through with that threat, but I'm happy enough with his offer of adoption into the clan. If I had to use my body to help him past a betrayal like that, I would do it, but that's not what I want. Temari tilted her head and spoke coldly. I've realized what caused the problems, and am simply waiting for my husband to come home. I did not need you to come break in the door and threaten me with seducing my husband. Sakura blushed but held her ground. That isn't going to work, Temari. Right now Naruto is sitting on top of his father's head looking like his heart has been ripped out. In this case, you need to go to him. Temari carefully stood from the bed and made to leave. I suppose there is some sense in your words. She admitted grudgingly. You do realize that I will never allow you to have him, yes? Sakura narrowed her eyes. I am aware. Good. Underneath Konoha, Danzo listened to his agent report the events of the mission to Sunagakure. Good, you will return and continue your normal activities, Akimichi. Watching his agent leave, he idly wiped the trickle of blood seeping under his bandages away. Truly he would have preferred either the Nara or Yamanaka heirs as agents, but both were too risky. Tsunade acting to remove the requirements for a Uzumaki/Namake's heir to marry into Sunagakure was an excellent move. He had no complaints even if she'd once again allowed the weapon to travel to another village. The friendship formed between the weapons was problematic but seemed to be beneficial to Konoha, so he was willing to allow it to continue under supervision. The sand girl striking her husband was something he had no real use for at the moment, but waste not, want not, striking a ranking jonin, that had possibilities. Still, it was better to sit on that knowledge. Using it now would reveal that he'd hidden an agent on the mission. No better to gain some distance, perhaps start some rumors in the village regarding it. Yes, things were proceeding satisfactory for the moment, but it never hurt to be prepared. Roots have spread to ensure the safety of the tree, after all. In the nearly abandoned Uchiha district, Sasuke sat in meditation, controlling the flow of chakra through his body with far more precision than he'd ever managed before. Opening his eyes, he stared at his mangled left arm with satisfaction as he managed to slightly move every finger. His eyes seemed to glow in the dark as he allowed himself a dark smirk. The world thought him crippled, and for now he was, but tonight he knew that wouldn't always be the case. Sooner than they'd expect, the world would face the Uchiha again. Temari quietly approached Naruto, only to see him jerk and reach for weapons. Seeing it was only Temari, he shot her a glance she had trouble interpreting before he settled back down and patted the stone beside him. Accepting his invitation, she sat down and carefully pulled her knees towards her chest to lay her arms across them. Several minutes passed before Temari shivered from the light bite in the wind. Shifting slightly, Naruto slid his jacket off and placed it around his wife's shoulders. Murmuring a thanks, Temari pulled the jacket tighter and breathed in a scent she hadn't realized she missed so much. It seemed almost silly to her, but that was the moment that she realized that she actually loved her husband. Stubborn and infuriating, but also sweet and kind, he was far, far more than he appeared, and she was his. The realization broke the ice she was feeling, and gazing at him, she felt a warmth she'd never really paid attention to before. "I'm sorry, Naruto," she said almost inaudibly. "I'm not going to try to excuse what I did, but I know I was wrong and I am truly sorry." Naruto turned to face her, looking puzzled as he read her body language. He seemed to stare through her soul when he made eye contact. Suddenly a huge grin crossed his face, and he scooted over to wrap an arm around her waist. "I'm sure I don't want to know what happened," he admitted. "But I know you meant that apology, so it's best left in the past." Temari resisted the urge to facepalm. This was what she'd been afraid of for a week. He'd seen a true apology and simply accepted it. Then again, she mused. Before tonight, I'm not sure how sincere the apology would have been. Perhaps in the long run, the past week had been necessary? "So, Naruto, what really happened in Suna?" Listening to her husband explain, Temari was struck by both how simple, yet complex the mission had been. "So my brother needed to say something to get you legitimately angry? What did he say?" Naruto mumbled something under his breath but decided to answer when she glared at him. "He said that I wasn't good enough for you and that he should take you back," he admitted with a heavy sigh. Temari couldn't help but giggle a bit at Naruto's expression. Even knowing that Gaara didn't mean it, it had been enough to cause him to publicly rage. Still, it brought another question to Temari's mind. Why didn't Gaara want anyone else involved or even told? The ANBU squad I reluctantly agreed to have join us had orders that if the mission failed, they were to get you to safety no matter the cost. Gaara also issued similar orders to Kankuro. Neither of us wanted our family involved in a fight that could possibly turn against us like this could. Naruto paused and considered if he wanted to divulge the rest, and decided he might as well. Gaara doesn't believe he will ever have children himself. I've told him that he shouldn't assume that, but, well, you know how he is. Amusingly enough, Gaara also believes Kankuro is far too fond of his puppets to ever have children as well. Temari giggled at the thought and silently agreed with her little brother. Kankuro really was rather fond of his puppets. Waiting for Temari to stop giggling with a grin, Naruto continued his explanation once she regained control. "So, Gaara considers you to be the only one capable of continuing your family line. To be completely honest, right now, both of us are far more expendable than you." Temari grimaced at the explanation. It was cold and logical, and she really couldn't fault it, but she hated it. "You know I don't find either of you to be expendable, don't you?" "Yeah, we know." They sat holding each other in silence for several more minutes before Naruto stood and dragged Temari to her feet. "I have several things I still need to do before I head home. Why don't you go home and take a warm bath?" He winked at her. "If you're a really good girl, I'll even massage some of those back pains away." Pulling him into a hug, Temari leaned down a bit and kissed him. "Don't make me wait too long." Releasing him, she carefully began making her way back into the village. Blowing out a breath he wasn't aware he'd been holding, Naruto Chakra walked down the side of the monument into the village, then randomly traveled for a good 30 minutes before heading home. Instead of going inside, he circled the house and entered the main garden before stopping and listening. "I know you're there, you can come out now," he called into the darkness. A figure in a black robe with red spots strode out. "Very impressive, Naruto-kun," the man said softly. "You've certainly improved since we last met." Naruto froze in panic as two red eyes seemed to glow in the darkness ahead of him. Itachi. Chapter 23, Negative Space Hurts. A bolt of pure panic raced down Naruto's spine at the sight of Itachi. his mind kicking into overdrive mostly with thought of shit. Underlying that was a more rational thought stream. This one told him that he was vastly outclassed and needed to retreat and summon help. A quick glance off to the side noted the light in his bedroom window reminding him that if he retreated, he would need to grab Temari as well. The analysis took seconds at most. He wasn't the most book-smart person, but few could read a battlefield like he did. Deciding that the best chance for escape was to simply smother Itachi and clones as a distraction, Naruto formed the necessary hand seals only to blink when nothing happened. Itachi advanced further into the light, a gleam momentarily reflecting off the kodachi he held in a relaxed manner at his side. Naruto-kun, welcome to my world. Here I control everything that happens. Itachi stopped facing Naruto just outside immediate strike range. I've heard that you've learned to handle a blade well. I wish to test myself against you. Naruto's eyes narrowed. Something about this seemed off to him, but it seemed like Itachi wasn't exactly going to give him a choice. Reaching for the seal he stored his kodachi in, he was startled when he touched bare skin. Looking down, his eyes bulged in disbelief as he realized he'd given Temari his jacket. That was bad, that was really bad. He stored all his heavier equipment like his kodachi and most of his explosive tags in the jacket cause it was convenient. Sheepishly rubbing the back of his neck he gave Itachi a foxy grin. Well, it seems I don't have that here. I don't suppose you'll let me go get it? The narrowing of Itachi's eyes and what appeared to be irritation gave him his answer. Wow, I don't think I've ever seen him show even that much emotion. I'll take that as a no then. Naruto-kun, Itachi said, very light traces of annoyance in his tone. A shinobi should be prepared at all times. Naruto crossed his arms across his chest and pouted. It's not like I'm unarmed, it's just most of my better stuff is in my jacket and Temari-chan was cold. A moment of silence fell and Naruto could swear it felt like Itachi was rolling his eyes at him. It was very confusing because he could see that he physically wasn't, but that didn't change the feeling. Very well then, Itachi said, raising the hand not carrying his blade, and in front of Naruto a small table appeared with several swords on it. Choose. Great, still screwed, Naruto thought somewhat sarcastically as he began checking the swords for one with a balance he liked. The fourth one was a kodachi that felt very similar to his, perhaps a bit heavier, and after experimentally drawing it a few times and taking a few slashes with it chose to use it. Nodding to Itachi, he stepped back and mirrored Itachi's casual stance while sliding the scabbard through his belt. He tensed as the table disappeared, but Itachi continued to stand there with an impassive stare that was really getting on his nerves. He made a small gesture with his blade, more felt than seen, and Naruto lunged forward to strike. Naruto was happy that whatever Itachi had done to nullify his active chakra usage didn't seem to affect his ability to internally boost himself, but it wasn't really doing him much good. As Itachi barely seemed to move with his blocks and parries, Naruto lamented in his mind on how useful his clones would have been. Driving in closer, Naruto launched a vicious low, high, middle combination intending to bisect Itachi and end the duel. He barely saw it when Itachi ghosted out of the way and barely managed to deflect a straight thrust at his face so that it grazed past his ear. Jumping back for space, he tried to catch his breath as he reviewed the information from the brief exchange of blows. Itachi wasn't breathing hard, barely even sweating while he was somewhat winded. He gritted his teeth as he realized Itachi was just toying with him. He considered ways he could get Itachi to take things seriously, but fighting in the garden nullified most of his plans. There were no trees to play hide and seek in. He could possibly use the benches for cover, but that seemed more likely to get him killed. There really wasn't anything he could use to his advantage. Why did he have to provoke the fight in such a bad place? It seemed Itachi was done letting him rest, and again Naruto barely saw him move as he attacked. Staggering back under the assault and barely keeping skin intact, Naruto realized Itachi was being more serious now. Since Itachi was moving only slightly faster than before, he highly doubted Itachi was using his full strength. It was more like he was pushing to see what Naruto could do. Seeing an opening he knew Itachi had probably given him, Naruto launched a counter of his own, strong powerful blows intended to smash through Itachi's precision-based blocks. Against a less experienced opponent, it might have worked. Against Itachi Uchiha, not so much. He barely saw it as Itachi moved in a blur to circle around him, and then his focus was more on the burning pain in his torso as a blade erupted from his chest. With another burst of agony, the blade was removed and Naruto dropped to his knees, the strength disappearing from his legs. He knew he was badly hurt, but was determined that if he had to die, he was at least going to take Itachi with him. Pushing himself to his feet with sheer determination, he blinked in surprise when he found himself facing off with Itachi without pain. Risking a look down, he ran his free hand over his chest in confusion. What the hell? Where did the wound go? Raising his other hand in bewilderment, he tried to figure out how the Kodachi had returned to his hand as well. This makes no sense? Wait, maybe I can turn back time? Is that my power as a Jinchuriki? Cause that would be awesome. I told you, Naruto-kun, this is my world, I control everything that happens here. Itachi said impassively. I'm disappointed in you. I was expecting at least a small challenge. Annoyed by the dismissal of his skills and by the dashing of his hopes for a cool Jinchuriki power, Naruto charged forward, blade raised for an overhand strike. Itachi let him close in and let the strike land only to explode into a flock of crows. The short moment Naruto gawked at the sight allowed Itachi to counter, and Naruto felt a sharp pain in his neck before he had the odd experience of watching his headless body drop before his head hit the ground and he was whole again. I don't understand what he's doing, but I guess he's done playing now. Several quick and painful deaths caused Naruto to stop and reconsider his strategy. He'd kill for some clones, but his repeated deaths had fulfilled their usual scouting duties. Unlike his attacks, Itachi's were all precision, drawing their power from the speed of his blade. Naruto considered how he could adapt that to his style of swordsmanship and almost face-faulted when he realized he'd been doing it wrong. His mother's kenjutsu style as a woman wouldn't have relied on brute power like he'd been practicing, but on speed and flexibility. He felt so stupid as he realized that a strike using speed as the source of its power would obviously be faster and reduce the tendency to leave himself open. If he needed to break through, he could always use the power required after the strike landed. As was his tendency on the battlefield, the realizations and analysis took seconds at most, and Naruto groaned when he realized he was going to have to adapt his kenjutsu while fighting Itachi. This is gonna suck, he thought glumly as he slid forward to engage Itachi again, focusing on controlling his tendency to overpower his attacks. Now that he was focusing on speed, his mother's kenjutsu felt even more natural than it had before. Very soon he was beginning to hold his own against Itachi for longer and longer periods of time. It didn't keep Itachi from killing him, of course. With typical determination for him, Naruto would simply shrug each death off as a part of doing business and continue to refine his swordsmanship. He wasn't sure how long he'd been fighting Itachi, but Naruto was exhausted. Only that he was reinforcing himself with chakra was keeping him going at all. Still, he was pleased that Itachi hadn't managed to kill him in a while. Come close, yes, and Naruto had some serious injuries to show it, but he'd avoided dying. As the battle had been pure kenjutsu to that point, Naruto was taken completely by surprise when Itachi parried a slash, then backhanded him hard enough to knock him into a tree. As he sank into unconsciousness, Naruto saw those red eyes even through the darkness. Waking in pain, he forced his eyes open and groaned when he found himself chained to a cross, Itachi sitting in front of him sipping what appeared to be tea at a table. Itachi regarded him for a moment. If you promise to be civil, I can release you. Naruto glared in response as he shifted against his bonds. Why? None of this makes any sense, he spit out. Itachi shrugged apathetically. To test myself, of course. It's unfortunate that you aren't a challenge at the moment, but potentially you could be. Now, will you promise to be civil, or must I keep you hanging up there? Naruto gritted his teeth and swallowed his pride. Fine, I promise that I will not attack you unless you or an accomplice attack me first. I haven't forgotten you travel with that big blue fish guy, you know. Itachi raised his hands and the chains holding Naruto up fell away, dropping him to the ground. Your terms are acceptable. You should have a seat, Naruto-kun. We have much to speak on. Justifiable cautious, Naruto moved to take a seat across the table from Itachi. I'm not sure I have anything I would like to discuss with a traitor, he replied as evenly as he could. He wasn't really expecting anything from this, but the longer Itachi talked, the more rested he would become. For that reason and that reason alone, he was willing to play along with this farce. Itachi shifted in his chair and leaned forward slightly. I'm sure you'd be surprised, Naruto-kun. First, I have been unable to contact Jiraiya-sama for some time, and he left instructions that if he was unavailable, information was to be routed to you, his apprentice. Those words dropped like a bomb, and Naruto half stood from his chair as he stared at Itachi with his jaw hanging open. Say what? Itachi ignored the outburst. Your actions against the Gobi have lessened the immediate threat to Konoha, but may result in the village being destroyed in just under 5 years. Itachi waited until Naruto sank limply into his chair. I can tell you do not know of what I speak. Do you know what happens when a Jinchuriki is killed, Naruto-kun? Naruto shook his head wordlessly. I assumed that they died. The fox is worried about that happening. Itachi tilted his head as he regarded Naruto with light curiosity. No, you are a special case, Naruto-kun. Your seal was brought into being using the power of a god. I believe no one is sure what would happen if you die, but other Jinchuriki, we know what happens if they do. The chakra of the Biju dissipates, then will reform on the spot. Its Jinchuriki was killed at a time coinciding with its number of tails. In this case, 5 years, one for each tail of the Gobi. Alright, that sounds bad, Naruto admitted. I'm not seeing Konoha being destroyed though. The fight was outside the village and I'll still be here and I'll be much stronger in 5 years. Itachi's eyebrow rose. Strong enough to fight all 4 major villages and Akatsuki at the same time? He inquired condescendingly. It's very rare for a Biju to be available. Many minor villages may show as well. Akatsuki has even received orders to stop tracking the other Biju and focus on recruiting. In 5 years, armies will clash and it will be your defeat of the Gobi that was responsible. Naruto's face was pale as he considered Itachi's words. He could see what Itachi was saying. Few villages would be able to resist the shot at instant power a Jinchuriki created. He refused to see it as his fault though. Yes, he and Gaara had defeated Han and released the Gobi, but the only other choice was to die and possibly unleash the Kyuubi. I see, so what do you suggest then? Itachi once more flavored his words with traces of condescension. I suggest nothing, I merely require you to report this to Hokage-sama in your master's place. Naruto growled before something profound struck him. Wait, you're a traitor. Why would you be reporting to Ero Sennin? He fixed his gaze and continued to think out loud. Unless you aren't really a traitor. Still, why would? The old man was always one for peaceful solutions though, so why? Naruto shot Itachi a glance and noticed he seemed slightly uncomfortable. So, you were ordered to eliminate the Uchiha and left to focus the village away from finding out. Naruto continued to mutter his thoughts while watching Itachi's reactions. The man had near-perfect control, but you don't fight someone for hours without learning to read them at least somewhat, and Itachi was showing slight signs of nervousness. So now you report on Akatsuki for Ero Sennin, but that doesn't explain Sasuke. Definite reaction there, something important most likely. Naruto sat back in his chair and stared at Itachi. I'm curious why you haven't said anything about my thoughts. I know I'm right, I can feel it in my gut, but aside from being a little nervous you haven't reacted, why? Itachi gazed back calmly, not surprising at all to Naruto. You are being trained by a spy master, one that already knows those secrets. As you've already ruined my initial plans, I'm not concerned that you know these things. Ruined your plan, huh? Naruto racked his brain to try and think of what he'd done that would affect Itachi. It's not like he'd seen him since the trip with Jiraiya, but that felt wrong. Perhaps I'm looking at this wrong, maybe it's a who instead of a what. That thought in mind, it didn't take long to connect the dots. Sasuke, huh? I was always kind of curious why you let him live. Naruto drummed his fingers on the table. I suppose I understand you wanting to die by your brother's hand for killing your family, but I don't think you really thought that through. For the first time, Itachi showed a strong reaction as he glared at Naruto in anger. If Orochimaru hadn't decided to inflict a curse seal on my brother, it would have worked fine. Naruto frowned at Itachi. No, even if Orochimaru hadn't, I still think things would have ended badly. I was on a team with him, and while he had his good points before he allowed the seal to control him, he was obsessed with power. Sooner or later he would have gone searching for more. Itachi resumed his usual passive demeanor. Tell me, Naruto-kun, do you hate my brother? I am aware that you did not intend to cripple him, but do you hate him now? Naruto sucked in a breath as he considered it. So many things Sasuke had done lately made him want to smash in his jaw, but did he actually hate him? Unbidden memories of Team 7 before the Chunin exams popped into his head. That Sasuke could be a jerk, but he'd stepped in front of Haku's needles for Naruto. How much of Sasuke's actions were him and how much were the influence of the cursed seal? I guess I don't hate him, he finally replied. I've found some of his actions recently to be unforgivable, like what he did with Sakura, but I don't know if that was really him. I kinda wish things could go back to how they were before the Chunin exams. He finished with a sigh. Itachi regarded Naruto silently. The boy was far too forgiving for his own good, but perhaps that would be what saved his brother from his downward spiral. At the moment it seemed to be the only card he had to play, but as always Itachi would be looking for other opportunities. He refused to believe his brother was beyond saving. His thoughts were interrupted by Naruto. You said Akatsuki was ordered to recruit. How many Jinchuriki have you already captured? Itachi debated answering but decided that he might as well. Currently the Rokubi and the Yanbi have been captured and sealed. The Sanbai is currently dispersed, and will reform sometime in the next 2 years or so. As you know, the Gobi is dispersed and will most likely reform in around 5 years. Naruto did the math and it was unpleasant. There are only 5 of us left, huh? That really sucks. Itachi shrugged noncommittally. Realizing he couldn't hold Naruto here much longer, he decided to wrap things up. I have passed on the information as Jiraiya-sama ordered, so I will be taking my leave. Releasing Tsukuyami and absently wiping the blood from his eyes away, he surveyed Naruto's body impassively. He was rather impressed with how fast Naruto could learn if he had to. Michunin Kenjutsu's skills raised up to low Jonin in the time span of 2 days was rather impressive. He wondered why Jiraiya had ordered him to do this. Given all the enemies he would be facing, Itachi wondered if Naruto could learn fast enough to survive. Coming to a decision, he rolled Naruto over on his back and drawing his kodachi slashed it across Naruto's arm. Repeating the action on himself, he allowed his wound to bleed freely into Naruto's until it closed due to Naruto's healing ability. Satisfied, he bandaged himself, then tossed a rock at the lit window of the house. Leaving through the woods near the back of the garden, he ran into his partner. Get everything done you needed? Kisame inquired with a toothy grin. Yes, I dealt with Naruto-kun personally and the clones all delivered their messages. Taking the lead, Itachi began moving through the trees towards one of the gaps in Konoha's security. So, what was that thing with the kid at the end anyway? Kisame asked, somehow managing to get his bulk through the trees with little effort. Perhaps nothing, but perhaps everything. Itachi responded in a distant manner. Potentially it could be a major trump card, but there is a strong possibility it won't do anything at all. Kisame grumbled to himself. He preferred odds stack in his favor if he chose to gamble. Not sure why I agreed to side with you some days. Itachi blinked. I didn't ask you to, you just said you knew one day and that you wanted to join me. It's not like we actually trust each other. Kisame roared with laughter. Of course not, we're S-rank criminals, trust is for the stupid or gullible. Still, I owe you, so until that debt is paid, I'll be on your side. How reassuring. Chapter 24, Meeting a Sage. Temari was laying in a comfortable position on the bed, fresh from her bath, as she waited for Naruto and her promised massage. She wasn't exactly sure that she deserved a massage after the events of the previous week, but since her feet and back hurt, she wasn't going to say no. While the experience wasn't pleasant, it had highlighted some flaws in their relationship that Temari was determined to fix. She'd obviously overreacted to events, but Naruto's inability to approach her afterwards was troubling but understandable. She sighed in frustration as she considered ways to explain to her husband that he needed to talk with her in the future when she was upset. Given his stunted social skills, she was probably going to have to flat out tell him that. It went against her normal instincts. Shinobi and kunoichi were supposed to be subtle, but sometimes the only way to get through to Naruto was to be blunt. It did at least have the advantage of being simple. The sound of something impacting against the window dragged her from her thoughts, and she grumbled under her breath as she left the comfort of the bed. Wrapping her robe tighter around herself, she crossed the room and pulled the curtains aside to look outside. It took her eyes a moment to adjust, but she gasped in surprise to see Naruto laying face down in the garden. Cursing, she moved as quickly as her swollen stomach allowed as she grabbed her newly repaired fan and tore open the door to the balcony outside their room before she froze and reconsidered. The facts of what she knew of the situation, few that they were, ran through her mind and screamed trap to her. Stepping back and closing the door, she considered her options carefully. Naruto, if that even was Naruto, probably needed help, but rushing outside with the possibility of a trap was foolish. Stealthily making her way downstairs, her fan held defensively, she made it to the back door without any encounters. Easing the door open, she slid outside and paused to scan her surroundings carefully. Gritting her teeth and keeping her guard up, she carefully moved into the garden and approached Naruto's body. Eyes still scanning the darkness around her, she toed him gently, confirming that the body wasn't just an illusion. Still being cautious, she carefully knelt and checked Naruto's throat for a pulse. To her relief, Naruto was still alive and appeared to be uninjured, but it seemed unlikely that he would choose to just sleep in the garden face down. Unwilling to drop her guard to haul him inside and unsure that she even could given her current very pregnant state, she decided she needed help. Not seeing any of the foxes in the area, she bit her thumb and quietly summoned herself some help. When the smoke from the summoning cleared, Temari found herself facing a very familiar orange toad wearing a blue jacket. Before she could say anything, Gamakichi's eyes focused on Naruto. "Naruto Aniki, what happened to you?" he called out far louder than Temari wanted. "Quiet!" Temari hissed at the toad. "I don't know what happened, and I'm not sure that whoever did this isn't still around." Having gotten Gamakichi's full attention, Temari quickly explained what she knew. "So, what I need you to do is go get the Hokage and tell her what I just told you. Can you do that?" Gamakichi gave her a withering look. "Temari Niki, I know you're new to the Toad contract, so I'll let that slide, but you should know that us Toads are more than capable of simply being messengers. It's very insulting that you implied I might not be able to do such a simple task. Like I said, I'll let it go, but you should know that there are other Toads that might really take offense if you do it again in the future." Giving Temari a wave, Gamakichi hopped off towards the village at a fast pace. Scowling after the toad, Temari gritted her teeth before she blinked and reconsidered what Gamakichi had told her. Her weasel summon was only useful for combat really, but it seemed the toads were different. His warning was actually a kindness. She shivered as she imagined inadvertently insulting the giant toad Naruto had summoned to fight Gaara. She had wondered why Naruto always treated the toads as old friends, and now she had her answer. Not allowing herself to relax simply because help would be on the way shortly, Temari continued to stand guard over Naruto. Hearing the distinctive noise of dripping water, Naruto groaned as he awakened into the sewer near the Kyuubi. Fantastic, he thought sarcastically. Get my ass kicked by Itachi, earn a free trip to visit the fox. Oh yay. Opening his eyes, he was disturbed by the sight of the Kyuubi leering at him with what he read as a sarcastic smirk. All right, he said tiredly. You look like you have something you want to say, so go ahead. Pathetic Nigen, the Kyuubi growled. Beaten into the ground by that cursed Uchiha. You're lucky he wasn't here to kill you. You didn't even try to break out of the genjutsu he used on you. Naruto shrugged. Not much of a point. Itachi got Kakashi-sensei with what I believe is the same jutsu, and if he couldn't get out. Naruto trailed off, intending to allow the fox to draw his own conclusion. You utter imbecile! The fox roared in response. Those cursed eyes are powerful, but using my power it is possible that you could have escaped. Says the giant fuzzball that got enslaved to an Uchiha's will. Naruto shot back in irritation. The Kyuubi bared its teeth at Naruto and viciously snarled. You speak of things you do not know! Madara was far more powerful than the remnants of his clan could ever dream of being. Naruto crossed his arms and glared back, unfazed by the Kyuubi's volume. Perhaps, but you aren't exactly a reliable witness, are you? You say I could have used your power to escape, but we both know you mean your escape, and I refuse to do anything that would help you do that. I have read my predecessors' journals, my mother and Mitobakun's. I can't say that I know what you feel, being released from slavery to Madara only to be locked away and imprisoned for the good of the world. Still, despite my sympathies, my role is to keep you imprisoned. Approaching the bars with a sad expression, Naruto listened as the Kyuubi's growls took an odd tone he'd never heard before. I used to hate you, he told the fox quietly. Before I read the journals, I thought like everyone else that you were just a mass of chakra and hate. Now, well, I still don't exactly like you, you're a complete asshat most of the time, but I don't hate you anymore. I don't need your pity, Nigen. The Kyuubi responded after settling down, head resting on its paws. Sooner or later, that seal will fail and I will devour you and everyone you care for. That is the truth. Naruto sighed as he felt a tug on his chakra indicating he was waking up. I won't let you, he said, determination in every word. Even if the seal fails someday, I will find a way to stop you, even if I have to beat the point home by hand. That is my truth. Glaring at Naruto until his form disappeared, Kurama looked over at another figure that stepped out of the darkness. That was just so touching. The figure of Naruto, but with jet black eyes, said sarcastically. I could just cry. Kurama gave the figure an unamused look. I find it humorous that he says such things but has a monster like you living in his subconscious. Of course, you're even weaker than he is, aren't you? He finished with a sneer. Strength is relative. The dark Naruto shrugged. I am what drives him even if he doesn't realize it. Sooner or later he will realize my truth. When that happens, you know our deal. You may destroy anything you like, but Temari-chan is mine. I'm aware of the deal, lying is for you humans. Kurama replied evenly. I find it hard to believe you would follow through with the arrangement given that freeing me would mean your death. A feral grin crossed the dark Naruto's face at that. I just want to watch the world burn. It didn't take Tsunade long to arrive, trailing several ANBU guards, and Temari finally relaxed. Explaining everything to her didn't take long, and the Hokage wasted little time examining Naruto. Damn! Tsunade cursed. It seems your husband had a run-in with the Tachi Uchiha, she told Temari. Motioning the guards to carry Naruto inside, Tsunade ran a quick medical scan of Temari as well before following. Hokage-sama? Temari questioned as she tagged along. What was that for? Tsunade replied absently as her gaze followed Naruto's body. Just being cautious. You know how important you and your children are to both Suna and Konoha. Temari nodded, it made sense to her. Rubbing the hand not carrying her fan across her stomach, she frowned. Did you find anything? Arriving in the master bedroom where the ANBU had placed Naruto, Tsunade stopped and faced Temari. No, she said with a gentle smile that seemed odd on her. You and the twins are doing wonderfully. Glancing at Naruto again, she frowned again. Did you speak to Naruto before this happened? I know there was some friction from the Suna mission. Naruto seemed rather down about it at the debriefing. Yes, I had a, very enlightening conversation with someone before I went and found him on the Hokage monument. We talked and got things straightened out, but I'm going to have to train him on how to deal with angry women, I think. Tsunade smirked and began running medical chakra through her hands as she moved them around Naruto's head. Good luck with that. I'm not sure men really can be trained for that. Temari shook her head. Well, maybe not angry women in general, more just dealing with me when I'm pissed. I wanted him to talk to me, but he was afraid of making me more angry, which then pissed me off more. Rather vicious circle, really, and I owe the pink one a thank you I'm going to have to force out for telling me about it. Tsunade frowned. Sakura, huh? Why do you hate her so much? Don't try to deny it, I've seen the way you watch her. Placing her fan in its spot near the bed, Temari scowled and crossed her arms. She's a threat, she finally replied. I've seen what he was willing to do to save her, both times actually. Tsunade paused in her healing to look at Temari in disbelief. You consider her a threat? You know that Naruto is one of the most loyal people ever, don't you? Yes, but he is also loyal to her. Temari snapped back. Her tone softened as she looked at her husband laying on the bed. Originally I didn't want this, even if I did agree to it for the sake of the village. Still, I was determined that if I was to be the sacrifice, then he would at least be mine alone. She paused and gazed at the ceiling, her eyes distant. He grows on you though, always trying to make me happy. I didn't know it until earlier this evening, but I actually fell in love with the baka. Looking back now, the signs were all there, but I didn't really know what I was feeling, and every time he even looked at Sakura it burned. Tsunade sighed and resumed healing Naruto. That explains quite a bit actually. If you're worried about something like that, you could just accept her as a second wife. No, Temari said flatly. I have no plans to accept a second, let alone a third wife. I am more than capable of helping him revive the Uzumaki clan on my own, and he is mine. Finishing up with Naruto, Tsunade stepped back from the bed and regarded Temari calmly. As the matriarch of the Uzumaki clan, the decision is obviously yours, she said diplomatically. Leaning in closer, she whispered to Temari. Just remember that it's not only your feelings that matter, Temari. As painful as the idea of sharing might be, being stubborn about this could eventually cause more pain for others. Temari gazed at Tsunade with irritation. That may be, Hokage-sama, she hissed back. But as you said, it is my decision to make and it won't change. Raising her voice back to normal levels, Temari looked at Naruto. Will my husband be alright, Hokage-sama? Tsunade shook her head at the girl's stubbornness. She understood it. She doubted she would have been willing to share Dan if his clan laws had allowed polygamy, but the circumstances were not the same. Dan hadn't been the last of two clans, one of them descended from the Rikudo Sennin himself. She also wondered if Temari knew what sort of pressure she would be under from the other clans. Still, it was Temari's decision, and it wasn't Tsunade's place to tell her otherwise. Yes, I've repaired the damage from Itachi's genjutsu, but he seems exhausted. There is something odd though. His chakra signature seems different from the last time I had to heal him. What? Temari asked, alarmed. Chakra signatures don't just change. Are you sure that's really Naruto? Tsunade rolled her eyes in exasperation and crossed back to Naruto. Pulling up his shirt to show Temari his stomach, she channeled a small amount of medical chakra, causing Naruto's seal to appear. It's Naruto. It's only a small difference, most Medinin wouldn't even detect it. As I said, it's odd, but well, this is Naruto. Temari could only nod glumly at the conclusion. For some reason, Naruto had both the best and worst luck she'd ever seen. Trouble seemed to just follow him, and while he usually came out on top, it was still frustrating. Tsunade stretched and cracked her neck before heading for the door. It's late. Let him know that I want him in my office in the morning. Temari nodded and pulled a chair over to sit next to the bed by Naruto. She eyed her side of the bed longingly but sighed as she reached over to hold his hand. She really wanted to lay down, but since Naruto had been in a fight, it was possible he might wake up still believing himself to be fighting. She couldn't afford the chance he might strike her before he realized where he was. Running her other hand across her stomach, she grumbled at her babies. Not even born and already trouble for me, just like your father. Humming a lullaby she vaguely remembered from her mother, Temari sat watch over Naruto until the stresses of the day caught up with her, and she fell asleep. Awakening to more pleasant circumstances this time, his bedroom from the looks of it, Naruto felt a pressure on his hand and looked down. A small smile formed on his face when he saw Temari sleeping in a chair next to the bed but still holding his hand. A small whimper from his wife in her sleep made him frown, and he wondered why she was sleeping in the chair. Gently disengaging his hand from hers, he slid out of bed and carefully pried Temari out of the chair and carried her to her side of the bed. His hands tied up carrying Temari, he stared at the bed for a moment, wondering how he was going to slide the covers down before he mentally smacked himself and briefly pulsed his chakra to form a shadow clone. He was surprised when he only created the single clone he'd wanted. Normally, if he tried to create clones without hand seals, his control over the jutsu was poor, and he created anywhere from 5 to 10. Shrugging it aside as something to consider later, the clone pulled the covers down for him, then dispelled. Laying Temari down, he smiled as he smoothed her hair down, getting a soft sound of contentment from her. Loosening up the belt on her robe so that it wasn't so tight, he pulled the covers up and kissed her forehead before leaving the room, hitting the lights as he went. Heading downstairs, he stopped and glared at his jacket hanging by the front door before snatching it and throwing it on, muttering under his breath about needing other places to put storage seals he wouldn't carelessly hand away. He almost ran over Gamakichi sitting outside the door. "Kichi? What are you doing here?" The small toad glared at Naruto and held a webbed hand out. "I ran an errand for your wife and she didn't pay me." Palming his face, Naruto opened the door and motioned for Gamakichi to follow him. Making his way to the kitchen, Naruto pulled out a large sack of candy and dumped a portion into a much smaller bag. Handing it over, he apologized. "Sorry Gamakichi, I don't know if Ero-sennin explained summon payments to her, I know I didn't." Popping one of the candies in his mouth, Gamakichi looked up at Naruto. "Don't sweat it, Aniki. I know it wasn't on purpose and she was pretty worried with you being all dead looking in the garden. What happened anyway? You really freaked me out when Temari Aniki summoned me." Naruto groaned. He wasn't looking forward to telling Tsunade his news, and now Gamakichi was asking about it as well. Still, as a summons bound to Konoha, the Toads had every right to know about events that would affect them like his news. "I need to go find Bachan, but since the Toads should know, you might as well tag along." Gamakichi eyed him and stuck another candy in his mouth. "That bad, huh? Well, you've got the wrong Toad for that. I'm gonna pop back to the mountain and get someone higher up the chain. It's not Gamabunta, is it? 'Cause I'm not sure he'd fit," Naruto said, a bit worried. Gamakichi laughed at the look on Naruto's face. "Nah, Pops isn't good for diplomatic stuff," he said, causing Naruto to boggle at the thought of Bunta being a diplomat. "I'll go have someone else wake up the Toad sages." Naruto considered Kichi's words carefully. "Someone else? Why not wake them up yourself?" "'Cause I'm not stupid," Gamakichi replied before dispelling himself. "Great," Naruto muttered as he went back outside. He went to go get someone he's afraid of waking up, that's just perfect. Leaving the grounds, he took to the rooftops as he arrowed in on the Hokage tower. Entering the Hokage's office by his favorite window like both of his sensei, he was confused to find the office empty. A muffled snort of laughter from the edge of the room caused him to turn and look as an ANBU member showed himself. "Uzumaki-sama, you do realize that Hokage-sama isn't usually in her office at 3 in the morning?" the cap-masked ANBU said with an undercurrent of laughter. Naruto stared at the ANBU in confusion. "Uzumaki-sama?" he thought. "That's new. Rubbing the back of his neck sheepishly, he grinned at the masked man. Sorry, Nico-san, I guess I didn't really think about it before I headed over this way. Do you have a way to summon her? I have very important matters to inform her of. Naruto could feel the evaluation in the gaze of the ANBU before the man shrugged. I can, but you'd better be sure about the importance of the news or you might become a stain on the floor. Naruto grinned wryly. Yeah, I've been hit by her before, but it is very important. The ANBU bowed slightly in response. As you wish, Uzumaki-sama. Watching the ANBU fade back into the shadows, Naruto idly wondered if the man had been a Nara. He had his own ways to disappear, but sinking into the shadows was really cool. Wandering over tot a window to look out over the town, Naruto allowed his mind to wander as he daydreamed about the time when he would claim this office as his own. Turning, he looked at the picture of his father and scowled at it before a small smile took its place. Knowing what he knew now, he was of mixed opinion about his father. He was still a hero, but now he was aware that the hero had been only a man in the end. Even the old question of why he'd been chosen as the prison for the Kyuubi had been answered, though it left a strong distaste in his mouth. What had happened that night? Why had the Kyuubi escaped his mother? The seal of a Jinchuriki was at its weakest when giving birth, but surely his mother and father, both seal masters, had considered that in advance. Something else had happened that night, but the journals told him nothing since both had died. A popping sound behind him startled him and caused him to turn and see a cloud of summoning smoke clearing to reveal an odd-looking toad in a brown cloak with white eyebrows, goatee and mohawk. This is who Gamakichi was afraid to wake up. Naruto thought, bewildered. His confusion cleared as the toad made eye contact. There was a strength in those eyes not reflected in his small frame. So you're the tadpole Jiraiya-chan added to the contract. He croaked at Naruto as he examined him. You look very much like your father, young one, if perhaps more orange. Naruto rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly. I'm pleased you remember him, he replied formally. I'm Uzumaki Namikaze Naruto. May I have the honor of your name? My, such manners for a first greeting, but somehow they don't suit you, boy. My name is Fukasaku. My wife Shima and I are referred to as the two great sage toads on the mountain. I understand from Gamakichi-kun that you have important information? Sannin Ji-chan, we're waiting on the Hokage. I don't want to have to repeat the story more than I have to. Fukasaku exploded into a wheezing laughter. Grandpa Sage, huh? I knew that those manners didn't suit you. I call the Hokage Bachan and Jiraiya Ero-sennin. Naruto shrugged in reply. I'm not really great at all the formal stuff. Doubling over with laughter at the nicknames for two of the more powerful ninja ever produced by Konoha, Fukasaku struggled to control himself. Still snickering, he addressed Naruto. All truly fitting nicknames, but don't sell yourself short. For such short notice you weren't too terrible with the formalities. Nothing a bit of training won't fix anyway. You'll need it if it is truly your desire to have this office in the future. Naruto stared at Fukasaku in shock. How do you know that? He managed to stammer out. Jiraiya-chan won't shut up about you when he visits the mountain. Fukasaku replied evenly. He isn't just running at the mouth though. The contract between us toads and you is much deeper than just a parchment. We have to know our summoners, know if they are truly worthy of the honor of the contract. So Jiraiya told us everything he knew about you, your likes, dislikes, dreams, everything. As a whole, we toads have come to the conclusion, reinforced by this meeting, that you are indeed worthy of our contract. Fukasaku reached out with his walking stick and tapped Naruto on the chest. You have a good heart, young man. Naruto had tears in his eyes by the time Fukasaku was finished speaking. He wasn't really used to praise, and hearing from the old toad that the toads as a whole approved of him was an overwhelming moment. Quickly getting his emotions under control and wiping the back of his hand across his face to clear the moisture from his eyes, he bowed to the old toad. I'm honored by the decision of the toads. The formalities again. Fukasaku chuckled. See, you're getting better at it already. Naruto was about to reply, something much less formal and far less flattering, when the office door slammed open and a pissed Tsunade stormed into the office. Gaki, it's just after 3 in the morning. When I told your wife to have you report to my office in the morning, this was not what I meant. Reeling a bit from the extreme volume Tsunade generated at the end of her rant, Naruto blinked. Sorry, Bachan, I didn't hear anything from Temari-chan. When I woke up she was asleep in a chair and I came here right after I tucked her into bed. Tsunade grunted as she sat in her chair behind the desk and massaged her temples. Alright, Naruto, if you didn't hear from Temari, why are you here now? Also, why is there a toad sage in my office? Tsunade-chan. Fukasaku greeted her neutrally. The toads and the slugs were civil with one another, but she wasn't a toad summoner, so she mattered little to Fukasaku other than as the Hokage. Well, Naruto began thinking of how to explain things. I had a little run-in with Itachi tonight, and I learned some really bad things. Taking a deep breath, Naruto laid out the entire encounter from start to finish. So basically, we've got just under 5 years to prepare for pretty much every ninja in the world to descend on Konoha trying to claim the Gobi for their own. Tsunade had gone from kneading her temples to drumming her fingers on the desk harshly. Naruto, why is it everything with you is always such a pain in the ass? Damn it, we're going to have to take this to the council. She practically spit out. This will certainly feed into Danzo's agenda. Maybe, Naruto replied after a moment of thought. Give the old man credit, he is loyal to what he sees as Konoha. The idea of every other shinobi village striking at once might even kill him off for us. Still, he and his forces would be very useful. Tsunade nailed Naruto with a glare. Forces? She asked. What forces? Naruto cursed in his head over his slip of the tongue. Tsunade being involved would complicate his plans to take Root down, but then again, the current situation did as well. Sighing, he explained everything he'd learned from his father's journal about Root and Danzo's role. Why didn't you tell me about this before? Tsunade asked Naruto with a certain amount of heat. I am the Hokage. If there is something like this in the village, I should know about it. Sorry Bachan, but I was planning on taking it down myself, and I'm fairly sure Ero-sennin was planning something as well. You already had enough to deal with after Sandaime-jiji's death. Tsunade growled something foul and continued to glare at Naruto. I'm still pissed at you and Jiraiya, but I suppose you're right. That sort of organization will be useful, much as I hate to admit it. Naruto-kun, Fukasaku spoke up. You are perhaps a bit young for it, but perhaps it is time for you to visit Mount Maiboku. You can't learn sage techniques until your body develops further, but there are many things we can do to prepare you for when you can learn them. Naruto hesitated. Training was awesome, but Temari was 7 months pregnant, and he really doubted she'd be happy with him if he just up and disappeared. Sannin-ji-chan, I truly appreciate the offer, but my wife is pregnant and due in just over 2 months. That shouldn't be a problem, Fukasaku said. Your wife is also a toad summoner, so she is welcome to come along, or we can simply summon you in the morning and return you in the evening. He turned to Tsunade. Will you be willing to part with his services for several months, Hokage-sama? Tsunade steepled her fingers and gazed at the two over them. I am, but I will need him available in emergencies and for council meetings. Easily done, Fukasaku replied. With your leave then, Hokage-sama, I believe Naruto and I should go ask his wife which option she prefers. With a nod of his head at her in place of a bow, Fukasaku grabbed Naruto's hand and dragged him out of the room. Following behind Naruto as he headed home, Fukasaku asked Naruto questions about recent events. Arriving at the estate, Naruto led Fukasaku into the garden rather than inside. Naruto-kun, why are we here? We came to ask your wife a question. Naruto watched the rising sun grimly. Explaining things to Tsunade had taken a great deal of time. We are going to wait until she wakes up before we ask. Why? 'Cause I don't want to die.